winding down. What a comeback. It's the biggest win in Hurricane Hoops history. Miami heading to the Final Four for the first time. For the first time in school history, San Diego State is going to the Final Four. Dan Hurley is taking his UConn team to the 6th Final Four in the history of the Connecticut Huskies. This was a complete demolition, and there's no other team going to the Final Four than UConn.
All right, here we go on a Monday, and the Final Four is set. How'd you make out, dude?
Who would have ever predicted this?
Dude, I'm making some cash this year.
No, you're not.
Yeah, well, I'm out. I'm out. I'm
Everybody's
done.
out.
I'm done. But in my group, in my pool,
right?
I'm number 3.
Look at that.
I'm number 3.
How much money are you going to win?
$5. I'm in for 5. But all of my family members are out. I mean, there's some other people in there. There's some other people in there that got invited, and I don't know who they are. But and there's 2 people ahead of me, and I'm not going to win because I'm out already. So there's 2 people ahead of me, so I'm going to finish number 3. That's
some bragging rights right there,
yeah,
man.
boy, and they are hot about it. Because this is my first year playing with them.
Uh-oh.
This is my first year playing with
like
them.
who let the new guy in here?
Yeah, exactly. And there's some trash talk. And I'm like, you know what?
Ooh.
Yeah, boy.
Put it on them, baby.
money talks. Everything else walks.
They can hit the road, Jack.
I mean, I'm not going to win any money, really. But I beat all them.
Oh.
So I'm down. So how'd you make out over the weekend?
Dude, who would have ever thought the Final Four was going to look like this? Because you, in your main bracket, you had all 4 number 1s.
I did.
Going to the Final Four.
None of them made it.
Yeah.
None of them made it. So I'm out.
Yeah, on day 1, that completely got screwed up when the Princeton Fighting Nerds ruined it for everybody.
They did.
And then, FAU said, okay, hey, Memphis, let me smack you around in round number 1. And, I picked Memphis to go to the grade 8. To go a long way.
I picked them to go to the grade 8.
They had a good team this year.
And so I lost that. I lost Purdue right off the money.
Princeton idiots.
And Alabama got beat. Houston got beat,
yes.
Which I was really surprised about that. So the Final Four has been set, and
you had originally picked all 4 number 1s to go to the Final Four,
and I didn't realize I'd done that.
Yeah, and I had 2 number 2s and 2 number 1s to go.
I did not know that. Did not know I'd done that,
and it got completely screwed up on the very first day with Princeton, and of course Fairleigh Dickinson was a Cinderella team. But anyway, congratulations to the Final Four teams.
Friday when we talked, it was our game was Gonzaga versus Connecticut,
and we both
picked Gonzaga,
the Zags,
and we wanted that to happen.
Yep.
It did not.
So
that was my Hail Mary. That was my Hail Mary.
Yep.
And that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'm completely out, but I'm in 3rd place.
Look at that, dude.
I'm in 3rd place.
Hey, man, what are you going to do with that $5?
I'm not going to win any money because I'm in 3rd place. But I've got my bragging rights because I beat out all the family members.
They're not going to let you in the pool next year.
It's going to be a weird Thanksgiving. I'll just say
they're going to say, "Listen, sorry, we've got our pool is full, but we'll keep you in mind for the future."
All right. So the Final Four said San Diego State FAU.
Oh, man.
Miami.
The U?
And Connecticut.
Convicts.
All right, so hang on, let me get my glasses. Let's see here.
There's a cool story that I'm going to talk about in sports about San Diego State.
All right, so San Diego State will play FAU in the first round of the Final Four.
First semifinal matchup is FAU and San Diego State.
The second one will be Miami versus Connecticut.
That's
so
right.
What do you got?
Well, okay, I'll go ahead and tell about it now. San Diego State's head coach is Brian Dutcher. Brian Dutcher was a former assistant coach.
G-Unit going to break us down.
At the University of Michigan during the Fab Five era. Brian Dutcher helped recruit some of the Fab. Do you remember the Fab Five from Michigan?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, well then just hang out for a minute.
All right.
So the Fab Five were fantastic Fab Five freshmen. Jalen Rose, Chris Webber, and the other players.
I remember those guys.
They changed a lot of the landscape. They were the ones who had baggy shorts and black socks, and they kind of changed the landscape in I believe it was the early 90s.
Yeah.
In college basketball. Anyway, Brian
Dutcher,
he
was an assistant.
He was an assistant coach on that team, and so with Steve Fisher, who was the head coach, they went to the national championship game. Played against North Carolina and eventually came up short there. But they were a fantastic team, fantastic organization. Brian Dutcher was one of the assistant coaches on that team with Steve Fisher. So he comes from a really good background. So it is no surprise to me, even though they were kind of flying under the radar for me. I really didn't pay attention to them, but now that I know some of their background with who their head coach is, it makes a lot of sense.
So you're picking San Diego State over FAU?
I'm tired of FAU at this stupid idiots.
They're hot in that. They're on a red hot streak.
Absolutely,
red hot streak.
They roared through the entire state of Tennessee like X-Lax through a widow woman.
Yeah, they did. They
are now the state champions of the state of Tennessee.
Go Vols!
The Florida Atlantic Fighting
Go
Owls.
Tigers!
Yeah. There's more Florida Atlantic stuff being burned in Knoxville and in Memphis this weekend.
They started out as a number 9 seed. Mm-hmm. San Diego State started out as a number 5
They're a 5 seed. Yep.
All right, so they will play the first semifinal game of the Final Four.
I've got State winning that game.
San Diego State.
Yes, sir.
The Aztecs.
Yes, sir.
We got the Aztecs versus the Owls.
Yep. The Owls are done. They had a great run, but they're done.
I'm gonna go. I mean, my bracket's over. I'm done. So I don't have anything else to lose. I'm going with the Owls because they are red hot right now. Okay. They are red hot.
There's nothing you cannot deny that they're not hot. That's
they
for
are
sure.
red hot. So I'm going with FAU over San Diego State in the semifinal. The other game is Miami versus Connecticut. To me, that's a no-brainer. I got Connecticut winning that game.
I like Miami. I think it's a toss-up. But I like Miami because of their coach, Jim Larinaga.
Oh,
and
Lord. Here we go. All the analysis.
Will you stop?
All the smart mouth.
Now,
here we go.
No, you know that I do color commentary with high school basketball.
I know, and I want to trust your judgment, but I just can't on this one.
Okay, well, Dan and I were part of that team that went 34-0, undefeated.
What?
We were the radio guys. We helped out a little bit.
Y'all never lost a game.
Not when we were there.
All right, so the Final Four is set. Game 1, San Diego State and FAU. G-Unit's taking San Diego State, the Aztecs. I'm taking the FAU Owls in that semifinal game. And the second game is Miami, the Hurricanes, and the Connecticut Yukons. I'm taking the Ukes. You're taking the Hurricanes?
I'm taking the Canes on this one. Yep. Because of their coach, who also has Final Four experience, Jim Larinaga, who went on that fantastic run with George Mason a few years ago.
Yeah, but it's Miami. I mean, come on. They can't play basketball.
Well, I know. They're supposed to be a football school, but apparently
and they're not even that anymore.
They were. But I'm taking the Canes.
I'm going with
All right.
I'm going with the Huskies.
So we were completely at odds early on a Monday morning.
So I've got FAU and Connecticut in the final.
Who you got between that game?
Connecticut.
Okay.
I'm all FAU, but when it comes down to it, I think the Huskies get it done.
Because they have the pedigree between those two teams.
Yes, they do, and I'm suspect of that. I get it. I mean, I know. I mean, it's easy to pick the Huskies. Know what they are?
Yes.
Easy to pick them because of the pedigree, especially the women's team.
Absolutely.
I mean, the women's team is top notch and has been for years past. I mean, we remember the Lady Huskies, but if that's who it comes down to, I mean, it could be.
You're picking UConn because of the women's team.
No.
The women's team is good, so the men's are going to win.
Some of those older, in the past, women's Huskies teams probably could have beat some of these teams.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You're right.
But so I've got FAU over San Diego State, so that puts and I've got the Huskies in the other game. So that's going to put the Huskies versus, but even if San Diego State wins, I still put the Huskies over them. So I'm going Huskies all the way.
You're riding with UConn.
I'm going with the Dogs.
Okay, I'm going way out in left field.
I don't think you are.
Okay.
I mean, we're right down to the nitty gritty. These teams are playing for it all. Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
I'm on the other side of the coin on both of those games. I've got San Diego State and Miami.
Here we go.
For all the marbles. And get this.
Here we go.
This is going to blow some folks' mind.
Here we go.
I've got the Aztecs winning it all.
Dude.
Your mouse won't even work.
There we go.
It's because you picked UConn because of the women's teams.
Hey, man, respect.
Wake up out there. If you guys don't hit that snooze button, not do it.
It is 6:24 on a Monday morning, Monday, March the 27th. It is 53 degrees here at the Gene Langley Ford Studios in Midtown Jackson. Out at the airport, it's 51 there. 53 here, 51 officially at the airport. Okay, I'll give it to them today. Fair skies. Here is your forecast. Sunny today, high near 65.
Yes.
No rain.
Man, wasn't it beautiful yesterday?
It was perfect.
We grilled out.
I did not. I had a microwave pizza.
We had my centerfold made hamburgers that were that thick.
Dude.
And we got those giant-sized buns at Walmart. They had the huge ones.
Yes,
and it was still hanging off the end of those buns, too.
Dude, you're going to have
oh, my God.
You're going to have to call me, man. It's like,
listen,
you
know what?
Get over here.
I should have brought some because I always grill out more than what's needed. I always do that.
Always.
Yes.
Well, that's the courteous and right thing to do. Yes, I get that. Yes, I've done that myself.
But they are fantastic.
Where is my burger?
There's one in the fridge for you at the house. And I tell you why I didn't bring it. Because you've been promising to bring Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream.
I can't find it.
You were in Memphis this weekend.
I was in Memphis this weekend. I still couldn't find it.
They don't have it in Memphis either.
I couldn't find it. Couldn't find it.
Did you go to Walmart and look down there?
I went to the Walmart on Stage Road right there at Wolf Chase.
Yep.
You know, I went to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Did not have it. Didn't have it.
Did you really? Don't lie to me. Did you look for it?
Yes.
I believe you.
Yes,
Oh.
I did. I did look for it and couldn't find it there either. So I've looked at 2 Walmarts. No Hidden Valley. I'm beginning to think it's a
hoax.
A hoax. Although I've seen people on TikTok trying it.
Okay.
So I know it's out there somewhere. Because I've seen them eating it, and they hold the little pint case up, and here's Hidden Valley Ranch.
You don't think that's photoshopped on or anything like that?
No, not these people. Not the. I mean, these people I'm pretty trustworthy of. I mean, they're
they're on
they're
TikTok.
not they're not just hoaxing me on TikTok. Okay. These people I trust, and they take a bite and absolutely gag. And that's what I want for us.
No.
I want us to do it. And, I know it's got to be terrible. You know it's got to be terrible.
It sounds disgusting.
And I've watched these people try it and taste it, and they're like, this kind of.
With the sound effects, man. It's too early. It's a Monday morning. People are trying to wake up. Stop.
And they're doing that all kind of stuff. And I was like, dude, we have got to do that. And one guy that I watched late last week on TikTok, he was trying it, and he did that whole thing about,
oh, man.
He was doing all that, and he was like, the onion. The onion! The onion! The onion! Like, dude, we have got to do it.
Oh,
so
man.
as soon as I can find it, I'm still on the lookout. And, hey, if you're out there and can find it, please grab a pint for Daybreak.
Text us and let us know where we can get some of that. If you see it somewhere.
I'll go pick it up as soon as the show is over. Mm-hmm. But if you're out there and you find it, please bring us
like at the
pint.
Walmart in Bolivar or Humboldt or Milan.
We've got a fridge back here. We can keep it till, if you bring it later in the day, we can keep it back there.
And, hey, be sure to put it's for the Daybreak guys, because we don't want anybody getting into our stash.
Yeah, because these goofballs will probably eat it up. They're like, yeah, that's really nasty and oniony, but we dig it. And they'll eat it all.
If they'll drink out of your coffee cup, they'll eat anything you bring up here. So
it's a mess. Nearing the bottom of the 6 o'clock hour already, we haven't done anything. Sunny today with a high near 65. Tonight, increasing clouds, low around 43. Tomorrow, cloudy, then becoming mostly sunny with a high near 60. Frosty Tuesday night. Going to be cold again. Areas of frost overnight Tuesday night. Clear skies, low around 34. Wednesday, areas of frost early, otherwise sunny later in the day, high near 62. And then mostly clear. Thursday, sunny. Friday, chance of showers. It's going to rain on the weekend again.
Well, we did get one night. This was a nice weekend. So
yesterday was nice. Saturday was nice, too.
Yeah.
Saturday was nice.
So I guess it's too much to ask for 2 nice weekends in a row.
Yeah, we won't get into the weekend just yet because it's only Monday. But I will tell you, the forecast calls for sunny skies and a high near 65.
We will take it.
Yes, definitely.
We'll take it.
It was on this date, March 27th, back in 1794, President George Washington authorized the creation of the U.S. Navy.
There we go.
No, don't, because I know where you're going, but that's not right.
You're correct.
I know where you're going. I know you did, because I knew where you were going.
I started to say.
No, don't, because you're going to make everybody mad that was in the Navy. So what do you need to do? I know what you were going to do.
Hold that thought.
I know what you were going to. He fixed to light off into the wild blue yonder. I know what you were going to do.
I was fixing to do Anchors Away, man. What are you talking about? Anchors away,
my boy.
Anchors away.
Yeah, that's not why you started off with.
I stopped quickly.
I knew where you were going, just like that. Whoop.
Well, there's a reason why, because I've got a family member serving in the other branch that I was about to completely screw up.
Well,
I was.
You kind of saved yourself there. You kind of saved yourself. But yes, this date, 1794, George Washington authorized the creation of the U.S. Navy. Anchors away.
Thank you to all the sailors out there.
Salute.
Thank you. With the right hand, thank you.
There we go. 187 years ago today, back in 1836, the first Mormon temple was dedicated in Kirtland, Ohio. Here's a Mormon fun fact for you. You familiar with the Mormons?
I've got one experience with them, but go ahead. And I'll tell you, because it's a cool story.
Mormons aren't allowed to drink coffee because they can't have strong beverages.
It was my understanding that they don't drink adult beverages.
This says strong, and coffee is included.
And I didn't know that, but I will tell you this: BYU played Tennessee in Knoxville in 2019 in football.
God.
Just wait a minute. It's a good story.
Everything's got a UT story.
No.
Nobody cares.
My nephew and I, we go to a bunch of different places. This happened to be a game at UT.
Okay.
I think it was the second game of the year. It was a night game. Really, really fun.
I think I remember this. Yeah.
BYU wound up winning the game, but when we were leaving the game, there was nobody from BYU that was all up in our face like, we just smoked y'all and UT. They don't do that. They were not doing that.
They're completely amenable.
And it was cool to see, because if it had been Alabama or anybody,
Look, man, Alabama folks are nice.
Yeah. So anyway, or Florida or
Florida is not nice.
Florida's
losers, not nice.
We hate Florida. So anyway, if it would have been any of that, there would have been a whole lot of trash talking. There was zero. And we were around a bunch of BYU people, and they were not trash talking at all.
Well, they're not allowed to do that, man. They're completely amicable. They love everybody.
Their team went on to win the game in Knoxville.
Yep.
But the BYU folks were pretty cool. So
are you Mormon now? I think you probably are.
Are the Mormons the one that allow polygamy?
Yeah.
I'm changing to Mormon today.
No.
Hang on. Let me look this up.
Dude, you are signing the wrong piece of paper.
How to convert to Mormonism.
So, because they can't have strong beverages and they can't drink coffee, they don't even call coffee tables. They call them everyday tables.
Really?
And I'm not making that up.
So you walk into their house, and they've got...
They have what we would call a coffee table,
right,
in front of the sofa, in front of the couch, in front of the...
In the living room.
What's it called? A divan?
The what?
What's that called? Divan. Divan. What's that called? It's a couch. It's a couch.
Okay.
All right, so they got this table in front of the couch, which we would call a coffee table.
Right.
They don't call it a coffee table because they're not allowed to drink coffee. They call them everyday tables.
Everyday table.
Please, we've got coasters for you. Please set your beverage on the coaster. Please, on the everyday table.
You're welcome to kick your feet up on our everyday table.
Yes. And I bet they don't even allow that either.
With my 6 wives, if you want something,
dude, you are
to snack on.
You are that's rude.
I'm seriously thinking about converting to Mormonism.
No, I don't think you. Okay, fine, but I don't want to hear it once you get locked up.
Why?
I don't want to hear it.
I bet there's probably some small loophole in the state legislature that if I were to start a Mormon conclave here.
Well, you've got to become Mormon and not Southern Baptist, or I see you as a Southern Baptist.
It's a process.
I see you as Southern Baptist.
Okay, it's a process.
Right. So I'm digging that from you already. So no, you cannot be Mormon because your Baptist friends are not going to have it.
Well, my Baptist friends are just Mormon, but they don't
wannabes.
That they don't tell anybody.
You're just Mormon wannabes. They don't have the guts to pull the trigger. I dig you. Okay. All right. 1860 on this date, 163 years ago, the corkscrew was patented. M.L. Byrne, the corkscrew was patented this date. Yep, there you go. 1866, 157 years ago, Andrew Rankin received a patent for the urinal. Where would we be without that?
Man, probably a cleaner bathroom in the men's bathroom.
Well, I know women know what urinals are, but they don't appreciate that. There's no way they can, bless their hearts. Bless their hearts. They just can't.
Don't you hate it when you go into like a bathroom somewhere and the urinal's not at the right height?
Yeah, because
it's either too tall or too low.
Yes,
and
yes, because they have different ones for different people.
Yep.
So you'll have a high one, and then you'll have like 2 low ones. Because there's usually 3, right? There's usually 3, and one is up high, and then the other 2 are down low. Have you ever been so hard pressed that you had to use the tall one? I have.
Yeah,
and that is tricky.
That
is tricky.
You have to navigate a little bit.
I mean, you got to rope that thing in and, get it up there.
Somebody's wife is listening to us, and she just elbowed her husband and said, listen to these idiots on the radio. We're trying to wake up, and they're talking about urinals.
I mean, you've ever been hard-pressed, and the bathroom is full, and all you've got is the tall one? You got to go for it. I mean, because you got to go, so you got to go for it. So you got to rope that thing in and get it up there. Right?
We're standing in the basketball urinal.
Or you have to stand back against the other wall at the mirror. I was like, I think I can hit it. No prob. Hey, I got this. And some weird dude walks in front. You're like, you fixing to get, dude, look out. Here comes G-Unit. Midstream. Oh, let's see. What else happened on this date? Liza Minnelli won Best Actress for Cabaret 50 years ago in 1973. 44 years ago in 1979, Eric Clapton married George Harrison's ex-wife, Patty Boyd.
We talked about
She
this before.
was the inspiration behind Layla.
We talked about this before, yeah.
And Wonderful Tonight.
You look wonderful.
Huge Clapton fans, both of them. Layla, Wonderful Tonight, both about Patty Boyd.
There's nothing wrong with being about half drunk and in the redneckest bar in town with some old girl that she's and singing Wonderful Tonight while you're slow dancing with her.
Are you confessing something, G-Unit?
That's speculation.
Also, it was Patty Boyd was also the inspiration behind George Harrison's and the Beatles' Something in the way you move attracts me like no other lover.
So Patty has been inspirational in a few songs.
She has. Yeah, imagine that. How do you go through life knowing that? Oh, that song that's on the radio 24 hours a day. Layla, Wonderful Tonight, Something. Yeah, that's all about me.
I wonder if she got any. I wonder if she got any royalties from that.
No. No. You'll remember this. 39 years ago in 1984, Rat released their debut album, Out of the Cellar, featuring the hit Round and Round.
Yes, sir. We need some Rat up in here.
Okay. You want to do some Rat?
Yeah.
We'll come back with some Rat.
And Round and Round, I used to blast that in the dorms at Middle Tennessee. Yep, I did. The RAs hated me.
That was you?
Yes.
That was you?
Yep. On the second floor of Sims Hall, where my son was conceived.
Oh, my word.
And
boy, you just dropped it in the grease right there.
We've talked about that before.
I didn't know.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
No,
I told you.
I did not know that.
I snuck his mom up there a bunch of times. I paid a couple of guys that were in the room next on my other side.
Put a sock on the doorknob.
So listen,
stay away.
Y'all don't let the RAs come through here. And I would go through a sweep of the bathroom, so she could take a shower.
Oh my God, no, dude!
And I would stand out in front of the bathroom door and say, "Hey, sorry, man, my woman's in there. She's taking a shower. You can't go in there right now." It's a true story,
dude. I cannot believe you just told that.
And finally, after a couple of months, the RA came up and said, "Listen, I know she's been here. You can't do that anymore, man." Because I think the word got out that I snuck her up there too many times.
Like, dude, here's the George Washington. You don't know anything. Here's a George Washington. Just take this George Washington. Nobody knows anything. You didn't see anything. Here's a 1. Take this George Washington. Go on now. Dollar bill. Oh, you need 2? Here's another. Here's deuce George Washingtons. Nobody saw a thing. Whew, I can't believe you said that on the radio.
You know, I've talked about that. I told you that my son was conceived in a college dorm.
If you said it, I didn't think you were serious.
Okay, well, that's the second time. Listeners can confirm this.
Oh, my God.
Our dedicated listeners can confirm this. Yes, he has said this before.
Woo! Okay. Well, that tells you more about MTSU than is in their promotional materials.
It has not been in the fundraising.
If your kid is graduating in May and they're planning on going to MTSU in August, just know that G Unit has been there.
Yep.
And your funk is all over the place. Yep. Apparently,
I've made amends.
By the way, also 39 years ago, besides Rat Out of the Cellar, the Scorpions released their 9th album, Love at First Sting, which included Rock You Like a Hurricane,
yes, sir.
Still Loving You, and Big City Nights. That's my favorite Scorpion song.
Big City Nights. Really?
Yep. That's my favorite Scorpion song. Yours?
Probably Rocky Like a Hurricane.
Well, that's the easy answer.
Well, it's the truth, though.
Your favorite Rat song would
Round and Round? Yep.
Okay.
What was it? They had another song.
Well, I mean, that was not their first album. I mean, yes.
Lay It Down was one.
Lay It Down was on their second album.
You mentioned Way Cool Jr. before.
That was on their third album?
1989 release.
Apparently. I think that was their third album. And I don't remember the name of the album. Way Cool Jr.
Man.
That's Way Cool Jr. is when Rat added a saxophone.
Okay.
And everybody thought it was weird. If they hadn't had that naked woman in that video, that never would have been a hit. Never would have been a hit. You know, you got a bad song and you're trying to change directions with where your band's going and you're not really sure, just throw a naked woman in it and it'll be fine. Slip of the Lip. I saw you go by Slip of the Lip. That was on their second album.
Slip of the Lip.
Yep. Dancing Undercover.
Dancing Undercover.
Yep. That was number 2.
Slip of the Lip.
I think that might be my
Way
favorite.
Cool Jr. number 5. Wanted Man number 4.
Yep.
Back for More number 3. Lay It Down number 2.
That's a good one.
Round and Round.
Yeah, there you go.
Rat's kind of one of those bands that it kind of fell by the wayside after a while, but when you go back and listen to it.
Well, of course it did.
If you're a headbanger, you're like, yeah, I want to crank this up on my Sparkomatic 6x9s.
They had great hooks.
Yeah.
They weren't really a metal band. It was like pop metal because they had such great hooks. Mm-hmm. Great hooks. And so it was like pop metal, but man, they were good.
How many Rat cassette tapes did you have?
All of them. All of them.
I think I had to have like multiple copies of them because I would wear them out.
Even when DVDs came and surpassed cassette tapes, I had Detonator on CD.
Really?
I don't know where it is now, but I had it at the time.
But you do have the very first album that you ever bought on vinyl.
Yes, I still have it.
The Police Synchronicity.
It's in my cabinet in my house right now.
So I remember.
Still have that.
I remember when we talked about it.
Still have that. Yep. All right, so that's where we start. It's 6:45 already.
Well, we
haven't done anything.
We screwed up sports because we talked about sports for 30 minutes.
Well, I'm making some cash money. Actually, I'm not, but
all $5.
I'm making more than cash money. I'm making cred.
Street cred.
I'm making cred, bruh. I'm making cred on this bracket. All right, 6:46. We'll do more. Sports is coming up with G Unit right after this.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Baby back, dressed in black, silver buttons all down her back. Hello, tipsy toe. She broke a needle and she can't sew. Walking the dog. Just a walking bird dog.
Speaking of which, here's G-Unit with sports this morning. What do you got for us?
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by An Evening with the Rocket. The Rocket, Roger Clemens, is coming to Jackson on April the 13th at Meridian Baptist Church. He'll be talking about his 24-year Major League career with the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the Astros, and winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. This is to benefit the Trey Lindsay Scholarship Foundation. For ticket or sponsorship information, call 731-217-7187. The number again, 731-217-7187. Also want to say thank you to Gene Langley Ford. Log on to GeneLangleyFord.com. Southeastern Termite and Pest Control, Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, we talked about this ad nauseum to start the show.
Yes, we did.
The Final Four is set for the men's NCAA championship in MM. We can't say that.
Oh, that's right.
But I heard Dan say it, though. What's the difference between us and Dan?
Well, because he doesn't know. And when they serve papers, we're free and clear.
He's the one doing time in prison?
He's going to the clink, man. He's wrapped up. He's done. But not us, because we know. He don't know.
I want his.
He doesn't
if
know.
he goes to prison, I want his convertible.
He's got a convertible?
That's what he told me. I wonder if he's lying.
I've never seen him drive a convertible.
The Final Four is set. San Diego State will take on Florida Atlantic in the first semifinal matchup, followed by Miami and UConn. That'll be this coming Saturday.
Oh, brother.
And Greg and I are on completely sides of the ladder.
Yes, we are.
And it's okay for him to be wrong. He's picking.
Hey, I ain't been wrong so far. I mean, I'm number 3. I'm number 3 in my pool, my bracket.
Number 3 out of 3. So there's only 3 in your pool.
No, wait a minute.
Are there more than that?
Hang on. Let me see.
So Greg is picking Florida Atlantic to take
21.
on.
There's 21 people.
That's a lie.
There's 21. Look, I'm looking at it right now.
I am too. There's 3.
There's 21 people. And look who's number 3.
1, 2, 3. I see 3. Greg is picking Florida Atlantic and UConn in the championship game. I'm heading with the Aztecs in Miami. Greg picks the Huskies to win, and I'm rolling with the Aztecs. Now,
all right, man.
That's not the only basketball action going on.
No, it is not. Here we go.
Women's tournament is also going on.
And that is hot as a rocket right there.
And the LSU Lady Tigers have punched their ticket to the Final Four. They beat Miami 54-42. How about the Hurricanes? The Hurricanes had 2 teams in the Elite 8.
What is going on in Cape Coral? Is that where?
Coral Gables.
Coral Gables.
Apparently,
what's going on there?
I guess what they were spending their money on when it comes to football, they're now spending some money on basketball.
Well, that's apparently that was a good move.
Congratulations to the Hurricanes. They had 2 teams in the Elite 8. They've got 1 in the Final Four. LSU beat the Lady Hurricanes 54-42 the other day. They will take on the winner of Virginia Tech and Ohio State. They play tonight at 8 p.m. on ESPN. Iowa, the Lady Hawkeyes, they beat Louisville 97-83 to punch their ticket to the women's Final Four. They will take on the winner of South Carolina and Maryland. And I'm going to say it now, an all-SEC matchup for the marbles in the women's tournament. I'm picking LSU and South Carolina in the final game with the Lady Gamecocks cashing it all in.
You know, the Lady Vols, and I'll give them props. They had a run back in the 90s.
Sure did.
And, I mean, they could not be stopped.
They set the standard.
Yes, they absolutely did. And, of course, the Lady Yukons from Connecticut were right there with them.
Right.
You know, and it seemed like they were always button heads.
Yep.
But the Lady Vols seemed to always come out on top, usually. There were a couple of years there where UConn came out on top, but essentially the Lady Volunteers ruled that realm.
Yes, sir.
And now South Carolina is doing it.
Yep.
You cannot deny what South Carolina, the Lady Gamecocks, which is kind of an oxymoron, if you will. But anyway, they're getting it done and have gotten it done in the past several years. They're always there, and they're there again this year.
They are a powerhouse.
They are.
Congratulations to the folks in Columbia. In local sports, in baseball today, Southside will be hosting Ripley, and the Lady Hawks will be hosting Liberty in softball, both of those games at the Hawks Nest today. So if you're looking for some diamond action, head on out to South Jackson and check out the Hawks and the Lady Hawks. They're both at home today. This morning's sports brought to you by Cambridge Men's Clothiers. Jackson State Community College.
Right next door.
Right here at News Talk 96.5 World Headquarters. Jackson State Community College, plan your future and map it out at jscc.edu. Your nudes will be better. Your moods will be better at advanced. It's Monday morning.
You can't help it. You can't help it. She says nudes.
It's what
she says nudes. She says nudes. You know it. I know it. Everybody listening knows it. She says nudes. It's nudes. Her nudes are better. Her nudes are better. And we're all better for it.
Your nudes will be better with Advanced Rehab BioTE, Precision Auto Body in Milan, Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good enough for your house.
Awesome.
Pop's Music, and Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
All right, we're right up against the top of the hour. When we come back after the top of the hour and after we take care of business, we are going to talk about the best country songs about dogs.
Huh. Okay.
Do you have a favorite? I didn't know this was a genre. I didn't know this was a category. But now that I think about it, there are country songs about dogs, and we're going to go through some of the top ones, and we'll see if we agree.
All right.
I'm not sure I've heard all of these, or maybe even any of these. Well, the first one, yes, I've heard the first one, and number 5. I've heard number 1 and number 5, 2, 3, 4. I've never heard. That I know of. But yes, for dog lovers, because we had the dog show in town over the weekend.
Yes. Yep.
We had the dog show over the weekend. Hotels were filled with dog people coming from all over the Mid-South and even further.
Yep.
And even further, because this is for points. If you win here, you get the points, and you add those up, and you can advance.
It's a big deal.
So people come here to get those points for their dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had purebred dog?
No, sir.
I had one. It was a Basset Hound. And when it was an amateur contest, we entered him, and he won because he was the only Basset. He was the only one there. So we had a prize-winning Basset Hound, y'all. Prize-winning Basset Hound. Row. So there's that. We'll talk about that all coming up.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's judicial reform plan igniting a firestorm of protest all across the country. Israeli newspaper editor Amir Tivan tells the BBC nationwide demonstrations are impacting every level of Israeli society.
Tens of thousands of people were out in the streets, and by midnight it was hundreds of thousands all over the country protesting and calling on the government to stop this legislation. And this morning, while it's not official yet, we are hearing reports that the Prime Minister is indeed going to announce at least a temporary halt of this legislation in light of these very widespread and impressive protests that we saw last night all over Israel.
Flights out of Israel's main international airport grounded in protest. A federal disaster declaration has been approved for Mississippi, where weekend tornadoes killed at least 25 people and devastated the small town of Rolling Fork and nearby communities. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell says safety remains a key concern in the hard-hit areas.
I just really encourage everybody to remain vigilant, stay cautious. There is a lot of hazards within this debris. And unfortunately, there's been so much loss of life, which is just heartbreaking. But we often see additional injuries and additional loss of life after a disaster because of the type of hazards that are in this debris.
Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves declaring a state of emergency. The death toll is 7 in Friday's powerful explosion that leveled a chocolate factory in West Reading, Berks County, Pennsylvania. The number of fatalities rose to 7 after 2 bodies were pulled from the rubble, all of the missing now accounted for. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures up 199 points, NASDAQ futures ahead 44. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
To my newborn baby boy, the day you arrived was one of the happiest days of my life. Right up there with the day I bought my RV from that guy on the internet and insured it with Progressive. What a deal. Just know, son, I'll always be here for you. And by here, I mean in the middle of absolutely nowhere. In my RV.
Protect your baby with an RV policy from Progressive. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Australia's government is on the verge of implementing new, tougher environmental regulations.
Previously, Australia was slow to embrace policies to tackle climate change, but a series of natural disasters has led to a shift in attitudes. The most eye-catching detail in this new deal concerns more than 200 of Australia's most polluting oil, gas and mining facilities. They'll have to cut their emissions by 5% a year until 2030. The accord was agreed by the governing Labour Party and the Greens, who had been holding out for tougher legislation. The Green Party said some new fossil fuel projects would now be unviable.
The BBC's Michael Bristow. A nuclear-powered U.S. aircraft carrier and its battle group have begun exercises with South Korean warships hours after North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles. It was an apparent protest of the Allies' expanding drills. News and analysis at townhall.com. Although President Biden is on the record as being opposed to capital punishment, his administration is pushing ahead with federal executions.
An Associated Press review of dozens of legal filings shows President Biden's Justice Department is fighting just as vigorously as Donald Trump's did to uphold the sentences of death row inmates. Attorney General Merrick Garland did impose a moratorium in 2021. Although the pause is lifted, Garland has not authorized any new death penalty cases and reversed 27, but there are dozens more capital punishment cases being pursued by the Justice Department. I'm Jackie Quinn.
The Conference Board releases its monthly Consumer Confidence Report tomorrow. Analysts expect the board's closely watched Consumer Confidence Index fell this month to 101.3, down from 102.9 in February. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
who is fast and thorough and sharp as a tack. She's playing with her jewelry. She's putting up her hair.
Yep.
She's touring the facility and picking up slack.
Yeah.
I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket.
What about you, G Unit? You want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket? I'm down. I'm down.
I mentioned this before we came on the air this morning.
Did you?
No. This was, it just made me think.
Oh.
That there's somebody that we haven't mentioned in a while. A musical act.
Okay, intrigued me.
That you and I had discussed several times.
I mean, we talked about Rat and the Scorpions.
No.
Who did we leave off?
We haven't talked about this act in probably a week and a half.
Oh, well, I'm done. If it's over a week, it's a race from my memory.
No,
I only work 1 week at a time. If it's after that, I'm done.
Well, it's going to be relevant.
Yes.
Coming up in May.
Okay, you're gonna have to throw me a bone here. I don't know what you're talking about.
They're an act coming up at the Beale Street Music Festival that you and I apparently have been fascinated with, just because we didn't know who they were.
Oh, it's the Low Cut Connie.
Low Cut Connie, baby.
Low Cut Connie. Come on. What do you know about Low Cut Connie?
Nothing.
You done some homework?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you were going to throw me a bone.
I just thought about it this weekend that we have not talked about Low Cut Connie, and we didn't talk about Low Cut Connie all week last week.
Oh man, well we've got to. I mean, that's coming up the first weekend in May.
Coming up
5th through the 7th. Low Cut Connie. We got to get. Will you do some homework today? See if we can get them on.
We need
the air.
to talk to management. Say, hey, listen, we need Low Cut Connie to come on to call in.
Yeah. I mean, apparently they're going to be in town.
Yeah.
And maybe we can even get them in the studio.
Uh-oh.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
We'll just clear out all this equipment and let them just jam in here.
I mean, I'll just sweep this stuff off of the floor. I don't care.
That's what
if we
I'm
can get
talking
Low
about.
Cut Connie on the air,
Right.
Come on. All right, we're going to talk to somebody. Are you down? You down?
Listen, man, let's do it.
I want to hear from Low Cut Connie.
We have been giving them more press than probably anybody around here.
I think we are. I mean, if you can't get down with some Low Cut Connie, I don't care what they play. They could be a polka band, and I'd be down.
Just because of the name of the band.
Yes. I mean, they could play accordion music. I'd be like, oh, Low Cut Connie, bring it, honey. Bring it.
But I think when we first read the lineup, you thought that they were like a girl band, and I thought they were a rap group. And we were both wrong.
Now I'm in love with them.
I know it.
I can't name a song that they do.
Nope.
But I'm in love with them. I dig it.
Just because of the name of the band.
Low Cut Connie.
Low Cut Connie. And we didn't mention them all week last week.
Well, I apologize because they deserve it.
To Low Cut Connie and their publicist and their team of publicists.
They're headlining at the Beale Street Music Festival.
They will be there.
They're headlining one of the stages.
Since we talk about them so much, I wonder if they could probably get us some backstage passes.
You know, I was in Memphis this weekend and was downtown, and I don't know how they're going to pull that off. That place is a wreck still. Tom Lee Park.
They have 1 month to get it right.
Last year they did it at the old fairgrounds around the Liberty Bowl, the Coliseum, where the old fairground, Tim McCarver Stadium, where all that was, you know, and that's where they did it last year, and it was a bust. And most of that was because of the COVID overspill, and, you know, nobody knew still last year about it, and so it was a bust. And they lost a lot of money, and I know that. But this year they're moving it back down to the river at Tom Lee Park. But it looks like they're planting radishes down there. I mean, I have no idea how they're going to get that place ready for a music festival.
Man.
Here's what I anticipate, which is in this year, my anticipation is no different than any other year that it's not at Tom Lee Park, but expect mud.
Memphis in May Mud Festival.
Yeah, but that's what it usually is. It always rains and there's always mud. So here's to you. You want to move it down to Tom Lee Park and have people trampling all over your radishes and potatoes and whatever. Here's to you.
Wear your thigh-high rain boots down there.
Anyway, yes, Low Cut Connie will be there. Meanwhile, it is 51 degrees here at the Jingling Ford Studios here in Midtown. It feels like 51. Get my mouse working here. It is still 51 under fair skies officially at the airport, McKellar-Sipes Regional. That's the official National Weather Service reporting station. 51 there as well. Today, we will see sunny skies and a high near 65 degrees.
We'll take
today.
it.
That's not bad. And there's no mention of wind. You'll have some light and variable winds, but no strong winds, no wind advisory, no gust as high as blah, blah, blah. None of that.
Talking about the winds from the other night, there were 3 trees down on my road, 3 trees in about a span of maybe not even half a mile. And one of them was a gigantic pine tree.
I was nervous all weekend.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I was nervous all weekend.
And in one of our neighbors' yards, and it's probably a 100-foot tall pine tree. This thing is gigantic. Fortunately, it didn't hit anything. Neither of those 3 trees, because me and my lady were out checking them out the other day.
Oh, is that what y'all were doing?
Well, it's one of the
checking the trees. Is that what we're calling it now?
One of the
checking
things
the trees.
We were looking at the damage. Yes,
G
unfortunately.
Unit was checking the trees this weekend, y'all.
One of them was almost directly across from my house.
Y'all are freaky.
So, and it split a tree in half, a tree that had been there since when I was a little kid. So anyway, that, and then probably 3 doors down is where that gigantic pine tree fell. And then probably, I don't know, another 5 or 6 houses down on the same side of the road that I'm on, a tree that was probably 50 feet tall, and it looked like it twisted it around like a popsicle stick and just bent it right over.
I thought you was going to say something about a crosscut saw.
Well, no.
I'm your crosscut saw. Let me drag you across my log.
It was not pleasant because that night was pretty scary, and it howled like nobody's, like all get out. And
it was nasty Friday.
It was.
It really was. It really was.
Yep.
I had an unfortunate incident in Memphis over the weekend, Friday night, because of the weather. But I won't get into that because I was not a crosscut saw when that happened.
Friday night was
I'm
rough.
a crosscut saw, baby. Let me drag me across your lawn.
Yep. And I saw some of that on Facebook. Some other friends had trees down by their house.
That tragic tornado tore through central Mississippi, killed 23 people.
Horrible.
23 people. Absolutely horrible. We won't have that today. Sunny skies in the forecast, high near 65. Tonight, increasing clouds, low around 43. Tomorrow, cloudy, then becoming mostly sunny afternoon with a high near 60. Frosty tomorrow night. Areas of frost, expect that throughout the reporting area, areas of frost. Otherwise, mostly clear Tuesday night with a low around 34. Then Wednesday morning, the areas of frost, expect that when you walk out your door. Otherwise, Wednesday, sunny with a high near 62.
We'll take it again.
But we're not out of cold weather yet. We're not out of it.
I'm really ready to get out, and me and my centerfold, we went to Lowe's.
Here we go.
We were looking at stuff to buy at Lowe's.
Here we go.
To plant.
Y'all went to Lowe's to pick out plants.
That's one of the things.
This must be serious.
Well, we're doing more than that. Here's what she bought.
I'm a crosscut saw.
She bought.
Baby, drag me across your lawn.
A mini greenhouse, and we set it out on the back deck. And you water these little things, and it expands. Once they get nice and moist, you stick the seeds down in it.
Are we talking about plants?
Yes. You asked. You asked what we did at Lowe's.
What?
That's one of the things we did at Lowe's.
Come on, knock it off. All right, so when we come back, we have the best country songs about dogs. You got a dog?
I do not have a dog.
I don't have a dog, but I did have one some years ago. It was a Basset Hound. Loved that dog. Great dog.
I know its name.
Yes. I mean, it was a great dog. Loved that dog. He has been long gone. But when I see these songs, when I hear these songs, it just takes me back. I love my dog.
Hey, if you're out there listening, text us and let us know what your dog's name is.
Yeah. Your favorite dog. Because right. I've had other dogs since my favorate dog. They weren't my favorite dog. Actually, they were her dogs, and just wasn't a thing. I mean, I didn't like them. They didn't like me. It was kind of pitiful, to be honest. But couldn't help. But anyway, favorite dog songs, best country songs about dogs, coming up. Right here on 96.5 FM, News Talk 96.5.com. G-Unit, Greg Wood in the studio with you. This is Daybreak on a Monday.
Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more. There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Jean Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at JeanLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The Memphis Grizzlies play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk, West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
I'm standing at the crossroads in life, and I don't know where to go. You know you got my heart, babe, but my music's got my soul. Let me play it one more time. I'll tell the truth and make it rhyme, and hope they understand me. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I die before I wake, feed Jake. He's been a good dog, my best friend, right through it all. If I die before I wake, feed Jake.
Man, that almost brings tears to my eyes. Best dog songs.
Bums and hookers everywhere.
Okay, not that part. Not that part either. What a great song! Love it.
Some say he's worthless, just let him be. I for one would have to disagree, and so would their mamas.
Oh my God.
Now I lay me down to sleep and pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I die before I wake, feed Jake.
Oh man.
He's been a good dog.
He's been a good dog.
My best friend.
The best country songs about dogs. That's number one. Okay. That's number one.
Feed Jake.
Pirates of the Mississippi, Feed Jake, came out in 1991 and ended up being their biggest hit.
Man.
Their biggest hit, Feed Jake. Man. If I die before I wake, feed Jake. Somebody feed Jake. He was a good dog. So we had the dog show in town over the weekend. It's appropriate that we have this list this morning.
It's a big deal when that dog show comes to town.
Well, years ago, it was an amateur match, and there were no points involved. So if you just had a dog, you could just enter him.
Throw him in the back of the pickup truck.
If some Heinz 57 mutt, you could put him in and nobody cared.
Come on, Jake.
Yep, exactly. But now it's a point show. It's an AKC registered point show. So if you place and win a ribbon or whatever, I don't know how it's really done, but if you win your group or category or best of show or best of group or whatever, you can advance to the next show.
It looks like it was a big. If you look at some of those RVs that were parked there,
oh my word!
I'm ready to move out of my house and into one of those.
The fairgrounds was lit up, and I'm not talking about Meemaw's trailer they pulled in there. No, this was up notch, man.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they brought the heat to the fairgrounds for these dogs. I mean, it's a real big deal for to be in that competition, and it's a competition.
Some of those dogs are living better than you and I are.
They're not pets, by the way.
Yeah,
they're not pets. I mean, they are there to show up and show out, and they do. And we had them in this town over the weekend for the dog show at the fairgrounds over the weekend. It was a point show, the AKC. It was a point show for the AKC. So if you won whatever your group or category or whatever. And then, there's always a best of show. So if you win, you get to advance to a bigger show. And the Super Bowl of the dog shows is the one at Madison Square Garden.
Right.
The AKC Westminster Kennel Club dog show. And they have it at Madison Square Garden. I don't think they did over COVID. I think they moved it because they were afraid their dogs were going to get COVID. Did dogs get COVID?
I don't know.
No, they didn't. But the handlers and the owners and the people were afraid of COVID. Dogs didn't know anything about it. They were like, look, man, I got my hair parted. I'm here.
Fifi wasn't worrying about it.
No, absolutely not. But National Puppy Week was last week as well.
Okay.
And I didn't know that. Usually on National Puppy Week, I post a picture of my old Basset Hound. Hobbs. I usually throw him up on Facebook on National Puppy Day when he was a pup. We got him when he was 5 weeks old.
Man.
And he would trip over his ears.
Bless his heart.
I know. He walked on his ears, and he would trip himself when he was little. He got a little taller, but not much. But yeah, I had a Basset Hound for 12 or 13 years. He was a good dog. Feed Hobbs. But here's a fun leftover from National Puppy Day last week, and because we had the dog show in town over the weekend. Everything Nash, which I assume means Nashville, Everything Nash ranked the best songs about dogs, the best country songs about dogs.
All right.
Their top 3 are Feed Jake, which we played, by Pirates of the Mississippi. Feed Jake, followed by Blake Shelton's version of Old Red. Do you know that one?
I do not.
Even the original. Who did the original? Blake Shelton's version of Old Red came in at number 2, followed by The More Boys I Meet by Carrie Underwood. The More Boys I Meet by Carrie Underwood came in at number 3 as the 3rd best country song about dogs. Do you know that one?
I do not.
I do not either. So here's how Everything Nash ranked the dog songs. You ready?
All right.
Feed Jake, Pirates of the Mississippi, which we just played a segment of, came out in 1991, ended up being their biggest hit. And I remember that being on radio. In fact, I think I was in country radio at the time, and I'm pretty sure I played that song.
Make you want to bawl when you hear it.
It's tough, man. It's tough. Number 2 is Old Red by Blake Shelton. Came out in 2002. George Jones did it in 1990. And Kenny Rogers also covered it in 1993. Do we know that song?
I don't know why we don't know that song.
Kenny Rogers, George Jones, and Blake Shelton.
That's some pretty strong names right there, singing the same song. Apparently there's something to that Old Red song.
I'm thinking the George Jones version is going to be the best.
Oh, man.
You think?
I don't know.
I mean, we know what he did with He Stopped Loving Her Today, and if he starts singing about a dog, we're all going to be bawling out loud. That was number 2, followed by, we said The More Boys I Meet by Carrie Underwood from 2007. And it only makes the list because there's one line in the song, apparently, that goes, the more boys I meet, the more I love my dog. And that made the list? Come on. Number 4 was Like My Dog by Billy Currington. I don't even know what that is or who that is. And then My Dog and Me by John Hyatt. And I do remember that one. I'm a big fan of John Hyatt. And so I do remember My Dog and Me. So those are the top 5 best country songs about dogs. Let's give this Old Red by George Jones a listen. Lord. You want to? Here we go. Get your Kleenex. I don't need it yet. Old Red, George Jones, 1990. 1990.
Here it comes.
Cause
left my wife with another man.
Uh-oh.
Now I'm doing 99.
This don't sound like a dog song.
At a prison down in Georgia.
I think I've heard this song before. It was on another list, not the dog list.
For 12 long years, and I finally made the warden my friend. So he sentenced me to a life of ease, taking care of old Red.
Oh, it was a prison dog.
Old Red, he's the dangest dog this old boy has ever seen.
Okay.
He's got a nose that can smell a 2-day trail. Lord, he's a 4-legged dragging machine.
Oh, it's a hound dog.
Just consider yourself mighty lucky to get past the gators and the quicksand beds. But all these years that I've been here, ain't nobody got past Red.
There we go.
Oh, hear the warden say, come on, somebody, why don't you run? Old Red's itching to have a little fun. Get my lantern, get my gun.
Here we go.
Red'll have a treat for the morning come.
The number 2 best country song about dogs. Number 1 was Feed Jake by Pirates of the Mississippi. That's Old Red by George Jones. He did it first back in 1990. Kenny Rogers also covered it in 1990. What is the Kenny Rogers version of it? Hang on.
We heard enough of it with the George Jones
Here's
version.
Kenny Rogers. This was 1993. Same song. I can't wrap my...
My wife with another man cost me 99. Down in the Georgia prison, close to the Florida line.
All right, so this or George?
I'd have to say Kenny Rogers because George Jones makes me want to pull my hair out.
You don't like the opossum?
Man.
Come on, man.
George Jones is drinking whiskey and getting in a fight music.
Remember when he got pulled over drunk for driving his lawnmower?
Which time?
No-show Jones. No-show Jones. All right, so that's Kenny Rogers.
Didn't he no-show in Jackson one time?
Yes. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Nobody got past Red.
All right, so, and then Blake Shelton did it in 2002. Here's his version.
Oh, no. Please, no.
You don't like Blake Shelton?
No, it's just the same song.
I just want to hear it. I mean, nobody did Feed Jake but Pirates of the Mississippi, and they made it a hit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember.
My wife with another man, and it cost me 99.
I'm not listening anymore of that. That's horrible.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yes, I'm not listening anymore of that. The More Boys I Meet by Carrie Underwood. Like My Dog by Billy Currington. You know that one?
Nope.
All right, let's see.
Please, no. Listen.
I want to hear it.
You didn't play Round and Round by Rat. We talked about that.
My Dog. I want to hear the dog songs, dude.
We haven't heard Low Cut Connie in a couple of weeks.
We're going to do Low Cut Connie. Here's Like My Dog.
Oh, no.
Well, do you know this? I've never heard this. I don't even know who this is.
I don't know what
Billy
it is.
Currington. I never heard of it.
None
Tells
of it.
me that he's sick of this house. He never says, why don't you get off that couch?
Oh, I can't listen. That's going to make me cry. I'll have to listen to that when we're off here.
You'll be missing Hobbs and I'll be missing Dagwood. We'll both be crying up here on a Monday morning.
You know, I can't do dog songs. I certainly can't do dog movies.
Listen, folks are just trying to drive to work right now, and we're depressing them.
I know, but
dog.
I think I'm uplifting. I think we're uplifting people because we're making them think about their dogs.
All right.
We love our dogs.
We do. Yep.
We love our dogs.
Yep. I miss Dagwood a lot. Yep.
Yeah. But I can't listen to that. I'll have to listen to it in the car and roll up the windows and lay down the seat, pull the shades, and know, and just bawl my eyes out. I can't listen to that kind of stuff.
Dagwood used to take my little sister for a walk.
What kind of dog was he?
He was a German Shepherd mix, and he was the literal junkyard dog.
Dagwood.
He broke his chain, I think, 3 times, and this wasn't no little chain either. Because kids in the neighborhood would pick on him and yell at him and throw rocks.
No.
And he's like, the hell with this. I'm coming after him. He broke his chain I think he broke his chain 3 times.
But he was a pet to you.
Sure.
He was a pet to you.
Little fuzzy fur ball.
Yep.
but everybody else, he was ready to kill.
The best country songs about dogs. You can check it out at Everything Nash. I guess that means Nashville. Okay. I guess best country songs, Everything Nash. You know, I'm just taking a swing here. I'm guessing that's right. But Everything Nash ranked the best songs about dogs, and we played, I think, most of them. We skipped one or two, but it's too early in the morning. Be mourning our dogs. So anyway, there you go. We got sports coming up at 7:37. G Unit's on the way with sports coming up. This is Daybreak.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
All right, so it's 6:42. We're 18 away from the top of the hour here, Monday at daybreak, 96.5 News Talk, 965.com. Greg Wood, G Unit, in with you on this Monday morning, the 27th. 51 degrees here in Midtown at the Gene Langley Ford Studios. 51 at the airport as well. Sunny skies today, a high near 65. So they're shooting a new movie. It's one of the new Lord of the Rings movies. I thought they were done with that.
And there were 3, right?
I don't know. Are you into that kind of crap?
No,
I'm not.
My son and my niece, they were Harry Potter kids, not Lord of the Rings kids.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm neither. I'm neither. I don't get into that fairy tale wizard netherworld kind of crap. I'm just not into it. But anyway, I thought that was over. I was hoping it was over. Apparently it's not. They're in the process of shooting the Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. Season 2. And PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, is calling on the show to stop exploiting CGI horses. That's fake horses, character-generated, animated horses. PETA is going after them because a horse died of cardiac arrest on the set. And PETA is calling on the show to stop exploiting horses. And this one was a CGI. And PETA's going after him. A fake horse. A fake horse. Let that brew just a moment.
I don't want to let it brew. I want to let it go.
Let it go. Let it go. That's ridiculous. All right, so it's 6:45 now here at News Talk 101.5. G Unit standing by to get us caught up on what's going on with sports. How's your bracket doing?
Man.
Bruh.
It's horrible. You and I are on opposite sides of the Final Four.
Well, because I'm out. I'm out. I shot out over the weekend. I'm done.
I'm predicting
But I am in third place in my bracket.
Out of 3.
Okay. Number 3.
No, you showed it to me. You said there were about 21 people in your pool.
There are 21 in this particular pool. There are others that I'm involved in as well, but this is my best one.
Right.
And the best part about it is it's family. And I'm leading at number 3.
You are in the money.
Yeah. I'm going to be getting some phone calls. All right, sports. Here we go. G Unit, you're up. What's up?
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by An Evening with the Rocket. The Rocket, Roger Clemens, is coming to Jackson on April 13th at Meridian Baptist Church to benefit the Trey Lindsay Scholarship Foundation. He'll be talking about his Hall of Fame 24-year career that featured 354 wins and over 4,600 strikeouts. He was an 11-time All-Star and won 2 World Series with the Yankees. You can hear all about it.
The Rocket.
Coming up on April the 13th. For ticket or sponsorship info, call 731-217-7187. The number again, 731-217-7187. Also, thank you for this morning's sports sponsorship from Gene Langley Ford. Log on to GeneLangleyFord.com. Southeastern Termite and Pest Control, and Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, not only basketball was in action this past weekend, the racing folks the NASCAR was out in Austin at the Circuit of the Americas, the road race course. Tyler Reddick took home the win. Kyle Busch finished second. Alex Bowman was third. Ross Chastain was fourth. And William Byron came in fifth. Also, the NHRA was in Phoenix this weekend. Justin Ashley took home the win in Top Fuel. Robert Height won Funny Car. You know who he had to race in one of the eliminations?
John Force.
John Force.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about that matchup?
John Force.
Not only are they teammates,
yes,
but John Force is Robert Height's father-in-law.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Really?
Robert Height is married to one of John Force's daughters.
Really?
How did you think he got the job driving?
Touche.
But if it were me, I would have probably taken a dive and let the boss and my father-in-law win the race.
No, you always have to show up your father-in-law
to keep it in the family.
You just have to.
So
who's the man here? Are you the man or am I the man?
Well, there you go.
You have to do that.
So yeah, I'm sure that made for a little bit of a touchy subject in elimination in their pits this past weekend. Robert Hyde won Funny Car.
Wow.
And in Pro Stock, Camry Caruso became just the second woman to win an NHRA Pro Stock national event. The first was Erica Enders. Caruso is now the second woman to win a national event in Pro Stock, and she is only, I believe, 23 or 24 years old, so she may be around for a long time. She is a rising star in
You
NHRA
a fan of Pro Stock?
I do like Pro Stock.
That's my least favorite.
Well, because the cars, they look similar.
They do. They look like you're racing your mom Oldsmobile.
No.
Yes. Well, they used to roll out Oldsmobile Cutlasses.
I had an Oldsmobile Cutlass.
And they would roll them out at Pro Stock, and I'm like, you cannot be serious.
Yeah, they did.
I know. I just never
Warren
cared
Johnson
for it.
kicked a lot of butt in Pro Stock.
Yes, he
in
did.
An Oldsmobile
yes,
Cutlass.
he did. Yes, I that's why I brought that up.
And the cool thing about Warren Johnson is 1 year when he won the national event in Memphis, he invited my mother into the winner's circle because I was a photographer at the time, and I said, hey, I've got somebody who's a big fan of yours. Can she sit in there for just a couple of pictures? He invited my mother into the winner's circle, Warren Johnson and his wife, and I thought it was one of the coolest things ever.
So you're a shutterbug, you think?
I was. I've had publishing credits in 6 different publications.
What you shoot? What do you shoot? Camera.
Right now, I've got a Nikon.
Good for you. Word. I'm a Nikon guy.
And my centerfold.
I'm a Nikon guy.
My centerfold, she's got a Nikon too. Hers is nicer than mine. She has a Nikon D9.
Nice.
Mine is a Nikon, I think, 3200.
I think I've got a 3200.
They had a package come out. I think it was at Walmart one for about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah,
it was a really good Black Friday deal, so I think I bought it.
I think mine is older than the 3200.
She's got a D9, and it is
the D9s are like the standard.
Yep. So congratulations to Camry.
Way to go, Nikon and Cameron. What's her face?
Camry Caruso, the second woman to win an NHRA Pro Stock national event. The future is very bright for that young lady. IndyCar will be back in action this coming weekend at the Texas Motor Speedway. Joseph Newgarden is the defending champion. And Formula One will also be back in action this weekend with the Australian Grand Prix at Melbourne, Australia.
Did you watch any of the Formula One over the weekend from Austin?
NASCAR was in Austin. I caught just maybe a minute of the truck race there, and I was surprised because
there was some Formula One on this weekend. Where was that? I thought that was in Austin.
No, that wasn't this weekend.
Okay. Well, I watched some Formula One. I thought it was in Austin. I don't know where it was, but I watched it. It was on this weekend.
Also, and this news is just a little bit late, but I also wanted to send a big shout out to a couple of young folks over at Northside High School. Malik Curry was selected as the Northside High School Male Athlete of the Year. Curry played for the Northside High School Indians team, and he was an absolute terror when it comes to shot blocking. That young man, I think he's about 6'7", and Dan and I covered some of their games when they played Southside, and he is a fantastic young basketball player. Congratulations to him. Also to the Female Athlete of the Year, Kirsten Beard. She played on the women's basketball team for Northside. She was selected as the Northside High School Female Athlete of the Year. So congratulations to both of those young people.
Absolutely.
This morning's sports brought to you by Lifeline Voice and Data, Cambridge Men's Store right here on North Island, right next to the News Talk 96.5 World Headquarters. Jackson State Community College, plan your future at jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab Bio-T, your moods
Thank you.
will be better.
Thank you for getting that right this time.
Precision,
although the other time was perfect. Cred. You got cred after that.
Thank you, bro.
Back you up.
Precision Auto Body in Milan. Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good enough for your house. Pops Music and Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
6:52 the time, 51 degrees on the outside at 96.5.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Walker Talks with Chuck Walker. Weekdays 10 to 1. Only on 96.5 FM. News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalkWTN.com.
I don't know the words to this song.
It's not karaoke.
But I like it.
It's not karaoke, man.
Because it's rap.
Why are we playing this?
Because I used to blast this in the dormitory.
It was on this date back in 1983.
That's right.
84.
84.
It was 39 years ago. Right?
Sounds right. Yes, 39 years ago.
Yeah, 39 years ago, they released this album, Out of the Cellar. This is rap. This was their big hit.
Man.
You know, and I still hear it on some classic rock stations.
Absolutely.
Every now and then.
Yep.
Every now and then. Even here in Jackson, the classic rock station will throw this out every now and then. But especially if you're in Memphis or Nashville or Birmingham or Atlanta or wherever, Little Rock, if you're anywhere around, I mean, you hear it.
Yeah,
it still gets radio played to this day.
I've got it downloaded on my USB drive on my truck.
Wait a minute. You have a playlist on a USB drive?
Yes, I do.
How long have you had a USB drive? I mean, who does that?
On this particular, since I had this radio input in my truck, I guess probably 3 years.
Oh my word! I haven't used a USB drive since I was like 12.
I don't want to pay for a Spotify account.
Why?
It's $10.
That's what I'm using. That's what this is right now.
You told me. Yeah.
That's what this is right now. Playing it off my iPad.
Yep.
Spotify. It's like $12 a month, which is what you'd pay back in the day for a CD or an album. You'd pay $12 for one of those. How many of those did you buy in a month? How much did you spend on music back in the day when you were having to buy physical media?
Oh, man.
More than $12 a month, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Much more than $12. See, I got $12 a month. I got this. All I want. I want.
Here's the thing, though.
Yep.
If I got a Spotify account, I'd have to drop one of my other monthly subscriptions.
Oh, well, save that. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I cannot imagine what your other subscriptions are. Prescriptions. Can't that too. Can't imagine what your other subscriptions are that you wouldn't want to let go of for Spotify. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. A new study has found that smelling a stranger's BO might help with social anxiety. Do you suffer from social anxiety? I don't see you doing that. I don't see you.
No, not really.
Yeah, I don't. Nor do I.
There are just times when I just want to be left alone. But
well, sure. I mean, that's like me all the time. But if I got to be on, I can hype myself up
absolutely.
And be on.
We can turn.
I mean, I do this every day.
It's like a light switch.
Yeah, I mean, I do this every day. This is not me.
No,
me is sitting at home in my recliner in my underwear. That's the real me. You're just getting this version of me.
That's a good thing.
Well, actually, I'm sitting here in my underwear, but you don't know that because it's radio. Anyway,
here we go.
A new study found. Oh man, we're not going to get to it. We'll do it tomorrow. See ya.
96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Reports that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu may be set to put his controversial judicial reform plan on hold. In Jerusalem, the BBC's Anna Foster says the plan has plunged the country into chaos, triggering huge nationwide demonstrations.
Many people in this country see these changes as really affecting the bedrock of Israel's democracy. And that's why Benjamin Netanyahu finds himself in such a difficult position. There was this plan to address the nation, which has now been postponed while he holds talks with various Israeli lawmakers. He's got the other members of his own coalition to try and keep happy. Then you have on the streets tens of thousands of people. I was with protesters in Jerusalem until 3 o'clock here this morning, and they were absolutely determined that they would not back down in trying to get this legislation not paused, but stopped.
Flights out of Israel's main international airport have been grounded in protest. Attention now turning to recovery in tornado-ravaged Mississippi. Weekend storms killed at least 25 people, causing widespread damage in and around the small town of Rolling Fork. Authorities believe all of the missing now accounted for following Friday's explosion. It reduced a chocolate factory to rubble in West Reading, Pennsylvania. The death toll there is 7. A helicopter crash claiming the lives of 2 Baton Rouge, Louisiana police officers.
The FAA and their investigators will be leading this investigative process. We're asking the community to be respectful of the investigative process, because it does take time.
Baton Rouge Police Chief Murphy Paul talking with WBRZ TV. He is requesting prayer for police officers and for the families of the 2 who were lost in yesterday's crash near Port Allen. Watching Wall Street, Dow futures up 219 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Miss Prager here. Sue and I mean it when we say dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much, and there's nothing like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens, RUFF, because we want them to feel healthy and be with us as long as possible. I know Charlie Kirk feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. I rely on my trusted furry friend, Mr. Briggs, who's an absolute machine, and he relies on me to provide what's best for him. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens, not a dog food, but a supplement full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, and omega oils that Mr. Briggs absolutely needs and loves. Trying Rough Greens for your dog just makes sense.
Greetings, Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here. I'm honored that the Pragers and Charlie trust their dog's health to Rough Green. I'm so confident that Rough Green can help your dog too that I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, dog food is dead food, but it doesn't have to be. Go to ruffgreens.com.
Company and affiliates.
Leaders of India's main opposition party are holding nationwide protests against the disqualification of their leader from parliament.
As soon as proceedings commenced in the lower house, some Congress party MPs rushed towards the speaker's chair, tore up their parliamentary papers and hurled them at the speaker, Om Birla. Mr. Birla adjourned proceedings immediately, saying he wanted to run the house with dignity. Most opposition MPs wore black, some had their mouths covered with black bands. In the upper house, MPs from the governing BJP and Congress party raised loud chants against each other's leaders. The Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, who chairs the upper chamber, also adjourned proceedings, citing disorder from both sides.
The BBC's Sanjay Dasgupta. A suicide bomber is struck near the foreign ministry in the Afghan capital, killing at least 6 people and wounding about a dozen others, that according to a local hospital and the police chief. News and analysis, townhall.com. Some Brazilians upset over an amusement attraction.
Some 200 demonstrators gathered beneath Rio de Janeiro's world-famous Sugarloaf Mountain to protest the ongoing construction of zip lines aimed at boosting tourism, alleging it will cause unacceptable impacts. The 4 steel lines will run over the forest between Sugarloaf and Urca Hill, and riders will reach speeds of 62 miles an hour. Inauguration is scheduled for the second half of this year, and an online petition to halt works has been signed by almost 11,000 people. The UN's Heritage Center named it a World Heritage Site in 2012. Ron DeRockster reporting.
There's word this morning that North Carolina-based First Citizens will buy Silicon Valley Bank, the tech industry-focused financial institution that collapsed earlier this month. It's a deal that could serve to reinsure investors at a time of shaken confidence in the banking industry. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn and Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn and Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring forward?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling."
And carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Jean Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at JeanLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 the 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. NewsTalkWTN.com and 96.5 FM. It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, NewsTalkWTN.com.
He's a showboat. He's a grandstander. You know that. I know that. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. And he went out and bought a big yacht. And he had a very interesting life.
Live from Jackson in the heart of West Tennessee, this is the Dan Reeves Show.
He is a sick puppy.
things winding down. What a comeback. It's the biggest win in Hurricane Hoops history. Miami heading to the Final Four for the first time. For the first time in school history, San Diego State is going to the Final Four. Dan Hurley is taking his UConn team to the 6th Final Four in the history of the Connecticut Huskies.
This is not headline news. Chevy announced they're going to stop making the Camaro. When asked to comment, Camaro fans wiped marinara sauce from their pit-stained wife beater, doused themselves in Axe body spray, and sadly began belting out Living on a Prayer. Mark Zuckerberg and his wife welcomed their third child. Instead of baby wipes, they'll use Meta stocks. According to a new study, smelling other people's body odor could reduce social anxiety. It could also mean you're spending too much time with an Uber driver. And today is Viagra Day. If you don't take Viagra and still want to celebrate your impotence, feel free to visit your local Porsche dealer. This is not headline news.
What is today?
What's today?
Today's Monday.
What's this?
Monday morning motivation.
Motivation.
Monday.
Motivation?
Monday.
Wake up! Motivational brigade! Come through!
And not only wake up, but wake up with the mindset of being better than you were last week.
I love motivational speeches.
I'm really, really motivated.
Motivating.
Motivation for what? Showtime!
Get down, get down. 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 Get down, get down.
I'm about to go pick my baby up, and she says she is craving Fruit Loops. I cannot forget to warm up the milk because that's just the way how she likes it.
Monday morning. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous morning. Bright and sunny outside. 51 degrees. Going to be hard to beat yesterday with highs in the mid-70s today. Just a little bit cooler. We'll run down the detailed weather forecast in just a moment. My name's Dan Reeves. Love you to join me here on the program this morning. From the Gene and Langley Ford studio in Jackson, the Gene Langley Ford is at 3500 Eastern Drive in Humboldt. The dealership that service truly built. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. Now straddling Eastern Drive in Humboldt, on one side of the street is the new car division. The other side is the pre-owned division of Gene Langley Ford. Shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com. Whatever you do, car, truck, or SUV purchase, you get a lifetime warranty. Build a vehicle from the ground up, secure financing, even set service visits at GeneLangleyFord.com. Well, hope you had a good weekend and welcome back to the real world. Here is Monday morning. By the way, we got some tickets to see Roger Clemens. The Rocket is coming to Jackson Thursday, April the 13th at 6 p.m. out in Bemis at Meridian Baptist Church. We're giving away some tickets that includes dinner and a chance for you to spend some quality time with Roger Clemens, the 7-time Cy Young Award winner, coming to Jackson to speak during the Trey Lindsay Scholarship Fund. You can win tickets by logging on to our Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/News Talk 96.5, and there you'll see where you can like, share, or comment. Each time you do that, your name will be entered into a drawing to win a pair of tickets and dinner to spend an evening with Roger Clemens, coming to Jackson with the Trey Lindsay Scholarship Fund banquet. So, guys, you do that. I mean, how many times you get a chance to spend time with a Cy Young, 7-time Cy Young Award winner? No one else is. Well, Randy Johnson won 5 of those. That's the closest to Roger Clemens. An evening with the Rockets. You can also buy tickets by dialing 731-217-7187. The phone number to get in is 731-265-6496. You want to join us here on the program, 731-265-6496. That's the number to get in. Whatever's on your mind, that's what we talk about on this Monday morning. The phone presented by CWA Developments, Fire and Water Damage Restoration, Plumbing, Gutter, Roof, and Window Cleaning, Wood Repair, including privacy fence. And those wins we've had over the last month, chances are you're missing at least a section of that privacy fence. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Mexico is going to pay for it. I could be wrong.
I hear you, Dan Reeves.
Thank you. CWA Development, 731-503-9598. You can call that number Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And on Sundays for emergencies, 731-503-9598. Over 80 years experience for CWA Development. Thank you, CWA. Very much. And they're local people just doing it better. Now, that's the phone number to get in here to call the program, 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. That's the phone number. You can text the show. The text line is 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. That's the text line. Presented by Advanced Rehab and Medical, AdvancedRehabJackson.com. Call Dr. Shannon Bone. Call him now for your free consultation and to get you on the road and in that chronic pain. 731-664-6998. AdvancedRehabJackson.com. Okay, let's take a look at the weather because we got yesterday was just absolutely gorgeous. But what about today? It's a little bit cooler out there, but still, it is a gorgeous morning. I'm sure you would agree. But here's what it looks like for the rest of the day, weather-wise. 51 right now. And according to the latest, we have a Doppler. Don't want to brag, but we do have a Doppler. This afternoon, it's going to be cooler than yesterday, about 10 degrees or so cooler. 63 the forecast high today. Bright and sunny skies then tonight. We're down to 44 degrees. Tomorrow, partly sunny and 57 degrees. 35 overnight tomorrow night. Jeez. Wednesday, 58 and 39 the extremes. Under sunny skies. Thursday, 68 and 59. But it's going to be sunny. By Friday, a chance of thunder showers with a high of 71. Saturday and Sunday. Looking at this weekend, Saturday, some rain and 61 degrees. Sunday should be gorgeous again. Sunny and 70 degrees by Sunday. We've got a lot to get into this morning. We've got a lot to talk about. Whatever's on your mind, that's what we get into this morning. It's 8:21 and it's 51 degrees. Monday morning. It's March 27, 2023.
It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, News Talk WTN.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today: the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. 8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and Newstalk WTN.com.
On the text line, you can text the program. The text line number is 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. This one comes in this morning. It's asking, where could I listen to the mayoral debates? I assume the replay you're asking about. There's on our website, you visit newstalk965.com, newstalk965.com. You'll see right there events at the top of the page. And under those events, you mouse across it or click on it, you'll get a drop-down box, and you'll see the events, including the Jackson mayoral debate from last Thursday evening. You can watch the replay on demand. It's free and it's on demand. In newstalk965.com, newstalk965.com. So there you go. Also from the text line, from the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, 731-800-8398. Larry said it's going to be cloudy with a chance of these hands if you keep messing with him. Yours. Larry is our weatherman. I assume he's sleeping in this morning. He'll be in this afternoon. And then he'll run that weather forecast out in reverse for you. The phone number to get in is 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496 to join us here on the program. Get up in here. Also expect to hear from the Tennessee Highway Patrol this morning. Find out what's happening out there on the highways and the freeway system this morning. And by the way, we're steamrolling right into NBA playoff action with the Memphis Grizzlies in April. So we got a lot of Grizzly action coming your way. Tennessee men and women bounced over the weekend. Jeez.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
I love Rick Barnes, I really do. But Florida Atlantic is in the Final Four, and Tennessee is not. How close? Can you imagine if that Williams and Admiral Scarborough team? It's timing, isn't it? Jeez, what a nice road to the Final Four Tennessee had. Now, here on the program, this is where we offer you the ability to live without illusion. Totally up to you. A lot of things going on in Nashville. They're still up there. They're still working it out. The Brain Trust in Nashville. And, by the way, there's a new roundabout coming to Jackson. Did you hear about that?
Barbaric.
New roundabout on its way to Jackson. Where's it going to be? We'll let you know. And if you had a chance to watch the Jackson mayoral debate, I'd like to get your thoughts on it. Hear your thoughts. stood out to you? There could have been multiple candidates that you thought performed very well during the debate Thursday night. And our thanks to the Jackson Maniscalco school system. And what a gorgeous theater. The Jackson Northside Performing Arts Theater. Oh, that is just absolutely gorgeous. Don't you agree? I thought you would. It's behind the high school, right there by the Thurman Reynolds Stadium. And his also TikTok is kind of in the barrel right now. Are you still on TikTok? You still doing those TikTok videos? TikTok is under the gun. We're going to get to that after Facebook slammed the brakes on Trump, the Trump train. He's back up and running. And over the weekend, the talk is President Trump going to get arrested. He said that on Untruth Social. Is that what that is? What's the name of that? That he expected to be arrested last Tuesday. That didn't materialize, as they say. Now the question is anyone above the law? What do you make of all this? Is it a witch hunt? Or is it even a president or former president, in this case, face the long arm of the law? Some people say this is an attempt to break down the rule of law. And if that goes, then our country goes. So we will kind of tap into West Tennessee this morning to find out how you're feeling. Phone line, just get right to it, and you'll lead us off this segment live at the Dan Reeves Show. You're on the air. Go.
Hey, Dan. I want to comment actually on that debate. Believe it or not, I could almost care less about politics. But let me tell you, the only thing I watched on that thing is the introductions. I could not watch the rest. I do want to go back and watch the rest, but all I want to do is give my take on the introductions. The First Lady, Lyons, she came in saying that when she moved to town, this is what I remember, that she was talking about the good things that happened, that she noticed, and she could improve on that. Okay, the other guy, I think is it Woods, the second guy?
Dr. Jerry Woods, that's right.
Dr. Jerry Woods. He was very professional, very, very thoughtful, everything
He's
good.
A nice man, yes.
Yeah, I liked him a lot. Okay. I never met him, I never met any of these except I have met Conger and then Hubbard. I've met him once, I think. But anyway, okay, the second, all I said about that, Scott Conger, of course, was very professional, very like not presidential, but mayoral. He was really good. He did a good job.
He was.
Okay,
yes.
The Ray Condrey, I had heard some positive things from somebody saying that he's going to be the next great mayor. Whatever. Okay, this is just my opinion. Okay, I do not need somebody. I'm very Christian, grew up church related, but on his introduction, I don't think I want somebody that is going to be. He was complaining about the morals, or not necessarily, saying something about we need morals. Oh yes, we need more morals on it, but that seems like his agenda. We don't need somebody pushing their religion or whatever on the city. Okay, the last guy, Hubbard, which I did meet him not too long ago. He came in complaining. He said, "This place is terrible. This is just my take on it. This place is terrible. We got to fix this thing." Okay, I mean, somebody can call me prejudiced if they want. I don't care. But his attitude came across as he thinking people are prejudiced. That was just my take on it. Just his attitude coming in. Woe is me. Blah, blah, we got to change this. We got to change that. That's all I know, just from the introductions.
You're playing the victim. I got you.
Yeah. And that's just all I want to say. I don't know, I didn't watch the rest of it, so my first two would be, I don't know, like I said, I didn't watch the rest of it, Wood or Conger would be my two choices based on just the introductions. That's all. That's all I want to say. I just want to say about that.
Well, and Johnny, good to hear from you. Yeah. You ought to stop by. I don't know why you don't, but I don't want to get in an argument with you. But Johnny, it's as far as Daniel Hubbard goes, I did an interview with him. I've known him for years and years and considered him a friend. And he turned on Jody Pickens, the district attorney, was it last year or year before last? And when there was an investigation because evidently that was a toxic train wreck of paperwork at the city court clerk's office. That's Darrell's city court clerk. And by the way,
okay, I didn't recognize the name.
no
I
one,
couldn't- okay.
yeah, no one was running against him this past election. So he was just reelected.
Okay.
So Jody turned it over to the Tennessee Comptroller Office, but instead of jumping on the Comptroller Office, he attacked Jody Pickens, called him racist and all this garbage, which led to protests outside of Jody's home, his house.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I remember that. I didn't know that was with Hubbard.
Yeah, that was Hubbard. And
well,
pardon me.
we don't need any more prejudice stuff. We don't need any more. Get over it.
Division.
Let's get past it. Get over it.
Yeah, division. It's
yeah, get over the division. Yes, that's it. The division, not necessarily prejudice, but division. Yes,
right.
All division. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous, Johnny. It's childish. It's but I'm telling you, but wait, there's more. This trophy generation, these parents, these bulldozer parents, which is the latest model, they were called helicopter parents because they would hover over their children. It's everybody gets a trophy. Okay, wait till that bunch is turned loose on society. Now, what I've been reading is we're going to have an army of narcissistic personality disordered adults, and wait till you get a load of that don't have a conscience. They have never faced adversity, and then they're turned loose on us in the real world. Hello, well, I've seen the enemy, and that enemy is us, sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Geez, Johnny, I've never been a prepper, but I'm thinking about starting to load up on some, I don't know, bologna sandwiches and peanut butter and jelly, that sort of thing.
Yeah, these woods are looking really, really good right now, aren't they?
I've always said, Johnny, there's a reason why we settled the forest. I've never been attacked by a black bear sitting at the bar at the Holiday Inn. Yeah. But I'm starting to think that's the safest place to be.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
Well, go back and watch that entire debate.
Okay,
and I agree with your assessment. I like Ray Condrey, as I've said many times.
Yeah,
I worry about... there's a group of people, it seems as though they want a theocracy.
What is the? I heard you say theocracy. What is that? Like
well, it's the rule of law essentially is the Bible.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
If you look at the Middle East countries, we have religious leaders, religious zealots that run the country. That's when gays get thrown out of windows.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Kind of pick and choose the sin that they attack, sort of a thing.
Yeah.
You got to be careful what you wish for. Now, they don't say they want a theocracy. They run right up to it and smell of it, and then I say, do you want a theocracy? They say, oh, well, no, I don't want. But actually, they describe one. I'd have more respect if not Ray in particular, just general statement, if they would just come out and say it.
Yeah.
If that's what you want, have enough intestinal fortitude to say it, for crying out loud.
I've got a question for you. That intestinal fortitude, is that another definition for balls, or
Well, guts. I mean, it's awfully early for your mind to be thinking about balls. I mean, Johnny.
No, you said it.
No, I said intestinal fortitude.
I was just asking the question. I was trying to figure out what that meant.
It means you've heard somebody say that guy's got a lot of guts, right?
Oh yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing.
Intestinals, right? Intestinal fortitude.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, what else jumped out at you over the weekend? Over last week?
Oh, not much. Just my grandson got sick and stuff. Several, things like that. Just personal stuff. But everything's good. Everything's going really good.
Everything's going well, and Jeremy's steamrolling towards his license. I hear.
Yeah, he passed the test and all that stuff. So he's waiting on to get his ID number, whatever, and he's supposed to be taking over April 1st, supposedly.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yes. Is he moving back to town? Is he going to do the commute there?
Yeah, he'll commute. it's only 30, 40 minutes, about 45 minutes. It's about an hour, whatever.
That's really not that long. Now, here,
Nah.
being born and raised here in West Tennessee, we're kind of spoiled, right? If it takes more than 10 minutes to drive to work, we're out. But 30 minutes, that is not a lot of time to most of the world, right?
Yeah. When we lived in Milan and I worked in Jackson, I mean, that was the best 30 minutes of my day. The 30 minutes on the way to work. I mean, 30 minutes wasn't at all. Thinking time. Yeah. He's got a little more than that. He's got closer to an hour, but that's not bad. I mean, you don't have to get up and be here in town at 6 o'clock in the morning. People don't get up usually that time talking to you about insurance and stuff. We're talking about a test on fortitude at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well, are you getting a handle on flying that drone?
Flying that drone? Yeah. I'm getting ready to take the FAA test and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good on it. I flew it yesterday over the lake, and a girl doing kayaking. I've got a video getting ready to come out for Scotty Austin. We're using the drone in that on his thing. So, yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, so I'm going to be letting some, using it wherever I can. So I'm going to get a license. I've got the FAA number and all that stuff. So insured and everything. So, yep.
Well, Johnny, a pleasure to hear from you. I expect to see you soon. At least I hope to.
Yes. Yeah, I expect for me to come in there sometime. I'm behind on. Anyway, it's good talking to you. I appreciate your show and appreciate y'all doing that about the mayor thing. That was really, really good. It was really, really good production. Looked really, really good. Seemed everything was great job. He did really good, actually. You did really good.
Johnny, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. Hope to see you soon.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
Love you. Bye-bye. Now, if you want to watch the debates, the Jackson Mayoral debate, you can watch it in its entirety at newstalk965.com. And at the top of the page, you'll see home, events, podcast. Just click on events. You'll get that a page will pop up, and you'll see black tie and boxing and also the Jackson Mayoral debate. So have at it. It is free. And if it's free, I'll take 3. And also on podcast, Gabe Hart's podcasts are up. Just click on podcast. We're going to be adding new podcasts very, very soon to newstalk965.com. From the text line, this one reads, Dear Dan, why do we have laws of attack to freedom of speech? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you very much for that text. Well, it's the First Amendment. The reason why we have laws that protect freedom of speech is primarily to prevent government interference in individuals' lives and businesses. It's really to protect against free speech and structural violence. And these free speech laws were never intended to be used as an all-purpose accountability shield. So, in other words, so you don't have to be accountable for your actions, or more precisely, you don't have to be accountable for your words. It's not designed so you can. Well, it's against the spirit of the First Amendment to use it as a shield so you can intentionally mislead people under the banner of news, for example. That's abusing the First Amendment. Freedom. We're going to have a freedom fest. Are you mad, bro? America is the greatest country on earth. Of the 92 countries that enjoy freedom, we're one of those. Did you see the numbers that are out, the new numbers on the percentage of American citizens that are locked up? Holy jeez. 1 in 3 American citizens now have a records 1 in 3. Now, are you at the office this morning? Well, when you get there, you have a meeting, look to your left and look to your right. Including you, that's 3. Chances are one of you 3 have an arrest record. Holy, jeez. The ties that bond. Whatever, us. Pardon me, I'm not laughing, but it was something that happened, earlier today, 3 o'clock in the morning. Southeastern Termite Pest Control and Service Company. Yeah, they come to your home and they check for termites, for pests. They check for mold, for mildew, for fungus. They even check your R factor. What is an R factor? You don't know. I don't know. Southeastern does. And if you're not properly insulated, now that's what the R factor has to do with, then you're going to be heating or cooling the entire neighborhood. And that's why your electric bill is going to skyrocket. Those termites, it's almost go time for termites. They've already hit go time, and then they slammed the brakes on it, but they're about to turn loose for real. And before you let little Fluffy out in the backyard, and then Fluffy brings in fleas and ticks, have Southeastern come out and spray that backyard. That'll make your backyard flea and termite free. Call 731-660-1052. 731-660-1052. Southeastern Termite Pest Control and Service Company. Get that free home inspection at 731-660-1052. Southeastern Termite Pest Control and Service Company. It is 8:49, and it's 51 degrees.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Miller, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
The Northside Indians play here. 96.5 FM. News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
Well, then widespread damage to the tornadoes down in Mississippi. Jeez, what, 20? What was it? The death toll now up to around 25 people down in Mississippi Friday night. Widespread damage and injuries. And 25 deaths reported down in Mississippi. The tornadoes there just to the south of us, we just missed that devastating storm that just flattened parts of Mississippi Friday night. Also, EMA, we're going to get to the Jackson and Madison County Emergency Operations Center, and we got some guests coming in later on this week to talk about that very thing. The Strawberry Festival is just over a month away. Can you believe it? Lord of mercy. And then there's this story. The shooting in Madison County. It's Jackson Police Department investigating a fatal shooting that happened around last Wednesday. We've got some more information that's coming out on that. We're going to get to that story as well. And what's the latest in Nashville? Is Nashville's making a stand against drag queens? The latest from the Brain Trust in Nashville. And this morning at 10 o'clock, Bob Ney, the mayor of Capitol Hill. At least that was his nickname at one time. And the Americans pull back from values that once defined the USA. Patriotism, religion, hard work seem to be less important. And this is a story I wanted to share with you that I read over the weekend. The Wall Street Journal, the headline is Americans pull back from values that once defined the United States. This is the Wall Street Journal poll that has found this: patriotism, religion, and hard work are less important. According to this poll from the Wall Street Journal, patriotism, religious faith, having children, and other priorities that help define the national character for generations are receding in importance to Americans. Now, the survey, a nonpartisan research organization, also finds the country sharply divided by political party over social trends such as the push for racial diversity in business and the use of gender-neutral pronouns. Now, these gender-neutral pronouns, I mean, come on, man. Come on. See what I'm saying? Come on. Yeah, that's not going to play well. It
would be so cruel.
No, really. It's because I don't care. Socially, I'm very liberal. Now, fiscally, I'm conservative. Now, those words, in the meanings of those words, have been abused. But some 38% of respondents to this poll said patriotism was very important to them, and 39% said religion was very important. 39%. Now, that was down sharply from the journal first asked the question back in 1998 when 70% deemed patriotism to be very important, and 62% said that religion was very important. That's the 1998 poll. Now, the share of Americans who say that having children, involvement in the community, and hard work are very important values has also fallen, and tolerance for others deemed very important by 80% of Americans as recently as 4 years ago, has fallen to 58% since then. So what's going on here? One of the posters who worked on a previous journal says that measured the attitudes along with NBC News, said that, quote, these differences are so dramatic, it paints a new and surprising portrait of a changing America. Perhaps a poll of our political division, COVID, and the lowest economic confidence in decades is having a startling effect on our core values, close quote. Now, if those things are having a devastating effect on our core values, I don't think our values were very strong at the core. I mean, do you? A number of events have shaken and in some ways fractured the nation since the journal first asked about unifying values. Among them, September 11, 2001 terrorist attack, the financial crisis of 2008, and the subsequent economic downturn of the rise of former President Trump is also mentioned. No mention of the people that write the laws. We're going to get to the rest of the survey, and we're going to bring this closer to home after the news. But right now, stand by for news. And then right back with hour number 2. It's 51 degrees.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Israel's largest trade union group launching a major strike, joining a surging protest movement against Prime Minister Netanyahu's plan to overhaul the Israeli judiciary.
The strike, which represents more than 700,000 workers in health, transit and banking and elsewhere, could paralyze large parts of Israel's economy, ratcheting up the pressure on Netanyahu to suspend the overhaul. Departing flights out of the country's main international airport have been grounded in protest, affecting thousands of travelers. The growing resistance to the plan comes hours after tens of thousands of people burst onto the streets in a spontaneous show of anger. Chanting the country is on fire, they lit bonfires on Tel Aviv's main highway, closing the throughway and many others throughout the country for hours. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
At least 25 deaths and widespread destruction across at least a half dozen towns in Mississippi following Friday's tornadoes. President Biden has approved a federal disaster declaration for hard-hit areas, and now the cleanup is getting underway. The Robertson County, Tennessee Emergency Services chief is describing a heartbreaking scene. A highway crash early yesterday morning left 6 children, a 1-year-old among them, dead.
Sometimes you have to swallow back a few tears and catch your breath just a little bit.
Brent Dyer, talking with WSMV-TV, describes finding the children lying helpless along the roadside. They had been thrown from the vehicle along with a woman who was rushed to Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Last week's Delaware River chemical spill has officials keeping a close watch on Philadelphia's drinking water supply. So far, they say, no contamination of the water system, but they are advising residents to store tap water for future use. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 225 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And it's Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
El Salvador marking the anniversary of an emergency measure giving police new powers. It resulted in the arrest of more than 60,000 suspected gang members.
The state of exception in El Salvador was originally imposed by President Bukele for just 30 days following a weekend of extreme gang violence, which left more than 65 people dead. That was now a year ago, and there's still no sign of the emergency measure being lifted just yet. The controversial security policy under which more than 65,000 people have been arrested is popular with most Salvadorans. But both Salvadoran and international human rights organizations have raised serious concerns about how the peace has been achieved.
The BBC's Will Grant. Officials in Ukraine say 2 people have been killed, 29 others wounded, when Russian forces shelled a city in the partially occupied eastern Donetsk region of the country. News and analysis at townhall.com. Finland is condemning an assault on a Jewish lawmaker as he campaigned for the country's April 2nd general election.
Veteran conservative politician Ben Zyskowicz says a large man confronted him at a metro station in Helsinki and says the man started yelling, blaming the 68-year-old lawmaker for Finland's decision to join NATO. He also hit Zyskowicz in the face and threatened to kill him. Police did apprehend a suspect a few hours later. Finnish President Sauli Niinisto calls the assault a cowardly act. Jason Walker reporting.
On Friday, the Commerce Department will deliver its February snapshot of consumer spending and inflation. The Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index is a gauge of inflation that is closely watched by the Federal Reserve as it considers the future course of interest rates. More on these stories at townhall.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hey, y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Jean Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at JeanLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. NewsTalkWTN.com and 96.5 FM.
Good Monday morning. It's 7 minutes past 9, and it's 51 degrees. We're holding steady at 51. It's going to be about 10 degrees cooler than yesterday. In the mid-60s this afternoon, but a lot of sunshine. Going to cool down at least until the weekend. We're going to be in the 50s the next few days. And a chance of thunder comes in on Friday of all days. Good morning. My name's Dan Reeves. Great to have you along with us this Monday morning. Watson's Cleaning Service. Commercial cleaning at its absolute best. They strip and they wax floors. They buff, they clean offices, they pull trash, they sweep, they mop, they vacuum. Household cleaning, baseboards, wiping down walls, washing dishes, dusting and organizing. They do all that with a smile on their face. I tell you, they're just wonderful people. For example, they clean that big, beautiful building sitting at the corner of the bypass and airways, the UT Ag Experiment Station. The house that Lanny Davis built, they clean that thing. And that ceiling in there is like 1,500 feet off the ground. It's a big building, is what I'm saying. So if you got a factory, they can handle it. If you got a 1,000 square foot office, they can handle it. Commercial cleaning at its absolute best by local people. Watson's Cleaning Service, 731-293-3808 for Watson's Cleaning Service. Yes, sir. You can join us here on the program. The phone number to get in is 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496 to join us here on the program. The phone lines presented by CWA. CWA Developments. They specialize when it comes to commercial or residential restoration. And when it also, with these high winds we've experienced over the last few weeks, you may have, for example, you may have a new trampoline, or your privacy fence may have took a gut punch. If you want to rebuild that privacy fence, CWA Development, they specialize in wood repairs, including fences, deck repairs, gutter, roof, and window cleaning, plumbing, fire and water damage restoration. 80 years of experience. Local people just doing it better. 731-503-9598. And Sundays for emergencies. Now, they're open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. But you can get them for emergencies at 731-503-9598. CWA Developments, they just doing it better as we broadcast in a Gene Langley Ford studio in Jackson, Tennessee. Gene Langley Ford. The dealership is at 3500 Eastern Drive, family-owned and operated. Shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com, where you can build that vehicle from the ground up. Secure financing, even set service visits at GeneLangleyFord.com. The phone number to join us, 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496 to join us on the program. And we get calls standing by. We get one line open if you want to grab it at 731-265-6496. Whatever's on your mind, that's what we talk about. As we check the pulse of West Tennessee, this is the program that offers you the ability to live without illusion. We don't mind if you have illusions. Just please keep them private. You know what I'm saying and everything. Also, did you see the Sunday shows yesterday? Fake Tapper and company. We're going to get to what happened yesterday. But back to this poll, if you don't mind. It's a little bit disturbing. And the text line, we have text we need to get to. You can text the program. We'll read it right over the air. It's 731-800-8398. That's our text line number, 731-800-8398 to text this program. Now back to the poll. And we can bring this closer to home to find out how you feel. But this was conducted by the Wall Street Journal that says that patriotism, that's hard work, religious faith, having children, and other priorities that help define the national character for generations are receding in importance to Americans today. Well, how does that grab you? I mean, put that in your pipe and smoke it. The share of Americans who say that having children, involvement in their community, and hard work are very important values has also fallen. Tolerance for others, deemed very important by 80% of Americans as recently as 4 years ago, has fallen to 58% since then. A number of events they point to that have shaken and in some ways fractured the nation since the journal first asked about unifying values, among them the September 11th terrorist attack, 9/11, the financial crisis of 2008, and the subsequent economic downturn, the rise of former President Donald Trump, as mentioned. The only priority the journal tested that has grown in importance in the past quarter century is money, which was cited as very important by 43% in the new survey. That's, pardon me, that's up from 31% back in 1998. Family values. Money. Aside from money, all age groups, including seniors, attach far less importance to these priorities and values than when pollsters asked about this in 1998. And again in 2019. But younger Americans in particular place low importance on these values, many of which were central to their lives. Well, I should say the lives of their parents. Some 23% of adults under the age of 30 said in the new survey that patriotism was very important to them personally, compared with 59% of seniors ages 65 or older. Some 31% of younger respondents said that religion was very important to them, compared with 55% among seniors. So the younger people they're putting some distance between themselves and the church. What do you think that is? Any thoughts? Hello? Talk to me. Why are you not going to church? Only 23% of adults under the age of 30 said that having children was very important. 23% of adults under 30 said that having children was very important. 23%. Now, they spoke with Kevin Williams. Kevin is a commercial and residential painter. Many of these values are linked, says Mr. Williams. He's 33 years of age. He said he thought that patriotism is declining as a civic value in tandem with rising individualism, the sense of entitlement among many people, and a decline in community involvement, possibly because people focusing on their own racial or cultural backgrounds rather than what Americans have in common. So why would this be? Could it be the propaganda? Why do we keep pretending that there's not propaganda being shoehorned into our head all day, every day? By the way, Melissa, you could come on in. Please, please. There she is, Miss America. Why do we continue to pretend that it's the dogma, the poison is not being shoehorned in all day, every day? All day, every stinking day. And it's the devastating effect of, here's something, nobody talks about this crap, but what about the fairness doctrine being taken out back, and they put a bullet in the stinking thing? And you talk with people in this business, you mention the fairness doctrine, they're like, shh. Hey. It gave rise to talk radio. It doesn't take any talent to spout right-wing or left-wing talking points. So, pardon me, the fairness doctrine was designed to not allow propaganda to get off the ground. I mean, let's pretend that there may be a fat drug addict that has a radio show. And that fat drug addict is crushing up, let's say, opiates. The pills that say on the bottle that's warning you may experience unrealistic feelings of well-being. And maybe those 50, 60, 70 opiates that he's crushing up, putting in his water, drinking during the show, maybe that helps him cope with blatantly lying to the American people. Going unchecked with his BS, and the fat drug addict was not the only one, but he was about the first one. He was the trailblazer. That was not possible when the fairness doctrine was in place.
You are fake news.
So that's, here we go with fake news.
The level of dishonesty is out of control.
I agree with that. It helps if you are like a narcissist or a sociopath where you don't have a conscience to wrestle with once you get home.
Oh, it's so great. That's not great. That's not great.
It's not great. From the text line, Dear Dan, what's wrong with Americans disagreeing with other Americans? Signed, America. Well, nothing. But we don't listen anymore. Are you listening to me? We don't listen anymore. They don't pay attention. We don't. There was a time that we took great pride as a country in actually learning, growing. Oh, by the way, 731-265-6496. That's the phone number. Get up in here. We're going to come to those calls standing by. There's a line open. Grab it, 731-265-6496. We used to want to, I mean, we actually desired to learn. You can't learn unless you listen. I mean, how many constructive conversations do you hear on these talking head shows? Sound like a bunch of children just talking over each other, yelling at one another. I mean, it's embarrassing. That's what our kids are growing up with. I mean, did you think we're going to get away with behaving like a bunch of morons? There's no price to pay? You want to know why the American people, the younger people, are losing patriotism? They don't want to go to church? It's because of how they see the adults behaving. I mean, get real. It's time we grow up. Ignorance is bliss. I understand that. But we're going to crash this thing into the side of the stinking mountain. Lizard people, listen to me. It's okay to have political opponents, but mortal enemies over drag queen brunches? What drag queen brunch? Lizard people, before you stand up, stand down. Lies, conspiracy theories flourish in today's environment. I'm addressing a text, by the way. Stand by for news. Conspiracies. The United States of conspiracies. Peddling outrage. Have you seen this? What do these two guys call themselves? The good liars. Extremism. NPD. False flag attacks. Conspiracy theories. Conspiracies with no theory. Alex Jones. Roger Stone. Mortal enemies peddling outrage. I don't have any trouble at all believing this. WSJ poll. I mean, do you? I mean, these young people are watching the adults going, geez, I don't want to grow up in this set in a recliner looking at a idiot box and yelling at the stinking thing. You know, they can't actually hear you in that box. But your kids can hear you. I'm not telling you how to raise your kids. I'm just telling you, don't turn them loose on us out here in the general population after you've worked them over for 18 years, yelling at the idiot box. That's all. Please. That's not great.
Oh, it's so great. That's not great.
That's not great.
That's not great.
That's not great. That's all I'm saying. Stop it. That's not great.
It's not great.
It's not great.
That's not great.
That's not great. That wasn't me. That was a Democrat pretending to be me. Now that should do it. That's not my car. At the babysitter's house. That's a Democrat pretending to be me. Try that next time you get caught banging the babysitter. That wasn't me. That was a Democrat pretending to be me.
The level of dishonesty is out of control.
Word. It's those who feel the divine is prompting them and they are permitted anything and everything. It is those who feel the divine has prompted them to run for office that seem to be cozying up and even cuddling violence, the victim mentality that spout out values and civilization and also I love it when they mix in the founding fathers. But Thomas Jefferson. And the most callous, the most cruel of all, they do so because they think they have been divinely prompted and they have divine permission. Well, I'm telling you that I don't need you to act as God's spokesperson. He can talk directly to me. And keep this in mind, there's not another human being that's privy to information being denied you or me. It's very convenient to say, hey, I'm a spokesperson for God, and here's what he wanted you to know. Have you ever thought, why didn't he just tell me? And these people convince themselves that they have been divinely prompted by the Almighty, prompted to run for office. I think they do. That's a classic. That's one of the signatures of someone with a sociopath or narcissistic personality disorder. They lie to themselves and they convince themselves. I mean, what was that idiot's name in South Carolina that killed his wife and kid? Sociopath. NPD. Personality disorders. Because you think to yourself, and a normal person, you're going, how in the world did that guy do that? I mean, think about it. How would that guy actually, point blank with a shotgun, shoot his son in the face? Because he has no conscience. Not everybody thinks like you do. This just in. Well, we've got those people now running the country in many ways, in many offices, local, state, national. Now, that shouldn't be a problem, should it?
That's enough. That's
Mr.
enough.
President, I
But
just
thank
want
you.
to ask one of the
All
other
right.
folks.
That's enough.
Is that enough? Is that enough?
That's enough.
Okay. I'm asking a question. Is that enough?
That's enough.
Let's get back to this poll. But I'd rather come in and talk about a sunny day. I'm addressing a stinking text, okay? And let's see. I think patriotism encompasses being part of your community and helping other Americans. Close quote. Mr. Williams said that, who said he coaches youth sports and volunteers with a group that provides security at protests and at rallies. Mr. Williams said that as a middle school student at the time of the 9/11 attacks, he knew that he would join the military. Quote, I just felt that I wanted to do my part to protect my country. Close quote. He went on to say that he supported former President Donald Trump's 2 White House campaigns. He eventually served 4 years in the Marines. And then Janet Boyer, former Pentecostal minister, who said, quote, for me, patriotism has turned into right-wing nationalism, close quote. Political divisiveness also weighs in her mind. Quote, back in the day, Republicans and Democrats had a sense of difference to one another. They didn't act like they were in a schoolyard trying to vengeful and reactively crush their fellow students. This poll is kind of eye-opening. And there are some that say that now they're trying to take that national model and implement it on the local level, as in divisive on the local level, as in everything's partisan. Like if you're going to run for mayor in the future, you have to declare Republican or Democrat. You think that's a good idea? I'm not saying it's not a answer to the question. I mean, I'm saying what it's done on a national level is pretty evident. That's all I'm saying. Speak up, man. We have an obesity epidemic, childhood obesity epidemic in Tennessee, and an adult obesity epidemic in Tennessee. And we're going to get to that, and that is what's our health. But first, we've got to do something about these drag queen brunches. You walk up at a drag queen brunch, and it blindsides you, for example, you could turn gay right there in the spot, evidently. That's why we'll get to our kids are fat later. This is serious.
I've been briefed, and I can tell you one thing about a briefing.
Yes, it's brief. A briefing is brief. I can tell you that. From the text line, Dear Dad, you're not going to start telling us what we can and what we can't eat, are you? Well, no, of course not. Where'd you come up with that? Now, I'm not going to... Now, you might be told when and where you can or cannot have brunch, but whatever you... Look, I'm all for knowing exactly what you put in your body, right? And I understand the reluctance, how the people hit the pause button on when it comes to things like, well, what's exactly in this a COVID vaccine? I understand. I get it. I get it. You want to know exactly what you're putting in your body. But let me ask you this. Do you have any clue what's in that Mountain Dew? How about Cheetos? If we're not allowed to eat Cheetos, pretty soon we're not going to be allowed to sing at karaoke. You'll wake up one day and, by the way, anyone heard those war drums beating with China? Can you imagine waking up one day and having to eat meatloaf with chopsticks?
Oh, it's so great.
Yeah, meatloaf is, but not with chopsticks. And Melissa, did we ever hear back from the group in Nashville concerning, I think it was United Way that worked with, okay, we're supposed to get back with it. But don't tell me it's my fault.
It began with
all
all-out
that assault on the press. Well, the rich can hardly scrape up enough currency to joyride in space these days. We'll get to that story. And again, we're excited. Roger Clemens is coming to town. I spent nearly 30 years hating Roger Clemens. But I don't hate him anymore. I think he's a pretty nice guy. I only hated him because he pitched for the stinking Yankees. And he left the Red Sox. But anyway, I guess that's, as they say, that's the business side of baseball. An evening with the Rockets. Roger Clemens is coming to Jackson, Meridian Baptist Church, Thursday, April the 13th at 6 p.m. This is with the Trey Lindsay Scholarship Fund. If you don't know who Trey Lindsay was, he was about as good of a guy as I've ever known. And across the board, the feeling is the same about Trey Lindsay. We lost him a few years back in his early 20s. Kind of a freak accident, a little fender bender, but it was a blood clot. It was not diagnosed. That thing broke loose, went right to his lungs, and that took his life. And we miss him terribly. Trey Lindsay Scholarship Fund, that his dad, John, has certainly worked his backside off. Way to go, John. John's one of the greatest Americans that there is out there, I promise you that. And here we go again. Roger Clemens is going to be in Jackson, and you could be there. We have a pair of tickets that include dinner with Roger Stinkin' Clemens, 7-time Cy Young Award winner, for crying out loud. You could be hanging out with him in Bemis. You think this is going to happen again? No, this is it, folks. Hanging out with a 7-time Cy Young Award winner, Roger Clemens, in a very intimate setting in Meridian Baptist Church. You could win a pair of tickets. Here's what you do. Go to our Facebook page for News Talk 96.5. And you'll see it right there, an evening with Roger Clemens and a pair of tickets that includes dinner. And the way you get registered to win is liking, commenting, and sharing Roger Clemens and the Meridian Baptist Church appearance on April 13th. Like, share, and comment. Each time you do, each time you like, each time you comment, each time you share, your name goes into that drawing. Good luck to you. This event sponsored by News Talk 96.5 FM, newstalk965.com, and Work Care, 24-hour occupational health care service, primary and urgent care clinic. Thank you, Work Care, for sponsoring this as well. An evening with the Rockets. We want you to be there. Okay, now, a couple of things. Chuck Walker's off this week. He's on vacation. Julie Holtz and Gina Langley will be at it. This should be a lot of fun. We're going to turn Julie Holt loose on you today, Julie and Gina. So I'd wear a helmet. And I may go body armor. We'll try to get Julie in here in a moment to see what's on her mind today. But I would definitely wear a helmet. Even a beer helmet if you dust that bad boy off. Okay, so where's my stuff? I've got some stuff I need to share with you. Where's my stuff? Here's some of my stuff. But where's the rest of my stuff? Oh, Pop's Music. Pop's Music is one of our tremendous sponsors and locally owned and operated businesses. Hey, how about getting a kiddo to learn how to play guitar? Kids learn to play guitar. I tell you that. The ladies notice when you, I mean, whatever your motivation is, but the ukulele, the bass, the drums, the piano, vocals, saxophone, and clarinet. Online lessons are now available at around $22.50 for a half-hour session, and the best instructors you'll find anywhere. They rent school band and instruments to middle school kids, home recording and studio equipment. They have all that. Audio, visual system setup, service, consultation for churches, schools, etc. New technologies for churches and institutions. That is Pop's Music, 76 Federal Drive in Jackson. 2,000 items on their website, 5,000 items in store. Online inventory is updated daily. Pop's Music, 76 Federal Drive in Jackson. On social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. They're open Monday through Friday from 10 to 7, Saturdays 10 to 5, and on Sundays 1 till 5. Pop's Music, 76 Federal Drive, Jackson, Tennessee. Also, but wait, there's more. I'm not reading that. Damn it. See, here's what I have to do. I have to print off these stinking texts and then proofread them because some people try to sneak some of that language in under the stinking radar. Stop being a narcissist. It's Americans always overreact, Dan. This from the text line. Okay. Dear Dan, can you line up a brake system insider? P.S. What time do the drugs kick in? Okay, that's fine. You want a response? You want the business? Okay, you win. You suck. 50 years ago, half of the American people, half smoked cigarettes. We've come a long way, baby. Now we've graduated to opiates. How'd that happen? That came in on the text line to the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line. Well, you've got to have, if you're drug dealers, it'd be nice if you had politicians who write bills that they dream one day will become law. If you've got that, how would you actually prompt a politician as a drug dealer to write legislation that benefits your drug dealing ass? Well, you back a Brinks truck up to that politician, and you say, "Hey, all you got to do is let me write the legislation. You present it, and then once that happens, you can have at it. Cash, money." Thanks to the Supreme Morons, Supreme Court, who have made political bribery legal. So there you have it. Oh, community baby shower, free educational event examining women's and infant health topics. We've got to get her back in here. What is her name? But she coming where? What is her name? Her. Holly Stockdale. She'll be here next week. Awesome. I think we ought to have a tailgate party before the community baby shower. Yeah, man, I'm down with that.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog. I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Welcome back to the program. It is 9:51. It's Monday. It is March 27th, 2023. My name's Dan Reeves. And look at this. Somebody let Julie Holt up in here. Julie Holt is up in here. Hi, Julie.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
It's so good to see you. I had a blast Friday.
We did too.
And that place was jam-packed, wasn't it?
It really was. It got to the point where it was so loud, I could almost hear them through our big old earphones.
I know. Bourbon and Barley's. We were there. We had fun. If you missed it, well, you missed it. But the good news is you can have lunch there today between 11 and 4, an early lunch or a late lunch, or you could have an early dinner. I get it. We're bothering you. That's fine. And also in the studio is Clint Doris Appraisals. How you doing, Clint?
Good, Dan. How y'all doing today?
Doing fantastic. You can move that mic closer to you and get right up on it. And Julie's got you scheduled to be in today to talk about what?
Everything.
A little bit of everything?
She says I can talk about everything. She wants to talk about a little real estate and interest rates as well.
And Julie, your day job.
And then we're going to talk about you when you leave.
Well, I'll be interested to hear what you have to say. I get talked about quite a bit, and Clint, most time it is not good.
Not good.
Not good. She'll suck you right into it before you know it, so be careful. And your day job is real estate.
Yes, sir.
And well, tell me about what you do, what company you're with.
I work for Connor in Jackson. It actually started in Brownsville. And then Joey Connor brought it to Jackson. But I do a mix of residential, like normal residential retail, and then investment retail, and then commercial, and I dabbled a little bit in land. But one of the things when I'm in a spot where I'm like, I need a good expert, I call Clint.
And Clint, you do appraisal. So what does that mean?
So I do mostly residential real estate appraisals. I actually do a little bit of land, and I do a lot of stuff for investors. So mostly my clients are going to be local banks and mortgage companies, but a lot of times individuals who inherit homes and stuff, they'll call me to see what the value of their home or land is.
Okay, so if I'm going to go try and get some financing done to buy a house, that's a loan originator will send you out to do an appraisal.
Correct. So let's say you wanted to borrow $50,000. They'd want to know that your house was worth at least $50,000, and they'd send me out to make sure that you were good for it, so to speak.
That makes sense. How long have you been doing this?
It's been about 20 years. So my father started the company. He's done it since before licensing was even around. And about 5 years ago, partner Kathy Coleman and I took over, and we've got 3 appraisers. So I've been doing it about 20 years, and Kathy's been doing it longer than that. And I've got another appraiser, Nikki's been doing it. We've all been doing it over 20 years.
Okay. And it's called, your company is Doris Appraisals.
Yes, sir.
ClintDoris.com, with Doris spelled with 2 R's.
That's right.
Yep. Okay. So you go back to when, the housing market, when a bubble burst. Is it true? Because I was reading these stories about a stripper in Miami.
Of course you were reading about a stripper. Of course.
It was that she bought 3 houses because they said that if you could fog a mirror, you could buy a house. And
she could fog a mirror.
She could fog a mirror. Yes, she could. And so she owned 3 houses, but then when that's what do they call it? It had a after a year, it was not locked in on a fixed amount. Adjustable rate.
Yeah.
It's got what's called is it a bubble?
It's a bubble.
Yeah.
No, it's a balloon.
An arm or a balloon.
Yeah. And an arm is adjustable rate. Mortgage.
And a balloon is essentially the same thing under a different mechanism, in that you might have been locked in at 5% when the economy went bad. It jacked up 7, 8, 9%. Now your payment's more than it was.
And then the stripper, there was not enough hours in a day to strip, to make the money to make those mortgage payments, and she lost all of it. Now, during subprime lending, I sold a house, and it was, I could name my price. And it was the strangest thing I've ever been through. And so when they let me name my price, well, of course, I just kept jacking it up. And the person that bought it ended up losing it because I was paying like $500 a month on the mortgage. And when that adjustable rate kicked in after a year, the person that bought it was paying like $1,500.
I think that's very related to what Julie wants to get into today. So I've worked through 3 of these, but today we don't have adjustable rates. We just have increasing rates.
Yeah.
And so we got a lot of people with those old low payments at 4, 3, 2%. And do they want to sell their house if they got to go catch 7.5 right now?
So Julie, is the forecast is that 60,000 jobs coming to this area. They're building apartments, high-rise apartment complexes. 2 of those going on right now in North Jackson being built. There's need
more than
for
that.
housing.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many?
I think there's 900 on the book right now.
900 new apartments.
On the book, and they haven't even broken ground from what we learned at a meeting at the... Were you there?
800 something under construction,
right.
And more they haven't told us about that are in the planning phase.
Yes.
But there's 800 between single families and apartments out in that Ashport between the bypass and Highland.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
they're booming up. Left and right.
So if my home, for example, it's going up in value.
Right.
Is that going to continue because of the need for housing?
Well, my opinion, so this is from a realtor looking in, and then I would say look at let's talk to Clint because that's his everyday number. My opinion is that we always slow down between September and February, and now we're seeing it kind of pick back up and the price go back up. I just had a house that actually closed this morning that they paid over asking, and it was a $520,000 house. So I'm seeing that again. And then there's less on the market still. So in theory, everything with less being there is going to drive the price up. With more people coming, it's going to drive it up again. I really think we're going to have another boom in a year.
What do you think, Clint?
When COVID hit, I said, I don't know what we are going to do because people can't work and people can't pay and they can't rent. Well, I was totally wrong about that. So it is hard to say what is going to happen, but I'm with Julie. We've got a lot of good things happening in this town. Our values have been static almost always until after COVID. We've had a tremendous rise, and I do think that's going to level off, but I don't see things getting much worse in Jackson outside of any bigger problems, war, interest rates, etc.
Well, there's going to be a lot. There'll be a lot more conversation, a lot of time to talk about this. Coming up next, Walker talks. Walker's out of town, so Julie talks today. And Gina's going to be in here with her. And Clint Doris. Clint, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me.
And Julie, it's wonderful to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Always good to see Julie Holt. Where's Chris? Chris, I need a 5-hour energy. Where are you?
That's right. He'll go get it.
Go. Julie said that, not me. So you better go get it, big guy. I'm out of time here. Stand by for news and then bomb day.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Cleanup is underway this morning in Mississippi, where tornadoes took a deadly toll over the weekend. At least 25 fatalities, along with dozens of injuries. President Biden approved a major disaster declaration, while Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves declared a state of emergency. With the recovery of 2 more bodies and the rubble of a chocolate factory that exploded in Berks County, Pennsylvania, authorities believe that all of the victims have been accounted for. The death toll from Friday's explosion in West Reading is 7, with 10 people injured. There is ongoing turmoil in Israel amid growing resistance to Prime Minister Netanyahu's plan to overhaul the country's judicial system. Protesters have been turning out in droves.
We're here to fight for our democracy.
We don't need to sleep. We don't need to do anything but speak up our voice because we have one, and that's our goal.
Our Prime Minister lost his mind, and we have to be here for our country.
Those demonstrators talking with the BBC. Israel's largest trade union group has launched a strike, and departing flights from the country's main international airport have been grounded. First Citizens Bank has gotten a green light to acquire troubled Silicon Valley Bank.
The FDIC said in a statement late Sunday that the transaction involves the sale of all deposits and loans of SVB to First Citizens. The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank rattled the banking industry and led the FDIC and other regulators to act to protect depositors to prevent wider financial turmoil. SVB, based in Santa Clara, California, failed on March 10th after depositors rushed to withdraw money amid fears about the bank's health. It was the second largest bank collapse in U.S. history. I'm Norman Hall.
And Wall Street having a good day so far. The Dow's up 215 points. The Nasdaq trading 57 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This Easter season, join world-renowned tenor Andrea Bocelli for an unforgettable journey of hope, beauty, and music. Experience musical performances from Michael W. Smith, Tori Kelly, Taya, and Torrin Wells across the awe-inspiring Italian countryside. The Journey, a music special from Andrea Bocelli, brings you face-to-face with the moments in life that define us, the music that moves us, and the relationships that matter most. The Journey, a music special from Andrea Bocelli, in theaters April 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th. Find out more at thejourney.movie.
a unique destination that brings our founding history to life. This family-friendly location will provide an opportunity for youth and visitors to encounter our founding history like never before. Visit UnitedWePledge.org to order your Blueprints of Liberty brick today.
Public transit is ground to a halt across much of Germany as labor unions stage a one-day strike. They're demanding higher pay.
It's rare for pay disputes in Germany to escalate so dramatically, but two of the country's largest unions, significant pay rises for their workers, want to increase the pressure on employers ahead of another round. So they've come together for today's action, which will bring the country to a near standstill. There'll be all but no trains in operation after workers walked out. And motorists have been warned that staff who maintain motorways after accidents are also on strike.
The BBC's Jenny Hill. Ukraine's government calling for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council to counter the Kremlin's nuclear plan after Russian President Putin revealed plans to station tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. News and analysis at townhall.com. It is the best show in town, and all you have to do is look up.
5 planets, Venus, Uranus, and Mars, will line up near the moon, and the best day to catch the whole group is Tuesday. You'll want to look in the western horizon right after sunset when the planets will stretch from the horizon line to around halfway up the night sky, but don't be late. Mercury and Jupiter will quickly dip below the horizon around a half hour after sunset. The 5-planet spread can be seen from anywhere on Earth as long as you have clear skies and a view of the west. And you'll probably need to grab a pair of binoculars, too. Ron DeRockstra reporting.
A helicopter crash has claimed the lives of 2 Baton Rouge, Louisiana police officers. There's been no word yet on the cause of the crash, which is under investigation. The helicopter went down in a field early yesterday morning. The Baton Rouge police chief requesting prayer for officers and the families of those who were lost. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Ball Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I ain't got many friends left to talk to. The ways around that I'm in trouble. You know I'd do anything for you. Stay alive but keep it undercover. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
Good Monday morning and welcome back to Walker Talks without Chuck. It's just me today, so let's see if we can make it through this, but we do have some special guests in. We've got Clint Doris from Doris Appraisals and Miss Gina Langley.
Hey, Julie.
How are y'all?
Hey, Julie.
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm nervous. We'll see how
Why
this
are you
goes.
nervous, girl? You got
We're going to see. We're going to see. And we should have former Congressman Bob Ney on the line to talk to us about some news. Bob, are you with us?
I sure am. How are you, Julie? And this is Gina.
Gina and Clint.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, I've got to tell you, Julie, I had this whole fantasy prank all set out.
Oh, no.
And I was going to tell you about it. I was going to message you. And I think it would have been hilarious. And then, of course, I'm not a technical. I'm not a technical guy. I struggled today. My daughter sent me a picture of something I needed for income tax, and I struggled today to print it on my computer. But if we had, inside your tech people down there in Jackson, and down in the studio, and they would say to Chuck, because he's on vacation, "Hey, we're going to pipe you a direct link into the show. Just click on this."
Oh, Lord.
And then you and I would pre-tape something so obnoxious,
and
the lifeguards would be, "Who is that running on the beach screaming?"
Yeah, that would have been good to do.
He'd be calling Dan Reeves, emergency phone calls, shut the power off at the station.
Yeah, dump button, hit the dump button. No.
I mean, I just thought, I was just thinking that. You can see how I entertained myself this morning, so.
I was thinking this morning, I was like, oh, I'm going to mess up. I'm going to mess up. I'm going to mess up. And then I was like, wait a minute. Bob's going to be the first person you talk to, so you're going to be okay.
I used to tell people we'd get, this is such a horrible story. I'll tell it real fast. This really nice lady was on the school board, and she wanted to make sure her election was okay, and she had me. I was a state senator at the time and the state rep down. And we were in one of the areas we were really popular in, And we were backstage. And she's going to come out. She's running for school board. We're going to talk about education, And she was so nervous she was shaking. And I just said, look, just imagine you go out there and everybody's in their underwear and you've kind of got a leg up. You're fully dressed and, it'll make you comfortable in the, with the audience and stuff. Just, kind of making jokes and trying to make her relax. Well, we went out there and she made a mistake and she said a cuss word. And then after that, she said something else that was very inflammatory to another group of people. Oh. And we're standing there going, but anyway, yeah, that was a mess up. She did lose her election, but
I bet.
Yeah, so that's nervousness,
So definitely
you'll be fine.
Don't think about anybody in their underwear, or I might drop a cuss word and then something inflammatory.
Goodness. There you go.
You are all clothed in my mind. So you sent me these notes over, and I was looking at it. I did not know, and it makes me feel kind of dumb, everything going on with Israel right now.
Well, this is with the mainstream media, too. You're not the only one. I promise you a lot of people, won't know about it, or because there's so much going on here in the United States, and you hear, Trump and, and the president and Biden and everything else, but Israel, there's a lot of chaos going on, and this is very legitimate chaos, I'll call it, because Benjamin Netanyahu, who I have personally met on several occasions, is a very, very aggressive political figure, and I mean aggressive. We were in a private meeting with him where it broke down between he and a congressman from Pennsylvania into a vulgar-laden screaming match.
Oh.
And so Netanyahu, he's known for his toughness, and he lost his coalition, went out by one vote, put another coalition together, brought it back in. And a lot of people may not notice he's been indicted. He's in the Israeli, what we call federal court system, been there for a couple years on charges. So he came up with a plan to basically overhaul the judiciary. Now, the way I'd compare it, Julie, is if in the United States, the Congress came up with a plan that anything that was going before the judiciary, they could have this kind of supermajority vote and just kick it out. Before it happened. So there was a minister of defense, and that minister made a statement a couple of days ago about how this plan is not good, it should be scrapped. So Netanyahu fired him. Now again, very delicate coalition of just a couple of votes. It would be comparable if Nancy Pelosi or Speaker McCarthy had to put a coalition together of different political groups. McCarthy would have AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So imagine that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's happened with Netanyahu. Well, he fires the defense minister, and the defense minister is fired because of his statement about this plan ought to be stopped. Next thing you know, they're shutting down Tel Aviv airport, and there is chaos and protests, and Israelis are like, we have a democracy, this needs to stop. So then there was a strike. The union is called the Histarut, and it's an umbrella group, and it represents 800,000 workers. Now remember, Israel doesn't have a population of 40 million or anything. So 800,000 workers in health, transit, and banking, and other fields can paralyze the entire Israeli economy. So Netanyahu quickly responded that, okay, he's going to announce this today, by the way. He's going to suspend his coalition's judicial overhaul, and, we'll talk about it later. So obviously he had to yield to pressure. Why is it important overall to us? A lot of people ask, well, first of all, Israel is a partner of ours in the process. It's the democracy of the Mideast, and we have historic ties, to Israel. But on top of it, the last thing the Mideast needs is another country in an upheaval. So that's the latest from Jerusalem.
That's insane. Have you been following this, Clint?
Only a little. Bob, talk about maybe the parallels going on over there. They've got a prime minister under investigation, and then it seems like perhaps he's trying to change some rules maybe to protect himself. And then is that directly related to the labor movement? And how does that, we've got some labor things been going on over here. None have hit a boiling point, but can you talk about the parallels there?
Well, it's a good question because there's a lot of parallels, honestly, around the world of, like, you look at our Senate, it was 50-50. Now it's got one vote, big deal, that's still tight. And you look at parliaments, you look at Germany and other countries, how tight the coalitions are. Israel has just went back and forth, with coalitions. Now you've got a sitting prime minister who went out as prime minister, was under indictment, came back in. He'll have to, continue, obviously, at some point in time to run for office. And then over here, we have the question of, the potential to charge a former president, sitting here. On top of it, union-wise, the pandemic brought a lot of changes. Now, some of the businesses are bringing people back. They can't work from home. We've got some wage issues. There's some upcoming labor situations that may be kind of hot. So I think when you look at it, it's just pockets of a lot of turmoil all over the place, all over the world.
Yeah.
Bob Ney with us. Hey, Bob, how you doing, big guy?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Dan Reeves, do you remember me?
Yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to hear you here. You sound fantastic. There's a poll out I wanted to ask you about.
Sure.
The Wall Street Journal that's has seen a significant decline in this poll. When they asked the question about patriotism, it's taken a big-time nosedive with the American people. People that identify as religious, that's taken a big nosedive as well. And they're wondering why this is happening. To me, it's pretty obvious that these young people are watching. This is with the young people, by the way. The poll covered all ages, but it's the younger Americans that don't want to go to church, that don't feel patriotism like our age group. To me, it's because they're watching the adults behave, and they're like, I don't want to live like they do. Have you seen this poll?
Yes, I saw it through, I know Wall Street Journal did it, and then Newsmax had carried the poll. And it also talked about, what people thought about the future for their children. But basically, the Americans value religion and patriotism, less. And, the thing about the patriotism is, I can remember it was basically sort of on the downturn. And then we had 9/11, a horrific, horrible situation. But at that point in time, the patriotism level rose quite a lot. And normally when that happens, it lasts for a while, and then it can decline. In the poll from March the 1st through the 13th, I think they did this, 38% said patriotism is important to them. Now, when they were asked in 1998, which was before 9/11, 70% said patriotism was important. In this poll, 39% said religion's important. In 1998, 62% said. And this poll said 58% said tolerance for others was important. 4 years ago, 80% said it was important. And then 23% of younger adults said having children is very important. That's kind of stayed the same. But Dan, the differences are unbelievable. It's dramatic, it's shocking, and it shows basically on a wide scale a changing country here in the United States, and it's stark when you look at it.
I do think it's definitely changing, especially my age group and younger. I mean, I'm 35, but I feel like a lot of that really woke and conspiracy theory group is my group. And the younger group, and I can see it changing, and then I kind of wonder if maybe they don't feel patriotic because of our current administration, which I saw in the notes is down with an approval rating down to 38. And we're seeing all this kind of pan out right now between Trump and Biden. And you got Trump, who was supposed to get indicted, but he didn't. And then now he's saying in Waco that he believes it's over. But then the DA that he called an animal is not saying a word. What do you think's going on there?
You mean with Waco and Trump?
Or just in general with the breakdown between Trump and Biden? Like, what do you think this future looks like?
I'm sorry.
So polar opposite.
Well, what Dan was saying about this poll, for example, if you look also within the poll, they polled Republicans and Democrats, of course, just over 50% of Republicans said society's gone too far, promoting diversity, ethnic diversity, racial diversity, compared to 7%. But 61% of Democrats said diversity efforts have not gone far enough right at this point in time. Three-quarters of the Republicans polled said society has gone too far in accepting some transgender people. And on the Democrat side, 56% said society has not done enough. Now, the reason I show those numbers, on the Democrat side, it's not overwhelming of 75% of society has not done enough. So even though there's a difference between the Republicans and Democrats, you can still kind of see where, in a lot of people's mind, things have just gone maybe too far. It's time to kind of reassess where we're going. And I think that there's an uncertainty in America because there's a frustration. You really can't hardly discuss issues anymore. You have Oscars and you have nighttime comedy, etc. I mean, just think today if some of the comedy shows of the 70s were on TV. There would be a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
Yet some of the comedians in the evening that's supposed to be comedians, comedians-based shows like Jimmy Kimmel, etc., have turned into political satire shows or very politically based shows. So I think in general, people are kind of torn. They don't know which direction the country's going. There's so many arguments about so many social issues, which I know those are important. But just yesterday, I was having a conversation with friends. I said, I want to talk about the gasoline and the products and the costs and the food and housing and what the Fed are doing. I want to see that type of thing. So to kind of look at this poll and then also what you were mentioning about Trump and Biden, because they are a big difference with Trump and Biden. And Trump is, and I would say too, to be honest with you, I see flaws in both strategies of Trump's people and Biden's people. Trump's, really on the attack and hitting and going after, everything under the sun and the deep state, etc. And I think at some point in time, Trump has to get more into, obviously issues. On the other hand, they're now taking President Biden and they're really going to promote trips about how he's a world figure and how he's accepted overseas and how he's enhancing our position overseas. And they're going to try to say he's keeping things calm. And he's going to do all these visits around cities on the transportation bill, which was, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And so I think on the Biden approach, it's flawed because at some point in time, they're going to kind of make him melt into the wallpaper.
Yeah. Have you followed any of that about the First Citizens Bank acquiring the Silicon Valley Bank? This morning they were supposed to open up as First Citizens Bank.
Right, yeah, you're right. And, I followed some of that because it's very interesting where if you look at the bank acquiring the SVB, the bank is from the Carolinas. And I just thought that was really, really interesting that a bank, would be from down in the South would be taking over a California. Now, that's not a demographic comment. It's just that in my mind, I'm thinking, does Chase buy it? Does, who comes in to do it? So I think it's a good thing probably that this is happening. And hopefully this will, keep a lot of feelings down, and that there's extreme problems. I know they're still struggling over in Europe with Swiss Bank, but here it seems to be calming down a little bit.
I hope it does.
I hope so.
It needs to. I wonder if that will affect any of us, like in our area that do have or use Citizens Bank.
So, Bob, they make them out to be this SVB to be a community type bank, but then they're being bought by this other bank. I guess the real question is our banking system in trouble? Is SVB someone who bet on Bitcoin and lost, or are all our local banks and smaller banks actually in trouble right now?
Well, I think they're okay in the sense this is a North Carolina-based bank that's going to buy SVB. SVB has been around. People think it's brand new for 40 years. They catered to the tech business, tech startups, etc. As a result, unlike your local banks and my local banks, which, don't get me wrong, they have business deposits, but in general, there's a ton of people in your banks and my banks, I can say assuredly, that have deposits of $250,000 or less.
Yeah.
And that's guaranteed by the FDIC. In the SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, they had larger deposits where these companies needed to take out significant amounts of money, not like us running down taking out $500 or $1,000, significant amounts of money. When the Fed raised for the 9th time, or the 8th time at that time, now it's 9, raised for the 8th time the interest rate, the bets quote that the Silicon Valley Bank had made in bonds and was not paying off, so they had to start to sell some of their assets. Some of the big guys that are in that bank with deposits said, this isn't good, and started to take their money out. So I think in general our banks, the community banks and et cetera, are in better shape as long as everybody remains calm on it. Now there's the question of fairness. Why should everybody kind of pay for the mistakes of this not being caught earlier? But on the other hand, I can see where the Fed wanted to stop bank runs.
Yeah. Speaking of all the tech and stuff, we were talking earlier about this part of Utah implementing a social media law for minors, and me and Clint were actually talking about it, and we kind of felt like that was already somewhat in place because there's already drop down menus that you're not supposed to be able to join if you are a minor without parental consent. I mean, are we wasting time on this kind of stuff? And then you got to look at stuff like TikTok. I personally felt like they were drilling him with questions, but he was almost defending the American people's right to have the freedom to express themselves on social media.
You know what, Julie?
From the government.
Over the weekend, I heard some commentary that TikTok is basically a propaganda machine. We're talking about folks being unpatriotic.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to go down this conspiracy theory rabbit hole, the algorithms are so sophisticated that if I start going extreme right or extreme left in the videos that I like,
it'll show it.
It will take you to really dark places, which can recruit people to be more and more extreme. And it is the Chinese's long game grand plan to take down the United States via TikTok.
Well, he said they asked him in the hearing, whatever you want to call it, does the Chinese government control what people can and cannot see on TikTok? And he said no. In fact, we make sure that no government can. And there's a theory out there that the reason they're so up in arms about TikTok is because most of our congressmen and senators and people in office all have stock in Meta. So like your Facebook, your Instagram, and all of that, and that this has really put a hit on that. What do you think, Bob?
Well, I think it's possible. There was a whole stock issue. Before this all busted loose, I had done an interview with 60 Minutes, Leslie Stahl, back in, I want to say, 2014 or so. And before we started the interview, before the cameras were rolling, Leslie said, "Hey, well, tell me about the stock deal in Congress. I said, I didn't have stock. I didn't own one single share of stock. And she brought up the issue about, leaders that had stock. And I said, yeah, I said, it's been around. I said, it's a problem. Nobody ever addressed it. They all do it. They have it. They can get insider information. Do you do a silent wink and nod to somebody to tell them? I don't know. I said there ought to be a better mousetrap. Well, eventually, 60 Minutes dug into that and broke a story. And of course, it led to a lot of heat a couple of years ago. And I mention all of that because there are some members who have been, one of them in particular was convicted of insider trading, and members know certain things. So I would hope that, if they've got Mega stock and Instagram or whatever else is out there with the market, that's all at arm's length. So I'm not going to say it is. I'm not going to say it isn't a possibility. You never know, because when you think of TikTok, and look, I can't stand the way the Chinese government manipulates us and everything, and I have fought them forever. When I was in Congress, we fought them all these trade bills and things. But on top of it, though, I'm not sure, about TikTok in the sense that if it does sell to another entity, what still prevents the Chinese from having influence in it? I don't know. Yeah. Now, there's another separate issue about kids. How much time do they spend on social media? What's it doing to them? Depression, etc. So I view those as two separate issues. One's privacy or your right to be on something, and the other is how it affects kids.
And I think it goes back, too, to our parents. I mean, I say a lot of times, I think the breakdown of what's going on in America is the breakdown of parenting and people's heart. And some of that, my kids, well, one of them has access to TikTok, but it's a monitored account, and she doesn't get to get on it till late at night after everything's done for about 30 minutes before bedtime, and that's it.
Chili, I think it even affects community-wide and regionally, because people aren't connecting with other people, just exchanging ideas. And, well, like our debate last week. Yeah. I was so proud of us because there weren't people yelling and acting a fool in the audience, and the candidates handled themselves so well. So it can be done. Americans hating Americans is bad for America. Yeah. And the division is not good. Hey, Bob, this just came in on our advanced rehab text line, that number 731-800-8398. And it said, it's possible you can literally see what the people in Congress do on the stock trade now. The big players in Congress all have tons of Meta stock. So, this isn't a coincidence. They are trying to ban TikTok, even though TikTok isn't perfect in their own right. The SVB is far from a community bank. Billionaire, millionaire, venture capitalists use that now. Debunked bank. And then they go to far as say, what country was really efficient at undying patriotic loyalty? Nazi Germany. Yeah. Yeah, that's
a loaded.
Yeah.
All that's loaded.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, points to it. There are members that do have stock. I know one of the congressmen, McCall, he was talking about how much of the Meta stock, he had, and was talking, publicly about it. And that was, I think, about a year ago, and it took a nosedive, and he was talking about, the fact he had the stock, et cetera. So some people, will be forthright about it, but I'm sure a lot of members do have Meta stock, and that's why there's, ways, I guess, they could build a better mousetrap so members can go ahead and do investments, but it's ironclad, so they're not, necessarily knowing, what they've got. So, again, they can't do the private wink and nod to somebody. And then the other part of, what was the other part of his text? It was the he or she.
The country was, what country was really efficient at undying patriotic loyalty? And it says Nazi Germany.
I think there's a difference between patriotism and then nationalism, where, in a nationalism it becomes one thought and one controlled thought. And I think that patriotism is, like trying to teach kids about, loving America. And look, America has made a lot of mistakes, and we've had a history of a lot of problems. But when you still look at it, America, and I've lived in, I lived in Iran and Saudi Arabia, two countries where, you want to talk about rights or human rights or freedom. You got freedom until you open your mouth.
Yeah.
Then you don't. And so we still, and that's, I guess, my problem. And Dan brought up the polling. I think in a lot of cases you can't even talk about anything anymore, and that's probably a frustration point. People would rather stay away from controversy of talking about things, and it builds up anger in them, and maybe they don't feel that they've got a community base or a church anymore.
Exactly. People seem very extreme about their politics. I'm in my 50s, and I remember there was a time back in the day that you could actually have a political conversation with someone, disagree with them, and politely agree to disagree and go on with your life. These people start, on social media with death threats. That's where they start if you disagree. It seems like social media has turned into a lynch mob.
Well, I think if you look back the time I was in Congress, I know, and at first I told a friend of mine the other day, maybe I'm just getting old. And I said, in our day, but it was different when I was there. It was completely different. If I would throw out some names, it would shock you of when I got in trouble of people calling me on the phone. How's your kids? They knew my kids' names. How are you doing? Do you need anything? What can I do for you? And these were people from both parties. And I said some of the names would shock you. And there was a civility there, and we may not, disagree, but there was a much more of a civility, and you kind of knew the personal side of people, so you could have your disagreements and you could fight each other on those, but the civility level was a lot higher.
What do you think about do you have an opinion on the genesis of this uncivil, un-American behavior?
I think part of it is the zest for control of the political system got so tough and outrageous and money oriented, and so there's members that would like to do things and say things and stand out a little bit more, but they really can't because the system may turn on them, and this unlimited money floods in and takes them out of office. So you got to kind of do, quote, what the flow tells you to do, I think is one thing. Two, social media,
Definitely.
Because now a person in government can say something or do something, and the next thing you know, it is just magnified instantly everywhere, which can be good and it can be bad. It can, if something is misquoted, or it becomes reality because the social media is so powerful and goes all over in so many places. The other thing, too, is I believe at the leadership level, there hasn't been the guts with the leaders to, not local government. Local government, by the way, I think has got a lot more guts than the national. I really do. Locally, that's where America does her business, in the local levels of government, and mayors and councils and trustees and all those things. But I think on the federal level, there was a fear that, if you come out and say something, you're not going to be speaker anymore. You're not going to be minority leader anymore. They're going to go after you. They're going to remove you. And so I think that led to a lot of partisan bickering. And at some point in time, let me give you a real quick example.
Okay.
I was with the Republican National Campaign Committee, so I would meet new candidates because I was part of the board that decided who got money. And a candidate would come in, and they'd tell me who they were running against, what Democrat. And the next thing I'm going to say would shock them. I said, if you attack them as to where their family lives, we will fund no money to you. And they would be like, what? I said it's off limits. A person decides to have their family live in the district or live in D.C. Right. That is their personal decision, and we're not going to tolerate this happening. Now, somebody would say, "Oh, protecting your own." No, that's a very personal decision where the family actually lives. And it depends, on people as to making that decision. But we used to throw that out there. Today, I can guarantee it's just like, oh, no, go ahead and attack them any way you want.
The children and the spouses.
It's the kids, right? So we had a gentlelady and gentleman's agreement that both parties that we're not going to tolerate certain things. And I think that's out the window. So those kinds of things were established up at the, leadership levels.
Well, Bob, I appreciate you for being my first person I got to do my show all by myself with.
There you go.
Well, Chuck's show. But we're going to have to take a break, and I appreciate you.
Okay.
And thank you for everything.
Thank
and
you.
Your notes.
Have a great, great day.
You too. Bob. Bye, Bob.
Thank y'all. Bye-bye.
We'll be right back with Walker Talks without Chuck and with Julie.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
The game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hundreds hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today: the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met. But baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. I kissed your lips, make you grip the sheets with your fingertips. Last bottle of Jack, we split a fifth. Just talking about life, going sip for sip. Yeah, you know you love to fight, and I say shit I don't mean, but I'm still gonna wake up on you and me. I know that last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you...
Welcome back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Chuck is soaking up the sunshine somewhere in the Florida coast, having a big old time, and I am here with Clint Doris.
Hey, Julie.
How'd you like Bob Ney?
I like Bob Ney. I've listened to him for years, and there's a lot of stuff he knows that he must research and be so intelligent on. I love listening to him.
I think he's so smart. I think he's a funny person, too. If he would have pulled that joke, that would have been good.
That would have been very awkward for me. I'm probably glad he didn't do that.
I would have loved to hear Chuck Walker making a phone call being like, cut the line. That would have been the best. So in some of that stuff that we were talking about, obviously like the interest rates and everything getting affected and being raised so many times, have you seen a direct correlation and hit to the Jackson market in your appraisal services?
I have seen 100%. Now, my timeline may be fuzzy, but it was probably last September or October when I first heard it. Interest rates were going up, but I wasn't seeing the stall. And then all of a sudden I saw things are on the market. We are having price improvements is what you realtors come up with. We can't have a price reduction. We're gonna
I
make
say
a
reduction.
price
I'm not even gonna play that
improvement. This is improved. It improved for some people.
Yeah.
But I started seeing that, and then I started looking. So I deal in a lot of new construction, new homes being built. And then I called my people, and they said, oh, no, really, we were having trouble building them fast enough to sell them because of the lack of supply. We could not finish them in time. And then right when the builders are dealing with all that, the interest rate goes up, and the people looking at their houses shut off from what I heard.
Yeah.
Now, I hear it's picked back up, but they did drop some prices, some didn't. And from what I understand, as of September of last year, nobody's been looking at these new houses as much. Now, I think that started to turn. I've seen pendings in the last week. I've done several. So I do think it's turning too, but the interest rate 100% affected my job and what I see almost instantly.
Do you think any of it was influenced a little bit though by like the weather too? Because I feel like there's that time point where everybody kind of stops buying. Do you think that with the weather changing and getting back nice that we can see it push up again, even though we've just recently had another Fed raise?
I do think that. Now, my history in Jackson, Tennessee has been houses don't actually go up in value that much. So the first 10 or 15 years I worked, if you sold your house 5 years after you bought it and you made a little money, that was a great thing.
Yeah.
And all that changed post-COVID. So if we go back to Jackson traditional, which Jackson has changed a lot, then I don't see us having crazy raises. But I do think we have a need for houses. And honestly, I just can't believe it. I mean, I do think some of it's seasonal, but to me, it's plain as now. The market was also going crazy. It was plain as day that I didn't see it coming, and it was going crazy because we pumped all this money into it, and it was a post-COVID thing that nobody understood.
Yeah.
But I don't see us going up that much. But, you know, a lot of my clients are builders and realtors, and it's been tough through COVID. They're out there scrapping to build these houses. They're dealing with contractors, buyers, and sellers, and these guys, they are actually building the houses we need in Jackson. And for their job to go from, oh, you were borrowing at 3% and now you're borrowing at 7%.
It's hard.
Everything got double, and they stopped building right away. So I'm not into interest rates. I'm not super political, but I'm 100% against an undemocratic body adjusting the interest rates to slow down the economy. How does that help people?
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No.
That is literally the only tool the Fed has to control inflation. And it was getting out of hand. However, this is my humble opinion. Wow, they raised those rates quickly, didn't they? It was like boom, boom, boom.
I don't know of any other time we've had that many rates
we need
that
to
many times.
Fact check that. I bet you're accurate. I've never seen that before. And it has put a hurt on large ticket items across the country.
Oh, yeah. Well, you remember for a while there, you couldn't go buy a car on a car lot.
Right. You couldn't
And I
get
mean, I'm sure
inventory.
you've seen
Oh,
it.
yeah, definitely.
And then now I feel like I don't see them leaving the car lot as quickly.
Well, I'm hoping here in West Tennessee that we're insulated because we are experiencing economic growth.
Yeah.
There's a lot of optimism in our region, really.
Yeah.
So, knock on wood, because that's, Lord knows, that's what helped pays the mortgage.
I think all three of us can knock on this wood in hopes of good
Those
things.
large ticket item purchases, right?
Yes.
But it seems to me that they just did it way too fast. I almost have whiplash from how quickly the Fed raised rates.
You can knock on all the wood you want. They keep raising these rates. Knocking ain't going to help.
Yeah, the wood ain't going to do nothing, is it?
You're going to have to get out there and work. And, they can say, hey, we need to slow down the economy by hurting people's jobs, hurting builders' interest rates. And then, when those interest rates go bad, people lose homes. And who takes those homes is these banks who change those rules.
BlackRock.
But if, we want to raise these interest rates, but God forbid some Silicon Valley bank need a bailout, we'll take care of them boys right away.
It's those ones that are too big to fail, like those big old Citibank kind of folks.
Yep. So this just came in on our text line, the Advanced Rehab text line. If you want to text us, get in with the talk. It's 731-800-8398 or call in to the CWA phone lines, 731-265-6496. This person just said it's been since the 80s, I believe, since we've seen interest rates soar so high so quickly. And I feel that way too. I feel like it's just kind of been like boom, boom, boom. But we were so, like, that was historically cheap for us for a while.
We were so used to cheap money. When I married my husband, we had a house over off of Pleasant Plains, and he had it built. And the mortgage was at 8%. And we're like, all right, that's solid.
Yeah.
That's a good rate.
Yeah.
So we just got accustomed to cheap money. Yeah.
I know, you say us realtors come up with stuff. I remember when we were in that peak and everything was going high, but we were still having like 2.75s and 3s. I was people would be like, I don't want to buy right now. I want to wait till the price drops. And I said, listen, you've got to understand that it is cheaper for you to buy a $350,000 house at 3% versus a $300,000 house at 7 and 8%. And they couldn't get it. And I'm like, you're going to sit here and wait. And you're going to be priced out of a home. And that's exactly kind of what's happened because of the rates. As the rates rise, you afford less. And then there's, you start looking at our under 200 market, there's much.
Nothing.
And then you're competing with investors.
Right. When right before interest rates started going up, John and I refinanced, I think, for 15 years at 2.3. And that's one of the smarter things we've done.
Good on you. Yeah. Well, the only thing that gives me hope is hearing those stories because like Dan and I were talking about earlier, I kind of started 20 years ago in the 7-6% range.
Right.
And it was falling. And when I bought my first home, it was a special deal, a first-time home buyer, buying a house and making less than X, then and I had storm damage, qualified me to get a 3% loan. And my parents' friends were flipping out. This guy's got 3%. Then now 3% was normalized in the last couple of years. So there is some hope there. I do think we went too aggressive the other way. Our cost of living, everybody's a starter home is $350. I mean, that shouldn't be reality. We can't work and do that here.
No, we're not that market.
No, and people have got to have
I don't want to be Nashville.
No. I
don't want to be
traffic
Nashville.
is horrible already in Jackson.
I love Jackson, and I do want to see Jackson grow, but I don't want it to lose what makes it special.
Which is community.
Yeah.
And being connected locally.
I just, at the end of the day, some of these, I get we've been historically low across the United States, but our pay here is a lot different.
It is different, and I mean, Jackson's really, we went up that much, but we've had historically low prices. The rest of the country's been going up. And we've been sitting around going, I can't make money on my house.
Yeah.
Well, and we don't pay state income tax.
Beautiful.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it makes Tennessee very attractive place to live.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Accusing the Kremlin of nuclear blackmail, Ukraine's government is calling for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. It's in response to Russian President Putin's plans to station tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's judicial reform plan has set off a firestorm of protest all across the country. Israeli newspaper editor Amir Tibon tells the BBC nationwide demonstrations are taking a toll on every level of society.
Tens of thousands of people were out in the streets, and by midnight it was hundreds of thousands all over the country protesting and calling on the government to stop this legislation. And this morning, while it's not official yet, we are hearing reports that the Prime Minister is indeed going to announce at least a temporary halt of this legislation in light of these very widespread and impressive protests that we saw last night all over Israel.
A federal disaster declaration approved for Mississippi, where weekend tornadoes killed at least 25 people, devastating the small town of Rolling Fork and some nearby communities. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell says safety remains a serious concern in the hard-hit areas.
I just really encourage everybody to remain vigilant, stay cautious. There is a lot of hazards within this debris. And unfortunately, there's been so much loss of life, which is just heartbreaking. But we often see additional injuries and additional loss of life after a disaster because of the type of hazards that are in this debris.
The death toll is 7 in Friday's powerful explosion that leveled a chocolate factory in West Reading, Berks County, Pennsylvania. The number of fatalities rose to 7 after 2 bodies were pulled from the debris, all of the missing now accounted for. On Wall Street, the Dow's up 132. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. Throughout my career, let's just say I've been in some hairy situations. And I believe right now the biggest threat facing Americans is they need to protect their wealth, which is exactly what I'm doing for my wife and 6 kids. And I believe the ultimate safe haven is physical gold and silver. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. The folks I use are Advantage Gold, and believe me, I've investigated the heck out of all types of people. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now, and you'll see how easy it is to protect yourself with precious metals. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
The Australian government is on the verge of implementing new, tougher environmental regulations.
Previously, Australia was slow to embrace policies to tackle climate change, but a series of natural disasters has led to a shift in attitudes. The most eye-catching detail in this new deal concerns more than 200 of Australia's most polluting oil, gas and mining facilities. They'll have to cut their emissions by 5% a year until 2030. The accord was agreed by the governing Labour Party and the Greens, who had been holding out for tougher legislation. The Green Party said some new fossil fuel projects would now be unviable.
The BBC's Michael Bristow. A nuclear-powered U.S. aircraft carrier and its battle group have started exercises with South Korean warships hours after North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles in apparent protest of the Allies' expanding military drills. Townhall.com. While President Biden is on the record as being opposed to capital punishment, his administration is pushing ahead with federal execution.
An Associated Press review of dozens of legal filings shows President Biden's Justice Department is fighting just as vigorously as Donald Trump's did to uphold the sentences of death row inmates. Attorney General Merrick Garland did impose a moratorium in 2021. Although the pause is lifted, Garland has not authorized any new death penalty cases and reversed 27, but there are dozens more capital punishment cases being pursued by the Justice Department. I'm Jackie Quinn.
The Conference Board issues its monthly Consumer Confidence Report tomorrow. Analysts predict that the board's closely watched Consumer Confidence Index dipped this month to 101.3 from 102.9 in February. More on these stories. Townhall.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card.
Well, welcome back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. We are breaking in with some breaking news. There has been a shooting at a school in Nashville at the St. Paul Christian School with, they're saying right now, mass casualties, 7 ambulances, SWAT is there. They just know there's an active aggressor, and that's pretty much all they're telling us right now. Metro Police are investigating a reported shooting at the Covenant Presbyterian School Monday morning. Nashville Fire Department says there's multiple reported patients. One person is reporting it as the Covenant Presbyterian School, and other people are reporting it as the St. Paul Christian School.
So this is from Metro Nashville PD. If I'm repeating what you just said, I apologize.
That's okay.
An active shooter event has taken place at Covenant School, Covenant Presbyterian Church on Burton Hills Drive. The shooter was engaged by Metro Nashville Police and is dead. Student reunification with parents would be at Woodmont Baptist Church, which is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. So that's what I have, Jules.
WSMV, which is the national news, it's in Green Hills, and they're saying that it's the Covenant Presbyterian School. What did yours say?
That's what mine said, but that the children can reunify with their parents at the Woodmont Baptist Church, which is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard.
That's that big, tall steeple right there in the Green Hills area, I believe.
Yeah.
That is, I just don't understand how anybody could do this to a child, to bust into school.
We don't know if it's a child, if it's an adult. We don't know anything right now, correct?
But even just scaring them, you're scaring children. Why would you do that? I don't get it.
I don't understand it either. I do not understand. And it's a problem that is unfortunately uniquely American, that this happens, it seems like every single day in this country. And no one has an answer, the Democrats or the Republicans. We're just standing around watching this happen and with no solution in sight either way, left or right.
No. I mean, we've talked on here before about why are we not putting metal detectors in schools, and why is there not a grant for that? We hand out grants for everything else. Why are we not protecting our children? I mean, we ban drag queens to protect our children. Why aren't we doing more?
Okay, let's talk about it. Do our schools need armed guards, at the doors? Or because there's such soft targets for garbage like this that happens when some nutcase decides to open fire on our children. And our politicians aren't doing, Democrats or Republicans, anything about it.
I don't think the answer is to take away guns, though, because
I don't either. I do not either.
Because then how do people protect themselves? Because a criminal is going to criminal.
We don't have armed guards at schools now. There's
No.
police. When I was a kid, there were not even police at schools.
No.
And that came after that.
No, we do not have armed guards at public schools. No.
What about those LO officers? Do they have guns that are there sometimes?
I don't know.
Like at Northside? But I don't think, I do think there's one thing that we can see that is pretty normal is most of the time this is at elementary schools. You don't
Which is
see
just
it.
sick. I know.
Yeah, you don't see it that much in high schools. It makes you wonder, do we need to start arming our elementary schools and pre-Ks?
Yeah. I mean, I had this conversation with my husband, who is definitely a gun enthusiast. And when we went to that debate last week, and I was telling him that, Jackson PD was going to be there to help protect and serve. He's like, be careful. That's a very soft target because guns aren't allowed at, on North Side premises.
Right.
And I don't even think about that way. But with all these mass shootings, you can't help but think that way now.
Well, it seems to me that usually these are not kids going in and doing the mass shootings. I know Columbine, the one that first started it all, kind of was. Yes. But usually it's some crazy fool.
Right.
Who, and I believe in the Second Amendment that we have, I believe in it from the old sense of America that they can't take us over as long as we can shoot them. Yeah. However, very few of the gun people are willing to say, maybe all these crazy fools shouldn't have guns. I mean, I don't want to test anybody. I know it's a slippery slope, but anybody can grab a gun. I think the gun people are losing some of their ground by not saying, look, I mean, I was raised to handle a gun responsibly.
I was too.
And I don't know why more gun people aren't, this is not responsible gun handling. We don't support this guy. Like all the gun people have to say is we don't support these people and we want to work on a solution. But there doesn't seem to be one.
Well, they're selling too many guns, So if that's how we're going, because we're standing around with thoughts and prayers, doing nothing. Okay, let's have a law that every school needs an armed guard. They are killing our children. And as Americans, if you're a Republican or a Democrat, this is not allowed.
I mean, even if they're let's just say realistically, they go in, they don't shoot anybody. They're scarring them. They're giving them trauma. I mean, we're screwing them up so many different ways. And And then you got to look at part of it. Most of these crazy people that come in and shoot, they got a gun in a legal way.
Exactly.
We had a caller call in the other day, and he said something about that we need to start holding the gun owners that get stolen accountable, and maybe they would be more responsible with their guns. But then I sit there and I'm like, well, I have a problem with that because I lock mine in my car in a secret compartment, and if they figure it out, I don't feel like I should be held liable for what they do.
And is that really going to save lives? I'm talking about if we can't protect our children as a society, we're screwing up.
I also don't love the idea, if you've ever been to like a big airport and they're running around with machine guns.
It's horrifying.
I don't love the idea of a kid sitting there, walking in, seeing these guns on other people looking over them. It just feels so authoritarian. Just seems like a bad situation in the school.
It's a terrible situation.
You know what? It's a terrible solution for an awful situation, and nobody is doing anything, Republicans or Democrats or Libertarians, about it. Nothing. It's like we've all gotten numb to it, and these are our, to your point, Julie, our children.
Yeah.
Our babies. What was that? Sandy Hill. Those were 6-year-old babies.
This came in on the advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, and I will come right to this phone call. This says, had they not killed the suspect, I can't think of a better candidate for the death penalty. I'm not going to disagree with that at all.
I don't disagree.
When you go for children, there's not a lot that I have for you.
I have zero tolerance.
Thank you for calling Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie, and now Gina and Clint. How are you?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Rick. How are you?
Man, we're doing great. It's a beautiful day out here.
It is.
I'm so happy you sent Chuck Walker to go to work doing something positive.
Yeah.
I am.
I think
the Rhino, Monkey Shine Deaton, and decipher what we're going to do with the 10 acres of gully that Deaton bought without being asked to. And I'm still fascinated by the lack of Madison County Clown Commission once they bought the land, they never had the land evaluated. We might have land out there that won't even hold a foundation because the land was never checked, Julie.
Well, but not to stop you on this, but to ask you, I don't know if you heard, but we just broke that there is an active shooter in a school, or was an active shooter in a school this morning in Nashville. They have gunned him down. He's dead. But we do know that some children are hurt, and so we assume, we know that there's some victims. There's been 7 ambulances called. And then, so we've been sitting here talking about what can we do, because the answer is not take away the guns. What would you suggest? No. I mean, you're well versed.
I am, and let me just explain. Cut through the chase.
Please.
Whatsoever for Madison County schools not to have metal detectors in every school.
I agree.
At every school. All right, now your Dayton dude. See, he can't. He'll talk about a subject, and then we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and all of a sudden the answer is, it's too expensive. Well, that lie was told for at least 5, if not 7 years around here when these school shootings started. Because somehow, Julie, this community has a distinct problem of not being mature enough to recognize the potential for tragedy. We've been very, very fortunate. I mean, we've had gun downs in the middle of the day on your bypass. That should alarm and put your government in action to safeguard the schools, which seems to be where the lunatics feel like they can go into easily, do their dastardly deed of killing innocent babies, because we're not protecting those buildings. See, first of all, even your little new superintendent of schools, you got under the past Sheriff Muir, he had people armed in the schools, if necessary, to put on a line of defense to safeguard life within school buildings in Madison County. But all of a sudden, oh no, bless their heart, they'll be offended and they'll be scared of the police in the school building carrying guns. Well, then you add on the county commission's inaction, Julie, of not telling the truth about metal detectors. Metal detectors are not expensive. Let's just clear the chase. They don't cost $5,000 plus. They cost about $1,500 a piece. $1,500.
So for $5,000, we should be able to get 3. So
look,
we're a third of the projected cost.
Well, you have the money. The superintendent of schools has plenty of money to safeguard every school in the county. But the perception is, oh no, we're not going to do that because then we'll have to admit that we have a problem. And we do have a problem, okay? And it's not by law-abiding gun owners such as myself and others. State law has already been passed to have people being able to protect yourself, because a large portion of the policing of today's society is after the fact. The response time oftentimes is several minutes in response into, especially the county. They can't even handle the action of an isolated area of your little town where all these killings are taking place. So common sense dictates that if I had a child in Madison County schools today, I would be standing on top of your superintendent's desk until he and his operational man put metal detectors in every entrance of the school. And then I would get with the fire department and I would determine safeguards of securing exits from that school in case of emergency. But we're not even to first base yet, Julie. We love this county government, town and county love to talk a problem to death.
Yeah.
And oftentimes they talk it out to the point that people are so frustrated and have thrown up their hands and said, I'm not listening to this excuse-based nonsense anymore. No more. Because Nashville's only 125 miles away, and Memphis has horrendous problems, and they're migrating into your county, whether you realize it or not. And I'm talking about MS-13, illegal aliens, gangs, drugs.
Drugs
this town is too small. This town is too small for law enforcement, not able to handle the situation that's been going on forever and a day. But a lot of your cronies make a lot of money cash cowing this illicit activity.
What'd you say, Clint? What were you going to say?
Well, I wonder about the aspect that the superintendent and his man have a whole bunch of money to just throw at this. And I love the idea of a metal detector, but if you've ever been down to the county courthouse, even if that thing costs $1,500, it's ruined a lot of people's trips down to the courthouse. And if you're talking about putting 800-900 kids through there, I'd say it's a little more tricky, but I just don't think we have that kind of Is there a bunch of money we don't know about? And then who specifically is spending that on what? What's really going on so we can get to the bottom of it and send it over there on our schools?
Oh, no, y'all don't want to know what the truth is. No, you really don't. Otherwise, you would have already demanded that your current little mayor
you could just
come
tell
out
us right now.
And you can go out and tell him, okay, he needs to come clean. That whole city quasi nonsense that's been going on for 40 plus years around here eventually has to come out in the sunshine to be cleansed. You know, you listen to all the pot liquor nonsense because you don't want to know the truth. You just want lies to be told so you'll feel better inside. See, that's your problem.
Now, are we talking about the money, like some of the money that was being mismanaged in the previous administration where there were, you know, women living in houses? And
oh, goodness.
I sold those. So what part are you talking about?
What part of, what do you mean, what part?
Like what money-wise? Like I know when, about 3 years ago, I sold some property that the city had bought under certain pretenses that, and not in this administration, but the prior one. And we had just been sitting there losing tax revenue dollars over it because they were bought saying that we were going to do X, Y, and Z, and then instead they weren't.
Yeah, that happens because you got inside monopoly players in your leadership position. And it includes everything of interest in this county. The circling of the drain, just because, you know, you're in hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. And then you start manipulating little projects that were totally criminally planned so that the public wouldn't know all the money that was being spewed like a garden hose. And the project didn't have parking lots included in the budget for the project. They didn't have roads. They didn't have electricity. They didn't have plumbing. They didn't have sewer. And so ultimately, you know, you board that little dog mansion up. And then, as you see, if you're very persistent in city operations, Julie, for 5 consecutive years, little Conger fella empty hopped $4 million plus for those consecutive budget years that they just simply had the money, but they didn't have the money, so they carried it over to the next budget year. If you add that up, the $16 million that walked out of City Hall because of the buffoonery with your little baseball activity. So now I've asked you numerous times, Julie, tell me, no, don't tell me anything, show me, okay, because I've already heard Deaton get on and bloviate. We built the baseball stadium in 2000. And then we were going to pay it off in 2010, and then it was 2012, 14, 17. Now it's 2027, which I still don't believe, because there's been a lot of liquidity action out of the original Diamond Jacks stadium that was carried over into the operation of your little softball fiasco. See, those federal dollars were supposed to be spent on re-erecting your city parks that were destroyed during the tornado. But that money was deviated into building 4 softball fields.
You got anything that happened in the last 20 years?
And then telling the public that they weren't allowed to play on those fields. You know, not only that, but your city government has been regurgitating $3 million a year for the little softball activity to operate.
Now, I thought that originally when that ballpark was built, West Tennessee Healthcare, well, no, Kellogg's, was a part of that. And then when they got bought out and they offered them so much money to keep the name, the Pringles Park thing, they opted out. And then West Tennessee Healthcare came in and helped and did the, I guess you'd say, expansion that they expected to be like the travel baseball capital of the world.
Right.
Isn't West Tennessee Healthcare still involved in that? And wasn't all of that and those money decisions or monies done under the previous administrations?
West Tennessee Healthcare came on as a sponsor. The softball fields have been out there 20 years. I mean, I don't know what that has to do with today. I mean, I see how they're linked together, but I don't know what we're going to do about it today.
Which softball fields are we talking about? The ones like our kids play on? That I see you at the softball games?
He's a little all over the place. Now that's Pope Park. That is not a great park. I'll
no,
it's
not. They did get a playground. Remember last year they did get a playground.
Deadly seesaws that just drop your kid flat on the
cherry
ground.
Bomb them. Did y'all ever cherry bomb anybody in school on the seesaw?
What does that
jump
mean?
off of it.
Yeah, when they're up high.
Oh,
yeah. I
It's
love to
happened
do
me.
that.
Oh, it's
especially when
painful.
I didn't like the person on the other
do it
side
out
of the
there, you
seesaw.
die.
Yeah. But I guess
this all started, Julie, back 20 years ago. What has that got to do anything with today? Well, it's got the same multiplier that you folks have not demanded that these facilities be paid for. Okay?
They do
because
need to be
you
paid
don't
for.
know. No. You don't know. I don't know. The mayor, Condor baby, doesn't know. He's the mayor. What do you mean he doesn't know how much he owes on the baseball stadium? Oh, it was all rolled up in the manipulation of coming up with another skinny scam of not telling the public.
Is it not rolled up into a better loan that does help us to pay that off quicker?
From what I understand is that it was all consolidated into one loan, one payment, lower rate, and it would help us pay it off quicker.
You believe that? Do you believe that?
I haven't heard a viable alternative.
No, you haven't.
Where is the money?
No, you haven't. I'm telling you, nobody will force the city hall operation to put the truth of your money black hole on paper and present it to the public.
Well, why don't
See,
you do
because
that?
you people, no, I've done enough for this community.
You sure have.
I sure have, because you folks don't really want to know the truth. See, if you have a problem, you must identify that you have the problem. Ultimately, all this jibber-jabber from your county clown commission or little Scott Conger talking about, platitudes of grandeur. Look, you need to find out how much indebtedness and how long you're going to be in the millions of dollars in debt, because none of this comes to light. Enough pressure has been put on the city hall, and all your little mayor wants to say is, I don't know how much we owe. It was all rolled up in this special deal that we cut. Well, again, I don't believe any verbiage that comes from any of your leadership around here. Why? Because every time they flap their gums, they lie to you blatantly. Okay? And you suck it up like honey on a stick. But anyway, like I say, Julie, now we've got Date Night Bunions wanting a roundabout. This is another one of them crony deals. Who in God's name wants a roundabout in a rural intersection instead of a red light? I'm going to tell you, Julie. First of all, forget about the red light in the roundabout. Concentrate on the malfeasance that has been allowed to permeate over 5 solid years without any action by the county commission or the city hall about who's going to pay for the total renovation of a brand new split 4-lane road leading to your little cinder block building that you don't need to begin with. And not only that, but maybe you didn't see, I enjoy watching the comedy of your Madison County Commission on my television. I no longer have to go down there. I mean, it's publicized normally within 2 days of them holding their little gathering. But my point is this. Now you've got a dude overseeing this construction, and he comes before your county commission last meeting and tells the commissioners that they haven't put one cinder block in the ground, but they're already over $40 million to build this little school. Hello?
Now, what did you think about that part? I felt like the $40 million was for the school. I feel like the roads and everything else, that's not the county commission's business. That's right there on city streets. Maybe I'm reading that one wrong.
So who is responsible for building the road?
Well, Stan Pilot said that the developer is responsible for it. And
No. Stan Pilot said, no. Stan Pilot said that it's too late to incorporate the responsibility on the developer on purpose.
Well,
you know
here's
why?
my question.
Because your county clown leader, okay, why was the school building wanting to be built in a flood zone? Because of all of the, quote, developer of the Section 8 apartments that are built in a flood zone in close proximity to your brand new schoolhouse.
Hey, Rick, I just found the breakdown of all the monies. I'm printing it out right now. I'm going to get it from Melissa. But we are at 11:33. We do have to take a quick break. Hold tight. We'll be right back. And we will go deeper into this, and we'll follow up and see if there's anything new going on with the school shooting also in Nashville. So hang tight, Rick.
I know what you're doing, yeah. I know why you dialed my number. I know what you're doing, yeah. I know why you care. I know what you're doing, yeah.
Most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn and Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn and Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
We found Jackson's perfect lunch spot, Bourbon and Barley's. You can enjoy a delicious sit-down lunch at drive-through prices. Bourbon and Barley's lunch menu is available weekdays 11 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Have a late lunch or an early dinner at lunch prices. Bourbon and Barley's amazing lunch menu options include delicious crab and lobster bruschetta, Cobb salads, one-topping pizzas, and their featured slider of the day. All for just $10 across the street from Starbucks. Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Is your office or home office looking to upgrade facility? Or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
That lonesome feeling comes to my door and the whole world turns blue. There's a rundown bar across the railroad track. I got a table for two way in the back where I sit alone and think of losing you. I spend most every night beneath the light of a neon moon. Now if you lose your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely. Go watch your broken dreams dance in and out of the beams of a neon moon. I think the two young lovers are running wild.
Welcome back to Walker Talks without Chuck. He's soaking up the sun. And I'm here with Gina Langley and Clint Doris.
Woohoo.
Hey, Gina.
So we've had a pretty interesting day. We broke the news about the Nashville school shooting. There's not really much more going on. Rick, I know you're on the line, but hold on. We got to catch up on some stuff. You had an interesting text come through on your phone.
I'm told that maybe high schools here do have metal detectors. Not sure about middle schools, but that high schools do. Haven't been in one personally. That's my fault.
Well, we went into Northside. What was it, Thursday night, Gina?
Yeah.
And there weren't any metal detectors where we were. I wonder if it's just the main entrances that have them. And I wonder if they'd have to, but it was locked, remember?
Yeah, and we were
couldn't
at the
come
auditorium.
in. Yep.
Yeah.
And the principal had to unlock it to let us in, and then eventually he unlocked it to actually let the public in, which obviously it wasn't a school thing, but I wonder, well, like at USJ, we've got all those gates.
Right.
But if somebody wanted to go in there, you can drive through the middle gate.
You could.
Anytime you want. I don't know
think
how you would stop it. Now, they got the doors locked. I mean, it feels very secure, but I don't know how you stop somebody totally crazy.
With a gun.
With a bullet. I mean, I hate to say that, but with a bullet. So we're gonna catch up on some of these texts real quick. This kind of goes back to some stuff we were talking earlier. It said, thanks Woodrow Wilson for letting the international banksters run our country and our finances. Not. Change of subject, the MSM is reporting of an Iranian drone strike on U.S. contractors and military personnel in northern Syria. However, MSM reports do not explain why us commandos and U.S. contractors are in northern Syria, or if they are legally under the Syrian government. You know, I guess when you think you can go into any country illegally and steal their oil or natural resources, I guess this is the way you view it. Context doesn't matter. American government can do what it wants. And then the texter said the U.S. government will put more funds into financing high levels of security with taxpayer dollars around foreign oil operations for private companies than public schools.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's kind of accurate, isn't it?
Public schools are a huge problem. I don't know about all that other stuff, but we're not doing right by our schools.
No,
we're not preparing kids. It's one of the main problems in this town. Our school system's failing our locals.
And then we got another text that said, great show, Julie. Thanks. Interest rates in early 80s reached 23% in car loans. People were dreaming of 17 interest on CD savings, but under Jimmy Carter, it crippled the economy and took us 6 years to get rates down for people so they could afford a car or a house. The government continues under Biden to hurt and whine, especially working and poor people. Our groceries are the key indicator. I agree with that. And here comes another one that says, Julie and Clint, you were doing awesome today.
Good text.
Two of the best. You hear that, Chuck? We do have a new call that just came in. Let's get to it. Thank you for calling Walker Talks. How's your day going?
Julie, Gina, Clint's doing well. Have you guys heard about this story breaking out of Nashville, a school shooting? Have you guys heard of it?
Yes, sir. We actually broke it about 25 to 30 minutes ago.
At least.
I just got a call. It's the active shooter event, and you guys may have covered it already. It's this morning at a Nashville school. It's breaking nationwide now. The shooter engaged police, and he's reported that the shooter's dead.
Yeah, we reported that, about 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, and that there was at least 7 ambulances that they have requested for, and there are multiple patients. We cannot find anywhere where they've released any ages or anything like that, or even any information really about the shooter, except that he is gone to see his maker.
Yep, and the fire department issued the following statement just a little bit ago. Quotes, we can confirm we have multiple patients. Parents coming to the school should go to, and they give the address. This is an active scene, close quote, the fire department in Nashville. And CDOT's reported that a portion of Harding Place will be closed. So this all playing its way out now, and information is still coming out. With the Covenant School in Nashville. And if I find out any more information, I'll give you guys a buzz.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Somebody just called in, and I'm still trying to figure out how to work these call lines. So if you just called back and I just hung up on you,
we sorry.
I'm sorry, but call on back. The whole thing with Nashville it's sad, and that's really close to home. I think that's the closest to home it's been for us.
It'll happen here eventually, won't it?
Yeah.
I hate it, but you hear about stuff like this. It couldn't happen in my town, and it does.
And you know what we'll do? Offer thoughts and prayers.
Well, look, we don't have many other solutions.
We better be coming up with something.
We got to.
The Republicans and the Democrats, all they want to do is fight and name call, and in the meantime, our babies are being shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking right now through my head if there's a way that I can hire somebody to come teach my 3 animals at my house. Because bless them.
You're gonna need better interest rates.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure something out. We have another caller on the line. Thank you for calling Walker Talks. How are you today?
Julie, I don't want to go into very much more.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. The main thing is that, like I say, for 5 years, there's been total incompetence from your county commission in coordination with your school superintendent, and that now we find out that the city mayor is responsible for reconstruction because, see, at one time, Ashport was a county road, but then your town government went out and forced annexation on those people on Northwest, and they didn't want to be part of Jackson. And then ultimately, Gist, being the dummy that he was, it's cost the city of Jackson millions of dollars for his buffoonery because you had to put in a new fire station, you needed to put in utilities like street lights. And another thing is, I want you to go back and watch the last County Clown Commission on your computer.
Is that the one we went to, Rick?
To see. Excuse me?
Is that the one that we went to?
No, that was the last one.
Okay.
You went to the one two
ago.
February, I think. But
Yeah.
no, they just had one in March. And like I say, for 5 years, they had plenty of time. But now your mayor that you think a lot of, he has come out and said that, oh yeah, he can do the repair work on the road, but he's going to have to do it in 4 phases. Well, they're saying that the schoolhouse is going to be built by the end of this next year. Okay? So are you
Rick,
telling
I watched
me
that meeting, and I'm willing to go with you on a little of that. I mean, I don't know why they haven't coordinated up until this point, but it did seem, I mean, I don't know why the planning department can stand up here at this hour and tell us that we can't have roads or sidewalks. That does seem like a lack of coordination, but what is the solution? I mean, we've got to build the Pope. I feel like we do. Y'all keep talking about the real estate developer over here like he's supposed to build city streets. And what makes you think it floods so bad when there's a jillion houses on every side of it? I mean, the developer of that neighborhood, who everybody loves to hate, has built sidewalks up to Ashport Road because the city made them do it. So I think they need to make themselves do it, and them standing around wondering who pays is just unacceptable for the people. So I'm with you on that.
Well, the whole essence, you got Stan. Stan is a city employee. You
Correct.
understand that?
Not an elected official. So why does he stand here and tell us we don't get what we want? You wait.
All right. So he works for the mayor.
Correct. The city mayor, the county mayor, both, correct?
No, not actually. See, he's a city employee, but the dummies on the County Clown Commission over the years, in order to, quote, save money, allow the city planner to do the planning for the county projects. Is that not?
And you think they're sticking it to the county? Now, it does kind of seem that way to me. Is that what you're saying, that the city is sticking it to the county by double employing pilot?
I'm saying that the county is a separate government entity from your city operation. However,
yes,
you have several of the county, including your county lawyer boy, okay, that has allowed the county government operation, for instance, to sell city stickers in the county courthouse. So that
you
the
lost
city
me
of
about
Jackson,
the school and the streets. I thought we were going to solve that problem.
Hold on. We're going to break in with this real quick. It is coming out, reports right now from ABC News, that Vanderbilt has confirmed that 3 children were killed in this shooting.
So was this at an elementary school?
Yes,
It was.
and it had a pre-K. 3 children have died
Oh, Julie.
after they were shot at a private school in Nashville, Tennessee.
At a private school.
According to a hospital official, all 3 children were pronounced dead after arriving at
Oh, my
Vanderbilt
God.
University Center. According to hospital spokesman, no other patients are being treated, the hospital said.
So, and this is, again, a private school. So those of us who,
It's
John
preschool
Thomas
through 6th grade.
goes to USJ and you think, oh, our children are safe at a private. No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
No, they're not.
This is pitiful.
This is everywhere. And it just goes back and it's reiterating that, that the police officers did engage with the suspect and he is dead, rightfully so. I'm sure that might come back and bite me in the butt, but I don't care.
All I can think about are those poor parents. It's Monday morning. They're rushing out the door. Don't forget your backpack.
And it's Monday morning, so it probably wasn't even a smooth rush out the door.
What do you mean you forgot your shoes? Where are you? Like that kind of thing. And
all unimportant now.
All completely unimportant now.
And then it comes back to this, what we're talking about. At the end of the day, we're worried about roundabouts and sidewalks, but what we really need to be truly, truly worried about is protecting our kids, not drag queens, not a sidewalk. We need to make sure that they're safe.
Our babies, as a society, this is so screwed up.
We're getting some text in. Yeah, they're same thing. They're breaking. 3 kids in Nashville have passed. And then this comes in and said, Rick should get his own podcast, either called Get Off My Lawn or The Monkey Shine Deaton Hour. He can filibuster his own channel.
Not bad.
I just, my heart breaks for these families.
Yeah. I mean, and it just keeps happening. Nobody's doing anything about it except the Republicans and the Democrats name calling, yelling, not doing anything to protect our babies. Whatever the heck that is, it has to be done. We can't live like this. As a society, we are supposed to protect the young. We are failing our children.
And we stand on it all the time for everything else we do. Utah, this crap they're doing, what we've done in Tennessee. And I mean, I'm just like, y'all are worried about the smallest percentage.
Exactly. These are the most vulnerable among us, and we are not protecting them.
This just came in on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Private schools, you would think, would have max security because those are kids of lawyers, judges, big money folks who could be targets of kidnapping or worse. I'm not big money, and my kids are currently in a private school, and we do have a gate, and you do have to get zoomed in or, buzzed in, and we do. Some of the rooms actually have those bulletproof rooms.
Right.
But...
Well, I mean,
we
it
can't
could
just
be the lawyer's kid taking the gun. Who knows who does it?
Well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. They're all children.
I'm not big money. John Thomas goes to USJ, but if somebody really wants to break into that place, they're going to.
Yeah. There's been things in the past at other schools. I mean, you remember when the kid brought the gun to Pope.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
I think it was a kindergartner. This was like a year ago.
When I was at Pope, when I was at East, the kid brought a gun. But back then, I mean, I'm acting like that's a funny thing. This kid brought a gun. Nobody had ever heard of it. He got in big trouble, and that was it. We're like, that crazy fool brought a gun. Why did he do that? And then I know when before my generation, people just had their guns on their gun racks.
In the truck.
But
like
something
in the back. Yeah.
Something's different. I mean, it's not just the media.
It's our
We're
world.
sure that there weren't a lot of school shootings 50 years ago, and we just missed them because there wasn't social media.
This started, it seems like, and I've heard people say, with Columbine.
Columbine was like the first one I remember.
First one that I was standing there in just pure shock.
We had heinous crimes. We've always, remember the Oklahoma Balmer? We've always had heinous crimes. Right. I do think it is more in our face now. We hear about it quicker, but I don't, I do think it's more prevalent than it used to be.
Well, this is Nashville, too.
This is...
I guess
it's a nice neighborhood at an expensive private
Hillcrest,
school.
Yes. I mean, not Hillcrest. What is it? Greensboro, Hillsboro.
Green Hills.
Can't get it out.
It's right by that nice
Julie
mall.
hates Green Hills.
Yeah. It's bougie. I'm not.
I like that mall.
But it just, I didn't think on my first day on radio this is what we would be talking about, and I am very much so underprepared for this because this is emotional. It makes me think I've got 3 in school right now. All 3 could be one person's children.
I know.
Well, maybe Rick could do a few more minutes on the county commission.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I know, right? But we're about to come up to the top of the hour news. So, Rick, go ahead, finish us out, and then we're going to take a little break to the top of the hour news.
Okay. Properly protected or secured.
Agree.
Like I say, you need to interview your school superintendent to find out on the record how many school buildings do not have metal detectors. More importantly than that, you need to hire a concrete company and put concrete stanchions at the entrance sidewalk to prevent automobiles from driving in through your front entrance of your school. Okay? We've been doing that since terrorism became terrorism in 1976. So I've been in that business half my life, seems like. More importantly, the county commission, again, refuses to address key problems until they become crises unnecessarily. And then all of a sudden, because the schoolhouse has already been told by the county commission, here's your $40 million, go build a school building for that amount of money. Don't come back to us. We don't have any more money to give you. On the same premise, you got the county mayor that led his little parade of throwing $114 million in the renovation of Oman Arena. There's a lot of flim-flam that goes on because of your crony setup that's been going on strong for 75 years. There's a reason that Tennessee is the third most corrupt state in America. Mississippi being number one, Louisiana is two, and Tennessee is three. So until your age group steps up and starts demanding key issues to be corrected immediately, because it took you 40 years were wasted in Madison County to do the right thing. Okay? And then you had the old codgers, you built a schoolhouse within 50 feet of the county line with Chester County. Just absolutely ridiculous. When you do a little research, little history, finding out who owned that property and how that razzmatazz got built. See, because y'all are not watching the money flow. You're not. How dare the supervisor of the project for the new school come to the county commission without the first cinder block being laid, claiming that the $40 million is not going to be enough.
Yeah.
Well, he's barking at the wrong dog.
Yep.
He needs to go back to the school superintendent and say, congratulations, superintendent, you got some cuts on all your little foo-foo stuff that you want to put in this cinder block building that will not benefit teaching one child in Madison County to read. I already told you, Madison County, this is fact, is in the very bottom of the state in the category of illiteracy. That needs to be sunken in and mandated today.
You're
then
right.
You got a superintendent.
Rick, we got to hit this break. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for always calling in and talking with us. We're going to go to the top of the hour.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. A massive tornado pushing through Mississippi on Friday, and recovery efforts are underway. Two of the counties hit by the Friday storm are Sharkey and Humphreys. FEMA Representative Deanne Criswell told KOCO there are obvious immediate needs for storm victims.
We know that this is going to be a long-term recovery event, and we can see just where we're standing here that one of the major issues that we're going to face is housing.
Many people in the region live paycheck to paycheck working jobs in agriculture. Sharkey's poverty rate, 35%. Humphreys is 33%. That compares to about 19% for Mississippi and under 12% for the entire U.S. Tornadic activity on Friday killed 25 in Mississippi and 1 in Alabama. Also at townhall.com, the coalition government led by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has plunged into chaos. as protests against plans to overhaul the judiciary continue.
Many people in this country see these changes as really affecting the bedrock of Israel's democracy. And that's why Benjamin Netanyahu finds himself in such a difficult position. There was this plan to address the nation, which has now been postponed while he holds talks with various Israeli lawmakers. He's got the other members of his own coalition to try and keep happy. Then you have on the streets tens of thousands of people. I was with protesters in Jerusalem until 3 o'clock here this morning, and they were absolutely determined that they would not back down in trying to get this legislation not paused, but stopped.
BBC correspondent Anna Foster reporting from Jerusalem. Stocks are mixed on Wall Street as battered banks show more strength, at least for now. The Dow is up 172 points, but the Nasdaq is down 74. More at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances and I feel bad because I should be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time, been the resource that God's people have relied on. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, is what the prophet Haggai said during a time of great shaking. To protect your retirement, I recommend that you diversify your 401k or IRA right out of paper assets and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with Gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. I want you to text the words FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no strings attached to this, so just text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and see what I've discovered here about gold and its ability to stabilize your investment and create a storage of wealth for you in unsteady times.
Brazilians upset over amusement attraction.
Some 200 demonstrators gathered beneath Rio de Janeiro's world-famous Sugarloaf Mountain to protest the ongoing construction of zip lines, alleging it will cause unacceptable impacts. The 4 steel lines will run over the forest between Sugarloaf and Urca Hill, and riders will reach speeds of 62 miles an hour. Inauguration is scheduled for the second half of this year, and an online petition to halt works has been signed by almost 11,000 people. The UN's Heritage Center named it a World Heritage Site in 2012. Rhonda Rockster reporting.
The lawyer for a group of British tabloids is asking a judge in London to toss out lawsuits by Prince Harry, Elton John, and several other celebrities who allege phone tapping and other invasions of privacy. He says the claims are too old and barred because they rely on information they obtain over confidentiality for a 2012 probe into media law breaking. Breaking news at townhall.com. Political parties in Australia have agreed to a deal that's key to reducing the country's carbon emissions by nearly half before the end of the decade.
Previously, Australia was slow to embrace policies to tackle climate change, but a series of natural disasters has led to a shift in attitudes. The most eye-catching detail in this new deal concerns more than 200 of Australia's most polluting oil, gas and mining facilities. They'll have to cut their emissions by 5% a year until 2030. The accord was agreed by the governing Labour Party and the Greens, who had been holding out for tougher legislation.
BBC correspondent Michael Bristow. The British government has pushed its migration bill forward in Parliament. The illegal migration bill would bar asylum claims by anyone who reaches the UK by unauthorized means, and they would be banned from ever re-entering the UK. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years. Commercial and residential maintenance as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Never mentions the word addiction in certain company. Yes, she'll tell you she's an orphan after you meet her family. Keeps a lock of hair in her pocket. She wears a cross arms around her neck. Yes, the hair is from a little boy, and the cross of someone she has not met, but not yet. Then she talks to angels, says they all know her name.
Welcome back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. It's kind of a sad day. Had breaking news that wasn't real great. 3 children killed in a shooting in Nashville at a school. The shooter is dead. The police did engage with him, and he is no longer with us. We're going to go ahead and jump into some of these texts on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Here's a partial fix for gun violence. We need to invest in good psych care for kids and adolescents. The availability for psychiatric care in this area especially is non-existent. It is even more difficult to find for kids with Medicaid because no one accepts it around here in psychiatry. The void there is huge. Getting rid of high-capacity magazines is fine, but the secondary problem with that is that it will take a lot of money away from the Pittman-Robertson Act, funds that will go to wildlife. With that said, we can find that money somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we could have psychiatry, that'd be great. I don't even know if adults can get it in this town, much less kids. And then,
I think it's all private pay, just about.
I mean, I'm sure we need, who needs that is these killers going in and shooting people. Like I said, it's usually not kids, but certainly kids need it, and they certainly do after this.
Absolutely. This comes in and it says, I wish Rick would just run for mayor so I can watch the debates. I love Rick's enthusiasm for pointing out cronyism in Jackson-Madison County, but he tends to beat a dead horse with his talking points on the same call. Too long-winded. I would suggest stronger and shorter statements. Back to Roku, Big Rick.
I know I keep falling for him, but I'm just waiting, 40 years of the money going to the wrong way, and just all you got to do is just tell us who it is, and, and then it'll be solved. And we won't have to sit here and guess every day.
There's no telling what would happen. And then the sad thing about school shootings in America, in 3 weeks, the way the news cycle is, most people will forget and move on while victims' families grieves. This is gut-wrenching. It is. This one comes in and says, let's put veterans in the school to protect the kids. All we want is to still have a purpose. I can get down with that all day long.
Don't mind that idea.
I would trust that. I would get down with that. There's nothing I could say negative about that. What do you think?
Every now and again, one of these shooters is a veteran. No offense to my veterans out there, but you got to watch some of them too.
Yeah, and that,
I don't like guns being around my kids.
Yeah.
Period. Unless they're gun people. But we definitely treat the veterans wrong. The police.
Absolutely.
We could raise the morale with them do us a solid on our schools and, maybe get a tit for tat there. This is a tough situation.
I will say, though, coming from someone who was married military and he had a moment to where he had to go to the VA after some war, I think it kind of aligns with what the previous texter said about psychiatry. They're not... they go and they're not brainwashed, but they're pushed into this part of themselves where it's fight, kill for the greater good of America. And then they come back and they're not used to being civilized anymore.
To bring it back to what I do for a living, you talk about all these issues that we really spend a lot of time debating on that don't actually affect us. I go in houses for a living. Only a handful of times, but I've been in houses with little toddlers and little babies, and that mama's there, and the husband's in Afghanistan, or the husband's in wherever. That happens to me. That affects our community. And I'm thinking, why are we in Afghanistan? What's he in Iraq for? So we got real men. We got a man crisis in our country, and we got good men over there while the mamas are home with these babies, and there's no public discourse about where we are. And I don't want to be a big conspiracy theorist, but did you believe the government about Iraq? Did you believe them about Afghanistan? Did you believe them about COVID? What's the last thing you believed them on? So how are we sending these kids over there to die? And then they come back, you'd feel bad too.
I just, I'm with you. I don't know the last time that I truly trusted the big government because I didn't get vaccinated. I wouldn't do it. I didn't trust them. I didn't think we knew enough. And I truly believed that COVID came from Wuhan in that lab. And I mean, for me, it wasn't the answer. Now, if somebody got the vaccine, that's fine. That was their answer. But for me, yes, I'm fat. I'm overweight. I smoke. But I'm a pretty generally super healthy person. I don't have a lot of problems, knock on wood. It just wasn't the answer for me.
Well, I don't trust them. They're just hard to trust. And that's one thing. But you go in these homes and you see these kids that aren't there and you don't know why. And, we've got kids growing up without dads. That's a little tough. And those guys need psychiatry, so.
Yeah. We got 2 more texts that just came in on our advanced rehab line, 731-800-8398. And hey, if you want to get in on the conversation with us, call in. The CWA phone line is 731-265-6496. 3 kids and 2 adults dead in Nashville. So they have come out with that. Okay. School shooting. This does not happen with this. This does not happen with this regularity in other advanced nations. All of these shootings are going to lead to police state. Wake up. And then this said, bingo, this guy nailed it.
I think we already have a police state. A little bit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they got all these guns and tanks, but they.
Well, we've also taken a lot of money away from our cops with the recent, and I'm not saying that there aren't some things that we shouldn't have looked into. Memphis, that was tragic. That was stupid. It should have never happened. That's kind of gone silent.
That has gone silent.
Mm-hmm. Makes you wonder.
Well, that's the ugliest story I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And
it reminds you of the Rodney King.
It's very, 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 very similar to that, except I think they at least pulled Rodney King over for something. I don't know if they got this cat on anything.
I think that was just, I don't know what the answer is. I don't. I wish I did.
Well, I see both sides of that. I mean, it's funny. Every cop I know and every politician I know is actually an awesome person.
Yeah.
And, but, I've come up, I've been in college, high school, you have an encounter or two with cops and you can not trust them pretty quick. And so, a lot of this is just complicated.
What's the saying? Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop.
Yeah. And I know a couple of good cops are out there speaking up against these guys,
And I think it's going to take more of us as people standing up and fighting for it because the government's just, at this point, I do believe that the whole thing about TikTok is their pockets are lined with stock in Meta and they want it off and they want it to come back to their pockets because when TikTok came, it did really hurt the Instagrams and the Facebooks and even YouTube. And so then they tried to mimic it. They didn't do it as good. I don't trust them to do what's best for our kids.
I can't discount that part of it, but I have trouble telling kids what they can do. First of all, we're more hooked on social media than our kids are.
Absolutely.
They can put it away if they want sometimes. And I don't really believe in telling people what they can and can't do. But in the case of China, and I'm not on TikTok, I'm not against it. But the only thing I have to say about China is they're not allowing our Google over there. They're not allowing our Facebook over there. So they at least know how this stuff can be used. Mm-hmm. And I don't like us allowing something that they won't allow.
Do you think they're doing that because it has come out how much we have censored people? Like the whole thing with Twitter where they were, hiding the files and lying and all of that. Do you think that's why? Or do you think China just hates us that much?
I think we have a speck in our own eye about censorship and propaganda. Mm-hmm. We like to say, it's Russian propaganda, that's Chinese propaganda, but we've got all that going on too. We've got one side of a Ukraine war, one side of a China-Taiwan policy. The media's not telling us all that. You have to really seek it out. And so I don't trust them that they're going to carry us any further than we already are. We have propaganda here also. Now, I think the Chinese just do it because they don't have the freedom of speech and the freedoms we do. Their government can have control over all the industry. They can have control over all the factories and they can have control over all the speech and the workers. And I think that gives them a big advantage that we don't have. So I think they're doing it because they want to keep American ideals out of there. And I think we're doing it because we also want to keep American ideals out of there. We just pretend we don't do it.
Yeah. This just came in on the advanced rehab text line. It says, since we can't trust the government to protect our schools, it's up to the parents. But that sucks because parents got enough to deal with. If you know, you know. And they also said we spend over $1 trillion on our military. We got enough to protect our children in schools, basically. There are ways and multiple solutions. There are. Now, how can we get them implemented? Do we go and we run up on the school board? Do we go to the city? Do we go to the county? Like where do we go to move this forward? And could it be something that could go into a state and federal law to where this was just a precedent set across the United States to protect our children?
But you really have to figure out why children and adults are going into schools and shooting people. And cops don't solve that.
Crazy.
Military doesn't solve that. So we've got a mental gap here somewhere. And I can't figure it out. I wish this wouldn't have happened. That's the last thing I want to talk about.
Yeah,
This is awful. So
we had a plan for so much different show, and then this happened. And it's heartbreaking.
We're sitting here with our kids at school right now.
Yeah, there's part of me that wants to just go get them right now and just be like, you know what? Forget it.
Maybe Chuck will come back from the beach.
Yeah. No, he's hanging down there with his son. He's keeping him safe.
Good for him.
It's so close to home. And then that worries me that some nutcase around here is going to be like, well, look at all that attention. Let me do it.
I don't have a solution for this. It hits poor schools, rich schools, every part of the country now. But this is as close to us that I know about it.
Yeah, I don't think we've had anything like this here. Mm-hmm. I do know, one time that there was a shooting outside of Liberty, but it was in the parking lot and it was between, two kids. This is like not premeditated. This is just crazy. You just go into a school and shoot it up.
And we still don't know anything, right?
No.
We don't know about if it was an adult or a kid.
We do know it was an adult.
It was.
ABC News has put that out, that there was 3 children and 2 adults have died following a shooting at a private school in Nashville, Tennessee, according to an official at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. The shooting unfolded Monday morning at the Covenant School, a Christian school for students in preschool through 6th grade. Yeah. Police said officers engaged with the suspect and the suspect is dead. It is not clear if the suspect is among the 2 adults and 3 children who were declared dead at the hospital. So we still don't know if this was an adult, a child, that came in and did this heinous act. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee tweeted that he is closely monitoring the tragic situation. Please join us in praying for the school, congregation, and Nashville community, Lee said.
Yeah, this will change Tennessee.
Yeah,
life forever. And we got a lot of political news here already.
Yeah, we're the laughing stock of America and the world.
Today.
No,
I don't think that's all warranted, but we
are.
Oh
my gosh! Let me check this before I say this. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't want to report something that's not, for sure, because that would not be right. Here's the article. It's going to be a video, isn't it?
Yeah, you love a website that goes straight to video.
I know.
When they click you there. And I can't believe the way these news organizations get away with the crazy pop-up ads, the junky ads, and they want us to believe their stories, but they're going to put hair loss ads all over the place, and it's strange.
I wonder, with this being where it's at, of the most recent legislature that's passed, if it's going to go back somewhere tied into that.
Which legislature are you referring to?
The drag queen ban.
Oh, you think they're going to link this to the drag queen
ban? I don't know.
Ban?
I just wonder, what if it is somebody that, is mad? Because we've seen a lot of anger because of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to speculate on that. It could be somebody's girlfriend. Or, who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows what it is? I just hate to have my kids there today.
Let's see what we can find right here.
3 children and 2 adults.
Mm-hmm. But then this one says that they were transported to Monroe Correll Jr. Children. Okay, at Vanderbilt with gunshot wounds. All 5 were pronounced dead after arrival. It was not immediately clear if the shooter was among the 5 people taken into the hospital. Special agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and ATF and Explosives were on the scene. no current threat. Nobody's saying that.
At least they've made the scene, and it appears to be over. We don't know what's going on at the school now.
No, we don't. We know that
the situation in Texas where they were there for hours and hours, and all the parents were outside.
I will say this. I'm really thankful that we did not. This is two people saying it.
Huh. That's new.
Press conferences on now. Okay, we can't see it. So they're saying that Fox News has confirmed that the shooter was a teenage girl. Now, if that doesn't spin the normal, imagine being a child at Jackson School and then hear about this. This is tragic enough. I bet it scares them. I agree.
Yeah.
What was that school in Texas?
Uvalde.
Yeah. It could have been so much worse. I am so thankful that our cops got in there and got to it, and we didn't have a situation like that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to see what comes, and I hate that we can't see the press conference, but that's a bad situation there.
This came in on the text line that says, I hope they can find out the motive behind the school shooting for the parents' sake so they can get some kind of closure. This is horrible. I agree.
That's why the guy's been shot. Some people like that. It leaves you not knowing a lot also, though.
I just, there's nothing that they're going to say that's going to make it okay. Like, there's nothing that's going to ease this. There's no real closure to this. Why would you do this?
There's no closure, and, maybe someone out there has a solution, but we know what the solutions will come from each side. One will suggest about guns. The other will not give up the guns. Mm-hmm. We had a texter talk about psychiatry. That probably won't come up much, and we'll be back here waiting on the next one. But if I had a solution, I'd say it. I feel like Rick over here. I got nothing to solve it.
Well, they're saying now authorities reveal woman is behind deadly private Christian school shooting.
Woman, and that is not
it's not a teen. So I wonder if it's like an 18 or if they're just not mincing their words good.
Well, now
female suspect is dead. So here's another one.
Sad.
So sad.
They'll comb her history.
The female suspect who appeared to be in her teens was also shot and killed by authorities at the scene.
Yeah, that doesn't get any better.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make it any better or any easier. I can't imagine. Yeah. How you say that word?
Uvalde.
Yes. Was a
show.
There's a cuss word there.
I don't know how to say that one either.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that word either. But yeah, it was. It really was. I don't want to take my kids to school. I want to go get them.
I don't either. Maybe we just figure out what we can do about our schools here, make them the best we can.
Yeah. I guess that's all we can do.
Deal with this and
the best way possible.
Wish for the best for them in Nashville.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to catch this last break before the end of the show. And let's watch some of that press conference while we got a break.
There you go.
Now maybe did I mean to treat you bad, but I did anyway. And then maybe some would say your life was sad, but you lived it anyway.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
show me the bling.
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off, so
know our relationship thrives. Say, show me the bling. And carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900 or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said, show me the bling. So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Auto Mart today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and Newstalk WTN.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Jean Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at JeanLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty information.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808. Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Team's got an out of town. Me, I'm sitting on the hood of mine drinking. I'm just a parking lot down and outer. Under that high school bleacher, I drove that preacher's daughter crazy. Her mama was my homeroom teacher, and her dad was hell bent on saving me. Yeah, I'm sure there's higher heights where the high risers rise. But me, I'm gonna sit right here tonight and catch me around here, buzz, 'cause you ain't around here none. Keep putting them downhill, another round hill, till my down goes up. Lit up like that one-stop light across the mountain. Ever since you caught that out there, bud, I catch me around here, buzz.
Welcome back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Chuck is soaking up the sun, and me and Clint Doris are here solving all the world's problems.
All of them.
We do have a caller. Let's go ahead and take this. Thank you for calling in to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
You got a window down?
No, I'm in the tractor.
Oh, what you doing, bull?
Driving the tractor. Hey, can you hear me good enough? I'm on, I got earphones on. I could turn that off. Maybe that's what the problem is.
You're hard to hear, but I can hear you.
I don't know. Turn them off.
Are you there? Well, I hate that.
You remember back in the old days, like when the people came over here from England and took the land away from the Indians?
Yes, sir.
They would cut the native people's heads off and put them up on the forts, where when people would come in, they'd see, people's bodies decomposing and rotting, and that was scared the native people. And you go on back to the Romans, they'd hang people up on a cross, and you sit out there and rot. And then the guy that was the vampire, what was his name?
Dracula?
In real life.
Lestat.
No, Vladimir or something from Romania. He would put people on spikes.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that.
It
was his
enter
name?
between your legs and come out your mouth. And you'd actually still be alive, and you'd have to be in that condition until you pass out and died. Or no. And that's all to scare people to stay in line, And I'm just wondering.
Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah.
He was the Prince of Wallachia.
Oh, Vlad.
He was crazy.
Anyway, our ancestors knew people are going to mess around and do the no-no unless you really scare them. Even in religion, if you don't worship, you go to eternal hell with fire and brimstone and just, you are going to be scared into acting right. And I'm just wondering, why did that fall out? Because we got people going and killing kids in the school. This girl that did it, they ought to hang her up somewhere and let us watch her rot down.
She's dead now.
Hmm?
She dead now. The police did kill her on impact. I mean, immediately.
I think we deemed it socially unacceptable to impale people through their bottom and out of their mouth is one of the reasons that went away. But maybe we should consider that or psychiatry.
Psychiatry is real good for the psychiatrist. He makes a lot of money. Other than that, it doesn't really do anything.
Well, what do you reckon's got these people shooting schools, Bull? You think about that out there on the tractor? I mean, for real, what causes this? What has changed with that?
What has changed, my team?
No, what has changed? We didn't have these shootings 50 years ago. What has changed?
Well, today it's totally acceptable for Miley Cyrus to run her hand down between another female's bottom. It's on Google today or
yeah, but
Facebook.
That doesn't make me want to shoot anybody.
I'm trying to tell you, that's okay. It's okay for men to dress up like women and have their butts kissed at the Oscars, them acting like women. So it's like any despicable, no good for nothing thing that somebody can do to get attention, you get a big thumbs up and wow, express your freedom. I mean, that's what's going on.
Yeah, but nobody's thumbs up in school shooting. That's a little bit different. I don't know what's going on. I will say things change. You know, some people blame video games, rock and roll. I've never really gone down that route, but you do have to question why all these younger kids are so different.
Yeah.
I don't think it's from watching Miley videos.
Do you think that we just raised such an entitled culture of children that when they don't get their way, they don't know how to handle it, and so they just act out in these insane, extreme ways because they are so addicted to stuff like social media that's that instant gratification, and they just don't know how to deal or cope? I mean, I remember I'd get my butt popped, and if I didn't clear my face up and get right, it was getting popped again. You know, I wasn't allowed to throw a tantrum because I didn't get my way.
But had you not done that, would you have gone and shot schools? You know, I don't know. Something's going on. It's just weird to me.
I think my mom whooped the entitlement out of me. I do believe that. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure with any of it. You know, there's kids that are, I hate to say this, but I don't even want my kid around, but their parents are decent people. They just don't do anything to correct them.
Yeah, and every now and again I see good kids
with terrible parents.
The parents ain't decent. Yeah,
right. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
But I've never known anybody who had the mental capacity to go in and shoot a school. So it's so beyond me, and I haven't really heard anybody saying really what's causing it.
I do know somebody who did a heinous crime, and I'm talking heinous crime, and in part of his life, he was raised terribly, but then he got into a foster home situation where he was with some of the absolute best people, had every opportunity, amazing athlete. I mean, he was awesome. He was in youth group with me. You could have never told me this guy would do something heinous. And it's probably one of the top 10 most heinous murders in Tennessee.
No.
So I don't know. And I often wonder what was that pivotal point in his life outside of school? Like once you've graduated, you're going on to the next part of life. What was the pivotal point that put him there?
Mm-hmm.
It kills me because I loved him.
And do you think he knew all along and fought that? Or do you think one day snapped? Do you think there was a pivotal moment?
I think there had to be some pivotal moment, and it might have at that moment been something small, but then it just snowballed into something bigger. I think about it all the time. And then the other three boys that he was truly raised around, one's a CFO, one's a CEO. And I think the other one's the CEO. They're all very smart, very good, very kind. And the people who raised him, the man and woman, I mean, they're some of the honest to God best people I know. And I just don't know what happened.
And you never do. And we all have that in our family or our friends, but you wouldn't think there'd be a rash of them just shooting up schools now.
No.
And that's where I can't get it. And I was scared. When I was in school, they took you to the jail and, they tried to scare you that way. They did different things to try to scare you. They show videos of people wrecking. They have a sex conference. They do all kinds of things to scare you to death.
There was one.
All that does is make kids want to do stuff, and that's what banning TikTok's going to do.
We were, I remember being in the DARE program, and Peaches, you remember Peaches?
I never had her there, but I remember Peaches and DARE.
Well, she was talking about people smoking cigarettes, and I remember being like in second grade and was like, I'm going to try that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was that kid.
I would go to the library and read the books. And they talk about banning books, and I don't know about all this. Nay had a story today on the David statue.
Oh, yeah.
Kids are curious. And I would go in and I would read the books on drugs and alcohol. And they'd say, hey, if you do drugs, you're going to die. You know, people do good and they die. And I'm like, well, why would anybody do that? But really, I was in there getting curious in the library.
And I mean, I remember, I don't know about you, but I remember, do you remember Walden Bookstores? That
Walden
was in the
Books
mall.
Was great. Well, Walden Books is in the corner there in front of the mall, I thought, yes.
Yeah. I can remember going in there and looking in books that I had really no business looking in, but I was curious. I wanted to know. Yeah. And then when the internet started, I Googled all kinds of crazy stuff.
I didn't have the internet, so I think that's what books are for. They say, you know, if somebody's banning a book, that's going to make a kid want to go read it. But when I started school, the internet came to JCM in my 11th and 12th grade year, and you had to be in honors, and then you had to go to a special room, and you could go up there and use the web crawler. And so I did not have the internet to look up but the first thing when I heard about the internet, and I'm 45, so I'm a little older than you, the first thing I said was, wait, so you can just look up anything and find out anything? And, you know, that scares people. But it's amazing. We can know anything right now. But a kid can also see anything.
It's like today, we were I know I checked the Jackson Sun, the Jackson Post, and WBBJ. We were the first people to break this shooting because the internet is literally right at our hand. One person texted me and said, there's an active shooting, and then boom, boom. And then within 20, 30 minutes, we know how many are dead, what they are. You know, it was a woman, a teenage shooter possibly. I mean, the internet, you can get everything just like that. It's great, but it can also be a bad tool.
And hopefully we can get some solutions out of it too. You know, had you not got that text, we'd be making people money in real estate right now.
I know. We're going to have to postpone it and do it again this week. We got 3 more days.
Maybe next time.
You can't be away from work that long?
3-4 hours. I don't love it. But I like doing this, but I don't love it.
It's hard for me too.
I don't love not working.
Bull, what you thinking, Bull?
Well, another thing that changes the way that people act, when their mothers are pregnant with them and they're doing the drugs and alcohol, that makes the baby's brain develop with fewer serotonin receptors. So that baby is always going to be an oddball, those psychiatrists or not. It's just like a bodybuilder takes steroids, the part of his body that makes the testosterone for him, it gets smaller because it's not being used. And when there's a lot of alkaloids or drugs in a woman's system and she's pregnant, the baby's brain is not going to produce as many receptors for the different neurotransmitters that they need.
Well, where do you ride that tractor at? No, are you planting today? What are you doing out there?
Fixing terraces. We've had several floods. We've had several floods since Christmas, and terraces are broken here and there.
Well, good to hear you out there working, buddy.
Of course, we're going to get another bad storm this week. I don't know if y'all are watching, but we're having a lot of atmospheric rivers hit California.
Mm-hmm.
And it combines with the weakened, what's that thing called, the Arctic jet stream, which makes it form into a low-pressure cell, and then it goes down the coast of California, picks up momentum and strength. And then when it comes here, we got these powerful low-pressure cells that cause the real bad weather we've been having here since Christmas over and over and over.
Yeah, I looked up the other day, and I've got some. I mean, my roof's not even 2 years old, and this last one got some of my shingles.
They're all up and down Carriage House right here.
Yeah,
the roof's laying on the road.
Yeah, it's pitiful. Well, Bull, thank you for calling in, and we love you, man.
Later, Bull.
So, I know this hasn't been the most appetizing conversation that we've had today, but I do need to give a shout out to Mulligan's because they do have 6. Today, they're going to have fried green tomato baskets for $6. And today's special is the Mully Burger, chicken and wild rice, country fried steak with farm fresh vegetables.
You can't get fried green tomatoes everywhere.
No,
That's
you can't.
awesome.
And $6, I'm for it.
$6.
I wonder how many are in a basket. I wonder if it's a whole tomato in a basket.
Get 2 and serve everybody.
Go to town.
There you go.
I love fried green tomatoes. Do you like yours with ranch or like a remoulade like the Cajuns do it?
I like a fancy remoulade, mayo, sriracha, tequila, mayo type
tequila.
thing. Just ranchy and spicy.
Yeah.
Just right on that fried goodness.
Speaking of tequila, do you like tequila?
It's just okay to me.
Oh, I love it.
could learn to appreciate it. I'm not against it, but I'm not Mr. sit around do shots of tequila guy. I don't like that.
I like to drink a beer and every once in a while throw back a shot of tequila if I'm going to do it.
You do the slammers, or you do the half of the tequila and then you put half Sprite
Oh,
and
no.
you slam it.
No, I won't.
You and Chris ought to try that this weekend.
I like cold Casamigos straight, and I don't want any lemon or lime, just a bite of orange.
Casa Soda extra lime. I've said that a few times.
Oh, I could get down with that. Put a little grapefruit juice in there, make it a Paloma. My boss, Joey Connor, he makes fun of me. He calls my drink a Palomala. And I'm like, no, it's a Paloma.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, he's like, get her a Palomala.
And what's in that? That's a tequila one too?
That's tequila, grapefruit juice, a little bit of soda, and a little bit of lime.
Not bad.
It's fresh. It's really good for summer.
You really flipped from school shooting to drinking real quick right there.
I did, didn't I? How did that happen? Because you said tequila in the remoulade sauce.
Closing time. Oh, yes. Fried green tomatoes.
Yeah.
Well, you could get all that down at Mulligan's.
We could go get all of it.
There you go.
That's what we need to do. It's been a show. We need a shot of tequila and some fried green tomatoes with remoulade.
Stressful.
Yeah, this is not what I expected at all.
My mom said, you're going to do good. Just go on and act like yourself.
Yeah.
I said, well, you going to be watching?
Yeah. When I told my mom that I was going to do it, she was like, watch your mouth. Like, don't slip up, Julie. I was like, I know.
And how long have you done it now?
God, maybe 2-3 months.
Yeah, you're doing great. I've been listening to you and Chuck. I listen when I can on the road. I listen to podcasts all day
What's your
long.
favorite podcast?
I'm pretty nerdy. I listen to tech and video game stuff. I listen to Breaking Points for news. I listen to Mac Break Weekly and Video Game Outsiders. But I love talk, but I've really liked listening to y'all because it's hard to go back to terrestrial radio. But y'all are so good that I've been able to. So I've enjoyed listening to y'all since y'all been doing this. And thanks for letting me in here.
Yeah, I'm glad. I want you to come in more. I think
I'll do it.
I think news and I think radio, a lot of it is just a really good banter. And I think me and Chuck are a wild enough personality that we banter well, but I think you banter well too.
I could probably banter better if I did it a few times, if I felt relaxed, because you know how I am in public. But when I come in here, I'm like, okay, I've never talked on a microphone. I'm into mixing
and
equipment.
And you've done good.
So
most of the time
I enjoy bantering. Bantering about a school shooting was a little beyond me. That's probably not my best banter.
Me either.
I'm a happier guy than that. I apologize. That happened on my time. I feel for all those families.
Yeah.
I love banter. I could banter.
I love banter.
News is a little tougher.
This just came in and it said, y'all did great. Love you both. And that is from Chris Holt.
Oh,
I have a
Chris.
very wonderful, supportive husband.
I've known Chris my whole life. What's up, Chris?
Eggy.
I ain't going to say it.
I go say it. He's probably rolling his eyes right now in his car.
Our mean friend called him that and called me Radar. I have small ears, but he called me Radar after my other friend with big ears. And once I found out he gave Chris the name, I said, I won't call him that anymore.
That's hilarious.
But if you're giving me permission, I can go back with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, everybody knows. I didn't tell all of Jackson.
I don't remember. We were at Picasso or something one night, and this guy came up, and they were talking, and he was like, "Oh, this is my wife, Julie," and he was like, "I've known Eggy for a long time," and I was like, "Yeah,
My kids call him that now
yeah."
too.
I know where those friends came from when they say Eggy. Like I know what point in life.
How'd you meet Chris?
Funny story. We actually met when I was a hood rat for a little while. My mom kicked me out when I was 17. She said, "You do this, or you get out." So me being the hard-headed adult I was, or thought I was, I left, never came back. I moved into an apartment, and Chris was living in the same apartment building. And I was probably 18, 19 at that point. And me and my friend, Maggie Edge, were trying to save a cat that was in the crawl space of our apartment complex because we knew something that we could tell it was hurt. And we could not reach it. We were so close. And Chris was walking up. He had just got off work, and he was like, "What?" Never met him before. "What are you two doing?" And I was like, "We're trying to save a cat." And he was like, "Why?" And then we told him, and he was like, "Well, move." He saved that cat, and that's how we met.
Wow. And then years later, I assume.
Yeah, years later. I mean, like we would see each other out in passing. Hey, how you doing? Whatever. And then after I'd had Harper, we used to go to Rockando all the time when he was running it.
I remember that.
And he would, we'd go with, we called them the uncles, but they were 3 of my really good friends. We'd go down there and eat dinner a lot. And Chris started picking up Harper and taking her in the back and letting her make beignets and do all this crap. So he got my attention. He made Harper fall in love with him first. And then as mushy as this sounds, I followed after.
And when your mom booted you, was that a good thing for you?
Best thing she could have ever done.
And when did y'all get along again after that, or did y'all get along through all that?
We got along through it. It just was one of those. I mean, don't get me wrong. There were some knockdown dragouts. There were times when I got picked up and told that, this is what's going to happen. And it still didn't always happen. But she stripped money from me and support from me that made me figure out that it's really hard. It's really hard.
It was the money and the surviving, similar thing to me. I mean, when you have to work for yourself, it changes you. And that's the conservative side of me.
Yes.
Because I'm all for helping people. I want to help so many people.
Yeah.
But I know what I did when I had free money.
Yeah.
I know what you did when you had free money.
Yes.
And I didn't really work hard until after that.
I remember.
So that's the conservative part of it.
I remember one point I had started a bank account at a bank. And there was already an account in there with my
girl.
That was already with my name on it, and I wasn't supposed to know about it. And they accidentally linked it, and I think I took close to $11,000 over 3 months just partying, acting ignorant before I got caught.
Pretty stout partying for a youngster.
And I bought stuff like I bought a dog, like I did all kinds of dumb stuff. But so I want, and that's part of the reason too. I'm getting on city councils because I want our taxpayer money to be used responsibly. And instead of saying, well, we're just going to have to raise taxes to get this. No. Let's pull this back. Let's look where we can make some cuts and spend it more responsibly because we have funds coming in. They're just going to some dumb places.
Mm-hmm. And are there any dumb places off the top of your head you want to take them from and put them to next?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to tell me yet?
Not right now. Not on here.
Right. Okay. Well, I may hear soon.
I would tell you another time.
Don't be like Rick and keep it a secret forever.
No,
never tell me. You got a plan?
There are things that we have had, some resources that we've had, and it's not all under just this administration. There's a lot of stuff that I've seen that was wrong in previous administrations, and my eyes got open to it. So I can't even tell you the amount of tax revenue we were losing from a previous administration on properties that the city owned and had no plans to do anything with.
Mm-hmm.
There's stuff like that, and that's when you see these, these lots going for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 because we need to get rid of that surplus, recoup some costs, get some more tax revenue coming in, and do it correctly to where we can do things for our city.
This is so interesting to me that this is all coming up at the end because I know you to be a hater of HOAs. And an HOA to me is the smallest form of government.
I'm not really a hater of HOAs.
But I see government in that as I got a neighborhood with 20 people and we can't get along. So the idea that the city of Jackson, that every dollar's accounted for and going somewhere, that's preposterous.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also see how politics works in a small situation. So I'm glad you're doing it. I hope you do good.
Yeah.
You're unopposed, huh? You made Bart Swift step down. I heard that story.
Yeah. I didn't know that I did, but he did. He stepped down. And then there was another guy that was running against me, and he just never turned in his petition.
Huh.
And I had reached out to him. I wanted to meet him. I was like, hey, I'd love to meet you. I'm not trying to be dirty. Let's talk.
And so when's the election, and what do you do now to then to get ready? And because you're unopposed. So then day one, what do you do, or what do you do between now and day one?
So May 2nd is when the election is up and done. There's early voting starting around April 12th, and then election day is the 2nd of May. But our current people in our seats will be our people until June 2nd, and then the new ones will get sworn in.
And
or July 2nd.
Whose vacated seat are you running for?
David Sisko.
David Sisko, who you've said's done it for a long time.
For a long time. He's retiring.
His son was my coach. I know his kids and everything. He's been around town. He's a
good
pillar.
man.
Yeah.
He was a good man. I just think there's a certain point when you get to an age that it's time to let somebody else and some new fresh eyes come in because it does become monotonous.
Well, I hope you do a good job.
I hope so too. If not, I'm sure somebody will call up here and let me know I'm not.
Who would that be?
Rick. I expect, but I would want.
You're going to become
be
cricket. See, now you've got you can't beat them. You're joining them. So now you are the man. Or you're going to be the man. Rick's
know.
going to be against you naturally.
No. He likes me.
Yeah, y'all go to these meetings together, huh?
We did go to one together because I don't think he thought we would show. And I was like, oh, I'm coming. Yeah, brother, I'll be there.
I've been watching them. They're more entertaining than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I had a good day with you. You did great, even though we had a crazy story.
Thank you for having me. I hope I could do it again sometime.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to switch you guys on over. You're going to get Dave Ramsey. He's going to tell you that you can't buy a house and you're poor and to eat ramen noodles. And we are out. And I hope that you enjoy what's left of your Monday, and prayers for everybody in Nashville.
Amen.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. 3 children have been killed, and authorities say the suspect in a shooting at a private Christian school in Nashville is dead. That shooting occurred at the Covenant School. It was not immediately clear